Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest, the live stream show, evening edition, tempered edition, depressed edition. It has been 24 hours now since the great reckoning of Seahawks history, one of the darkest days we've ever had to experience, and we've experienced some darkest days. We've seen our brethren throw themselves at the tires of moving vans in Renton when Ken Behring tried to move the team in the middle of the night when no one was looking. We've seen tiles fall from the tops of the Kingdome down nearly upon our heads as we would watch, but we still watched, we still came, we still went into that concrete jungle. But somehow this does all feel a little bit worse. And as I've been live now a couple of days in a row, and I'm going live tomorrow, some of this today is just going to be a little bit about maybe you helping me out as far as comforting me. Because I'm pretty depressed by the situation overall. I am not completely unhopeful. I'm not some of what we're seeing in some of the Seahawks fandom, which is something just short of slitting your wrists. I'm not quite there. Not quite. But it certainly was a depressing day. And I suppose if you are going to trade Russell Wilson and you have an intention of then moving on from Bobby, and if you are moving Russell, then why would you then keep Bobby? That whole logical play that goes on there, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I guess you rip the Band-Aid all off all at once, but boy, does it make it hurt 3 times as bad. Tough day yesterday in Seahawks history, and today we're going to talk a little bit more, though definitely talked a lot about it enough on my side of things yesterday about what brought upon the trade yesterday. So I'm not going to be harping in on that as much. Some of this show was me wanting to get back to you guys over in the chat because I did feel like even though we went long yesterday, probably should have gone 12 hours yesterday with the show, quite frankly. It was one where a lot of people had a lot of different thoughts and everybody should have been really heard from my standpoint of things. You guys know I like to try and respond to everybody in the chat. Sometimes it drives some of the new people who come in here a little maddened, but that's just kind of the way I roll with it. One thing I want to do with this early part of this show is a couple different things. First off is lead off the top with some narratives in this situation that we're hearing start to take hold, and I find them to be factually incorrect. And I think that when we get to trying to understand the truth of this situation, we should try as much as we can to steer away from things that are patently absurd or just not the whole truth, partial truth, but not to getting towards the whole truth. Maybe you never get to the whole truth, but get as close as you can to it. And I think some of these narratives out there that exist steer us away from that rather than towards that. Let me get my list up here, which I probably should have prepared up right off the top. But right off the thought, let's do something optimistic here off the beginning of this, and that is that I want to give you guys a little bit of hopefulness, and there's going to be some hope here with some misery today. But you guys give me some slack on this one, okay? We just let go 2 Hall of Fame players. I'm not going to bounce back on that one in 24 hours. But let's look at this here. The narrative now that's coming out, you're hearing it spouted out throughout the airwaves. It's annoying all of you, I'm sure, to the same degree that it's annoying me. The Denver Broncos now are Super Bowl favorites. Oh, it goes without saying now that the Denver Broncos are going to go out there and they're going to stuff everyone out in the AFC and just, basically they can just, doggy paddle their way, do the back paddle move, get themselves right to the conference championship, and then Russell will just will his way over into getting them in the Super Bowl first year, no problem. Let's poke a couple of tiny little itty-bitty holes into this one for just a second, shall we? And there's a good and there is a bad to this. There is a part of that narrative that has some truth, like with all things. There's some truth to some edge. There's some truth to the other edge. Sometimes there's more to one edge than the other. In this regards, on the face of it at least, let's pop the brakes on the Super Bowl contention type talk here, okay? Looking back at the Broncos season last year, a season which is one in which they've had a 6-year playoff drought. Not 6-year divisional drought, not 6-year conference champion, not 6-year Super Bowl, 6-year playoff drought. Last year they went 1-5 in their own division, a division which by all accounts, does not seem to appear to be getting any weaker going into next year. You look at their monumental victories last season, or just their victories, I guess, period. Giants, Jaguars, Jets, Washington football team, Dallas, Chargers, Lions. Maybe there's a game or two in there that you would say is a somewhat quality win, and admittedly, they're doing this with not the best of quarterbacks, including one we just picked up as part of this trade. But I think the point stands. We're talking about this team being positioned and ready to go. That it is just this quarterback that is the one thing holding them back. It may be the truth here, but also let's look at where they've really been recently. And maybe they want to blame that all on Vic Fangio and all on the lack of the coaches being able to get the player development going on that side of things. Could be the case. Maybe. They got some interesting players there, but by no means does this mean they have a golden pathway to get to the conference championship, to even be a playoff team. They're in what may now have just become the toughest division in football next year. That alone, as we've learned here in this division over and over again, does not necessarily allow you just some open, barn doors are open, head on through. So I'm remain to be a little skeptical. And when you do look at their schedule next year, though they do though they would have what you might consider a proverbial last place schedule, within that last place schedule is the Jets, which should be a win for them. The Ravens, which I think will be that's going to be a tough, not necessarily a win there. And then the Panthers, which Panthers are at least a tough team to play. You definitely could say they're not going to be probably a good team next year outside of maybe getting a quarterback. But then when you look outside of that, they got to go to the AFC North, which has some up and down teams on both sides of it. Again, a little bit depending on where the Colts are at with their quarterback position. But then they also then have to go through the NFC West. So if the AFC West is the toughest division going into next year, the NFC West would be the second toughest division. So you got 8 games against 8 games basically through, or 6 games against the toughest teams, and then you have an additional 4 games against the allotment of the NFC West. I think all these things could find their record being a little bit tempered by the fact that they don't just have a free run of weaklings to beat on, or a division that's like what the Packers get every single season, which is just the gift wrapped, here you go, you barely do anything and you'll just stomp these teams because none of them can get right. On the back of this, though, is the hope that if they don't do well, of course, you've got better draft picks at that point. The ammunition just gets all that much more better if your intention is at that time to then trade up and then try to go get that quarterback in the 2023 draft, which I think, based on the discussions we had yesterday with most of the people in the chat, my own feelings on this are that that's the best place to actually go and try to target your next quarterback. It shouldn't be trying to rush to make this happen just because there's a need here outside of potentially, let's say, maybe the Watson door opening, and we will talk about that, I'm sure, at great length throughout this show today. But this does lead me into where we get into the next discussion of a narrative I'd like to just take apart here. So Denver's got a no guarantee pathway through. Those picks we took, because this is going to bend into my next point here, those picks we got for next year, the first rounder, the second rounder. If Denver has anything happen to where they're sliding away from Contenderville and they slide into having maybe a tough first year under Russell, trying to learn how to play with him. Remember, you got to learn how to play with Russell. You got to learn how to lean into his strengths a little bit. I don't know if they're going to do that initially, and there might be a little bit of a bumpy road out the gate because of that. Maybe not. Maybe Russell will be fantastic. We will see. Okay, we will see. I'm not counting Russell out. I never would in that measure of it. But again, you could find us getting a team that has a 7-10 record this next upcoming year, and maybe potentially another top 10 pick, which will come in handy going into the future, along with that second round pick, which would then be a top 10 second round pick in addition to it. A lot like the one we're getting this year from the Broncos. You always got to consider where the positioning is on those first round and second round picks, because a lot like what we've been picking lately, when you're in the back half of the round, that's a big difference in the player you're getting versus where you're picking when you're in the top 9-10 picks of that round, let's say, per se. Now, the Seahawks should have gotten more narrative. This is one that is, I think, of all the narratives, kind of pissing me off the most. People, it shouldn't pisses me off the most. I understand why people think this a little bit. Certainly, Russell, that's a bad verbiage on my part to use. People, it's understandable why they would look at this and say, we should have gotten more for Russell Wilson. We should have, they're 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, 2 okay players. I mean, has Harris seen his best days? Is Fant ever going to tap into his potential? And Drew Lock, give me a break. But look a little bit deeper here for just a second on this one. Look a little bit deeper on this one for just a second. We're hearing now reports that indeed Seattle might have had better offers from potentially the Giants and or the Washington Guardian team, and that may be very well true that then Russell Wilson nixed those trades. And if that's the case, and you can look through the teams that though there are a few teams that need quarterbacks, but then start to do a little bit of extrapolation with Russell in this, okay? Russell's probably not wanting to go to a defensive-minded team then, because Washington does have some spot part pieces they're going, but maybe he's like, I don't want a defensive-minded coach. I've been dealing with that. That would make sense. His list of 4 teams last year were all offensive-minded head coaches of teams that he was looking to want to go to last year. So, okay, we cross those off the list. Just stay with me on where I'm going with on this, okay? And so then he goes, okay, I don't want to go to a bad team because the Giants have an offensive-minded head coach, but then he doesn't want to go to a team that's not ready to compete, even though the Giants are in a division that's one of the weaker in football, if not the weakest in football. Okay, so we got this in an understanding, and we have to understand as well, Russell Wilson is not being able to just go wherever he wants to go. Seattle can't just trade him wherever they want him to go. They've got his no-trade clause in place. This means that Russell's going to have some say here. You don't just get to move out. So that's going to depress some of the value right out the gate. Right out the gate. The second you do that means you're not going to get the maximum value back for the guy. And the second it becomes clear at that point that there's no real NFC teams that are attractive, you go over to the AFC and you've got Houston, Indy, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and maybe Miami. Maybe. We're still uncertain about where Miami's really sitting on Tua Tagovailoa. We're still a little uncertain on that whole situation. I don't know you can put him in that band. That's still now. So now the teams have gotten even smaller. Now it's shrunk down even more. And of those teams, does he want to go to Houston? No. Does Russell think his brand's gonna shine brightest in Indianapolis, Cleveland? Even Pittsburgh, to me, didn't make sense, even though they've been a consistent winning organization and have a stacked roster, because they still have a defensive-minded head coach. And like I just said, he's trying to get away from that. So now we go from people at the start of this going 31 NFL teams to shrinks down really quickly to just potentially a couple here. And if you're talking about the assets that a team like maybe Indy could offer, if you could get Russell talked into that, or Cleveland, if you could somehow talk Russell into going to Cleveland, which I do not buy one bit at all. Do we expect we're going to have some team that wasn't held over the barrel of competing with other teams? It's like you're at a bidding auction, and Seattle's the guy at the, all right, who wants Russell Wilson? Who wants Russell Wilson? I got to bid. Do I got to bid on Russell Wilson? And there's one guy in the audience with the little stick in the thing going, he sticks it up and he puts it down. He's like, hey, do I got another bid? And we're sitting there asking for another bid, and there's not another team there to throw up the bid when you consider Russell gets to let in who he wants to let in into the bidding room. So the thought process that the Seahawks should have gotten more is silly. I can tell you they got as much as they could. They tried this last year. They threw this fishing pole out into the water under the same parameters they were constrained by with Russell Wilson. And they had Chicago Bears as that best offer at the time. And the 3 first-round picks of the Chicago Bears at the time, and Akeem Hicks and Kyle Fuller, is not as good as the offer we got this year right now. And I know some of you go, but wait, I'm doing some math, Brandon. 3 first-round picks versus 2 first-round picks is better, isn't it? That first-round pick you were getting from the Chicago Bears last year was the 20th overall pick in the first round. And it very likely, because that's not a good division, that was going to be the best first-round pick that you were going to get in that particular trade. So I don't know that those first-round picks weigh as much as we might think they did. As well as with Fuller and Akeem Hicks, I believe neither you didn't have multiple years of club control on. And with Fuller, he was getting worse, so that was really a throw-in. Fuller's not in the same realm, I would say, of Akeem Hicks, though I would say Akeem Hicks is in that same place of kind of a Shelby Harris or a Fant, where there's something to that player. They're not just a nothing player. You're getting something of benefit back there. It's not just complete a throw-in type situation on the deal. So the offer improved this year. Seattle literally waited on a year to see if the offer would improve. Okay, let's give it another year and then see what happens. And they did that. And honestly, when I looked into the future of this and looked into, because there's now these people saying, no, hold on to Russell Wilson, and we'll get to that in just a second, that the Seattle should have held on to him, because that's my next narrative I'm going to attack here in a second. But the thought process that they could have gotten more from some other team out there, no, they couldn't have. If Russell Wilson wasn't kiboshing offers that were out there that were better, yeah, probably, marginally. But we don't know where these first-round picks are going to be in the future. We know we're getting a top 10 first-round pick right now. We don't know where the future first-round picks will be, but they will be helpful for potentially getting that quarterback in 2023. The next part I want to kill, I talked a little bit about this yesterday, so I won't overstate it too much, and that is that the Aaron Rodgers contract caused this situation. No, it didn't. Yes, this came out released on the same day of Aaron Rodgers and his situation, but I don't think that there was any part of this deal or Seattle's want to trade Russell Wilson that was attached to it. This deal had been going on for weeks. It had been discussed for weeks, and that doesn't happen based on the Aaron Rodgers contract thing coming into play. So maybe they released the news on the day of the Rodgers contract because they hoped it would stymie some of the blowback that they might get from the fan base or nationally because of it, especially putting Bobby Wagner in tow at the same point in time. But this was as much about the Patrick Mahomes contract, because reportedly that's what Wilson has already indicated to the front office was going to be his requirement at the next contract negotiation. So certainly Seattle didn't want to pay $50 million or more a year, which is being driven up to that cost partly by the new Aaron Rodgers deal, right? Next man up gets about 10% a bump, right? Or 5% a bump, whatever it is, but it's going to still put you up in that height of heights. And so Seattle was not willing to pay that price. That part is true, but it wasn't Rodgers that caused this part of that deal at all. The next thing is that Seattle, here's the next narrative. Let's wipe this one off the board as well. Seattle should have held on to Russell and ride it out. Let's ride it back for one more year next year. Let's do some Michael Jordan Last Dance stuff, right? Let's get Pippen and the crew back in here. Let's do it. Let's get Rodman. I think we just saw with this last year that there was a good amount of underwhelming tension that existed between Coach Carroll and Russell Wilson throughout the course of this season. And they tried their best to give us a lot of, pats on the back, buddy. I like it, buddy. We're as close as we've ever been. I mean, wasn't there one spot where Wilson at one point, as Carroll's giving a press conference, leans into frame and is like, we're still friends. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I don't think that they're not friends still, but I mean, there was tension there. The offense went up and down throughout the course of this year with seemingly Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde type approaches. There were times where Carroll was kind of throwing Wilson a little under the bus in press conferences, questioning a little bit of his decision-making at times, which had really, in my opinion, hadn't happened as much in the past when I'd listened to Coach Carroll's press conferences. I don't think we wanted to sign up for another year of that. I don't know if, frankly, Russell wanted to do another year of that. Maybe he would have pushed a lot harder for a trade, at which point, if you think the assets aren't enough in this Denver Bronco trade, you'd be getting significantly less at that point. And neither of those two situations is very advantageous, in the hopes that somehow you win and bring him back into the fold as this, scorned, player. It wouldn't have been a good situation. And I think I can understand why somebody wanted to still try it. Let's just try it. But at the same point in time, there's obviously been a disconnect between this organization and Russell Wilson, and it didn't just begin this year. It's been going on for a little bit of time. It's from the front office to the coaching staff seems to exist. I'm sure we're going to get more information on this as we go forward throughout the years, but I don't think you wanted to ride that out another season, even if it goes from meaning that you're having a chance to compete next year to, okay, now we're working into the rebuild. My last narrative on this, and this is one I don't think is widely talked about. I think there's been a lot of admiration from Seahawks fans of Russell Wilson throughout the course of this 24-hour period. I don't think anybody is painting him as necessarily the bad guy. There is certainly some out there, though, that are. And I think that this isn't one I'm going to have to sell to you guys too hard, but Russell's not the bad guy in this situation. It's not on him. I tired of the fact that sometimes we could just never get to what I'm 10 years into this and trying to understand this guy and who he is, and I still don't genuinely really know who Russell is, and that certainly is maddening. And the social media stuff is maddening. But he was an amazing player for us. He has an absolute absolute leg to stand on why he walked out the door. It's not by happenstance. It's not by just, oh, well, now he's getting all petulant about him. They gave everything to him. This franchise did not give everything to him. They gave him some things. But you can quantifiably say over a 10-year period, you never truly built a top-end offensive line for Russell Wilson. And it may be the case that Coach Carroll, if he had me in a room and he was holding me down and he's saying, shut the hell up, then after he said that, he would say, if I did and I built that line, it wouldn't make Russell all that much more better. Perhaps he would say that. But then I would counter back to Carroll. I would say, but Coach Carroll, we don't know that, do we? Because you never did it. We know if you build an offensive line with run-first blockers at every position, how that ends up for our Russell Wilson. We know the conclusion of that, and he gets beat all to hell. We don't ever know, and it will forever remain an unanswered question, the enigma unsolved. What if we had built a top-notch offensive line for Russell Wilson just 1 year? Just one time. What could have happened? What was the potentiality? I'm going to play a little bit of soundbite for you guys that just came out recently that I do think is interesting in regards to this point. And this is from Greg Olsen, who played tight end for us for a single season. I know many of you have heard this soundbite, so if I've heard it already, I apologize, but I think that this is going to be apropos to our discussion as we go forward on this a little bit, because this pushes forward to the team, not just in how it affected Russell Wilson in potentially stymieing his growth as a quarterback, but what it would mean for the future quarterbacks we potentially bring in here, and that this problem has to change. I think some of what Olsen talks about has already kind of changed with Waldron's addition, but I don't think all the way. So I'm going to play this little bit. Bear with me. It's about just 2 minutes here. He was having a interview with Cowherd on this and talking a little bit about the background dynamics at play here between Russell Wilson, between the offensive coordinators and game planning on that side of the ball. If it'll go.
It's a real combo. I never thought they had a personnel issue. For my time there, I just felt like there was an ideological disconnect between what do our best players do, Russell, DK, Tyler, what are we built to do offensively, and what are we being allowed to do offensively? I mean, the conversations that I would have with the coaches as we talked about scheme and philosophy, and again, I was there a short time, and the amount of pushback and the amount of questions that I would get in return saying, we're not sure if we can do this. I'm not sure if we can protect this. And I'm sitting there saying, I've seen this happen for over a decade in Carolina. You guys have DK and you have Tyler and you have a franchise left tackle and you have Russell Wilson, who's at quarterback, both mentally and physically can handle anything. And I'd sit there scratching my head. It was like we were playing with a JV roster. It was like we were playing with a rookie undrafted quarterback. Like, it was very interesting to me. I just think the ideology there was always defense first, kicking game, punt the ball, field position, force turnovers, defensive led, and then they'd hand the ball to Russ at the end of the game and say, go be Magic. And I just always thought it was a very interesting disconnect that I never, to this day, have been able to wrap my head around. I just think it was part of Russell's frustration. I think it's why Russ said, I want to go somewhere where this is going to be an offensive, quarterback-driven team, not just in the media, not just as the face of the franchise, but every Sunday with the ball in my hand, like Aaron Rodgers, like the Stars, Brady. That team was going to go how they went. And I think Russell wants a taste of that. I'm assuming that's why Denver's going out and making this pick. They're going to hand the ball to him and say, hey, let's build this system around what you're comfortable with. Let's do what you're comfortable with. Lead us. Be that guy we feel like we've been missing ever since Peyton Manning retired. And I'll tell you what, they swung for the fences. I don't think it was a terrible trade. I don't think they gave up too much to get him. To get a guy like that, I don't think they leveraged the farm. And I don't think it could be a better match for both teams.
So let's put this in perspective, because I know there's many of you that go, and I already saw a little bit in the comments there, they go, well, Olsen's trash, Olsen sucked, Olsen was damaged goods, he stole $7 million from us. I don't disagree with you guys that say that. I agree with you completely. I think those things can be true, and at the same point in time, what Greg Olsen had to say had some validity upon it as well. And again, this isn't in the neighborhood of putting blame to say that the Russell Wilson is either the hero or the bad guy, or that it's on the coaching staff as the hero or bad guy. What this is in the hopes of doing is pushing this forward to get closer to where we can maybe land on the truth of the situation. Well, causes, what can be fit, what can cause fixes in it, what's been the problem, what's truly been the problem, because sometimes it's slippery trying to put our fingers around what is exactly the issue at play. Oh, is it Russell holding the offense back? Is it the lack of offensive complexity? Is it Coach Carroll holding back the offense? Again, there, I think Olsen and what he's talking about in how he looks at the rudimentary way we had our offense going at the time he was here, which again was before Waldron, does have a lot of validity. Some of this, I think, has been changed with Waldron's arrival. I do believe that as well. But has Carroll still put the controls, put the abilities of the offense to soar in the manner that I think Greg Olsen is intimating about here? And that part, I think, does and will remain a little bit of a question going forward, because too often last year we saw Seattle sliding back into those old, because even though you had Waldron here, you went back into those old habits. You have the quote coming from Carroll about mid-year last year where he's talking about Shane Waldron. And he says, yeah, we like Shane Waldron. Shane Waldron's awesome. You know what we like about Shane Waldron? He's really open to the things that we used to do. What? What? Things you used to do? You're trying to fix the things you used to do. You're trying to not do the things you used to do. Wasn't that the point of bringing in Waldron and firing Schottenheimer? Something doesn't make sense there, does it? Brandon Marshall had a clip he was talking about a couple years ago in his time in Seattle in training camp. And him and Russell were working on a fade ball at the goal line. And they had kind of worked out a certain kind of way of throwing the fade route. And Coach Carroll didn't like it. And Marshall was there, and he remembers being there in this conversation where Wilson's pushing in the conversation for how he wants to throw this ball to Marshall and work it to him, and Carroll was pushing for them to throw the fade route like they used to throw to Jimmy Graham. I don't know which little different. I thought you always throw fade routes the same way, but again, this is the way Marshall's describing the conversation. And he said Carroll just was adamant that he wasn't going to let him do it, that there was an obviously what Marshall's sort of saying there is the lack of control for Wilson, a lack of ability to work in the things that would work because Carroll's adverse to it. And again, a little bit of that holding down the offense a little bit, keeping it under the straps rather than letting it soar and fly free. So those are my narratives I hope that we can see taken out of it. The Broncos will be a juggernaut. Seahawks should have gotten more. Rodgers is the cause of this. Seattle should have held on to Russ, and that Russ is the bad guy. He is not. I also want to give a measure of respect before I bounce over to you guys in the chat. Thank you for bearing with me. I know it's been 30 minutes in, but I got thoughts here. I got things to say. Appreciation and respect to Bobby Wagner. He hit midway into our stream yesterday as we were talking about Russell Wilson, certainly got lost in all this. It sucks that they did this the same day of Russell and they didn't just wait 24 hours, at least for the sake of being able to appreciate both players. It is a very, and I know why, again, I think I know why they did it, because they're hoping to sort of, rip the Band-Aid off in one day, get all the stories out there in one day, and then people will forget in this age of quick media. As we get into free agency in a week, everybody will just forget it happened. And that may very well be the case, but it certainly does not honor Bobby in the way that you'd like to honor him, even if you had to cut him, which is at least give him his own day so that we can all play highlights on Twitter and, celebrate the guy in the way that we would like to do it. I did a recent story, which I will now post, I think, to the channel here just under my message board. It was for members only, but I think y'all should read it, which is where I was trying to place Bobby Wagner, historically speaking, amongst middle linebackers in NFL history. I think he has definitely gotten up into top 10. I think he has definitely gotten even into, the top 6 state of things as far as middle linebackers in NFL history, especially after this year. And I think it's a little bit lost on all of us when we look at Bobby in his greatness. We think about Russell Wilson and Marshawn Lynch and Cam Chancellor and Earl Thomas and Richard Sherman. But at the end of the day, the guy who will be the best at his position, the guy who will be ranked historically the best at his position when it's all said and done, of any of these players in any of their positions, will probably be Bobby Wagner. And I don't think he gets completely the same amount of respect that he probably should for that. Obviously, he was losing a couple steps. I've talked a ton on this channel already. I'm not going to talk about it right now outside of we'll discuss in the chat about why you had to make this move with Bobby, why it made sense, and why you just couldn't pay him $16.6 million, especially once you moved on from Russ. But let's not take anything away from this man's greatness. He was the all-around middle linebacker. There was nothing that he couldn't do. I'll never forget the image of him running 40 yards down the field out of the slot on Randall Cobb, step for step. And I think he gets called for pass interference there, but it was very close, and he was really good in the coverage in that moment of things. And just the fact you had a middle linebacker 40 yards up the field running step for step with a receiver was very impressive. Bobby in his prime could do it all. TFLs, interceptions, great blitzer, always a great blitzer. And obviously he ate up tackles like the Cookie Monster eats up cookies. So props to you, Bobby. Thank you for everything you did for the Seahawks organization. I'm sorry this is going to get lost a little bit in the shuffle of this insane offseason. But make no mistake about it, though I was advocating and understanding why they had to cut/do a restructure, you were still awesome, brother. Still awesome in every single way. Thank you for everything you did in this organization and helping to bring this first title to our Seattle Seahawks organization in what might be for a little bit of time. Emmett, hello. I think I got a little bit of the chat clipped there at the start. Sorry. Again, I got a little bit bloviating today, and I apologize for that. But I'm suffering here, folks. I'm suffering. I know you guys are too. It's been a thing. It's been a thing here the last 24 hours. It's not been good. Not been good. Emmett Gaming, hope you're doing good. Ms. Russ is going to have the worst season of his career next year with Denver, and it's going to signify his permanent decline. Denver has a way of destroying QBs in their prime or a little bit past it. I can definitely see it not being necessarily a clean, easy switch over there for Russell Wilson. I think there's a lot of things this organization has done in the way they've molded around Russell Wilson that's going to take a little bit of time for a new organization to learn. Oh, you got to do this for that for him? That way, you got to, he's going to line up 8 yards back in shotgun rather than 7 yards. There's this, and then and I think there's going to definitely be those growing pains, which again is part of what gives me a little bit of reticence that maybe they're going to be as good as everyone says they're going to be next year, understanding that they're going to have to learn that aspect of things. Charles Riley with a donation out the gate here, $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, Brando, honestly, I have to say I'm a Russ guy. I will be a Bronco fan, 51% to 49% Hawks, because Pete was chosen over Rusty. I want to believe Schneider got the reins, but Jody, like all gals, loves Pete. Well, you can't underrate that effect. And $10 donation, Charles. Sorry for the underselling you on that. You can't underrate that effect. Pete's got that effect on the ladies, man. It's hard to describe. We know it. We know it's true. It's hard to deny. So what are you going to do? And I'm hoping Russ, does good after this year. After this year, he can do good. This next year, you need to just kind of have it be bumpy and rocky, and then he can be good next year after our draft picks come fully into harvest. Paul Third with a $5 donation says, feels like the roster is more concerned about Wag's departure than Russ. Check their social. Possible Russ wants the locker room guy he portrays. Feels like the roster is more concerned about Wag's departure than Russ. Check their social. Possible Russ wasn't the locker room guy he portrays. It was a little broken up on that, Paul, so you might need to retype that in the chat section as I go down so I can re-get with that. Look, that's what I was saying was the two things. I love Russ. He's my favorite quarterback in Seahawks history. He's the best quarterback in Seahawks history. One of my favorite players to watch in Seahawks history, okay? I can say all that while at the same time saying the cringy social media stuff gets to me has gotten to me over time where it's like, I don't even go on social media and it's like, please, dude, come on. Give it a rest with the portrait shots every other day. And that's fine. I mean, it's not the worst offense a guy can get in this day and age where we have guys hitting people in cars at 128 miles an hour as they're 150 miles an hour as they're drunk out of their mind. I mean, it's not the worst offense to do that. But you also do wonder at times with them where some of the just being genuine on certain stuffs. And I can't blame him he played this well. He didn't do this disrespectfully. So I do give him props because if he had, it could have really harmed our value. We've had players in Seattle sports history that have held us up over a barrel because of the fact that they said, I'm going to this team. We're not going to this team. And it destroys your trade value. And he didn't do that. He was a little bit at least good. Maybe he had to be as well because Seattle, of course, still had the control over him. But we've heard plenty of whispers from former players that have been locker room guys in there about certainly there was a little bit of a divide in there and some of the feelings towards Russ. Right or wrong, that did exist. But thank you for the donation. You're awesome for doing so on that. Charles Riley with another $10 donation. My goodness, very kind of you guys right out the gate. Says, I do feel bad for Bobby. By the way, did you see Russ get off the private jet with Mark Rogers? Even Sierra has to question his preference after that picture. I did. Charles, no, I didn't. I didn't get a chance to see it. Was he looking a little? He can have a little bit of a wild wardrobe. That's not beyond Russell. Russell likes himself a wild wardrobe, and he's probably feeling himself right now because he's finally getting something that he's wanted, I think, for well over a year now. And he's been the good soldier and put his head down, but just happened. And yeah, I do feel bad for Bobby on this too. It's you at the very least you have a day a week to celebrate a guy if it's this kind of guy that's being released and let go of the organization. And it sort of sucks that they did it in this manner, but I get why they did it, I guess. Charles Riley with the $5 donation. Brando, break the news lightly to Megan Gockroger. She likes Funko Pops and stuff like that. Break what news? Which news? She knows what's up. She knows about the Russ. Seahawks Premium with the $2 donation. What's my thoughts on Cody Barton? I don't think that he is a starter at this point in time. I know for a fact that he can't play the Sam linebacker role, so that makes him either a will or a middle. I think he's at his best as a middle linebacker. I think you're moving Jordan Brooks into the middle now, and Cody Barton becomes the de facto backup for a single season. They could put Cody Barton in a pinch out at the will linebacker spot, but I don't think you're going to want to put him out there 24/7 because, as we saw in the Viking game a couple of years ago, Cody Barton having guards running at him in space is not a good thing, and he struggles to get off blocks. Maybe he finds another gear to his game and waited to do that, but usually guys are slippery off blocks or they're not at the linebacker position. That was something Bobby Wagner had, for instance, day when he walked in the door. Michael Robinson talked about it, who was one of the first guys to really alert everybody to how not just good but special this linebacker in Wagner could be, where he said this rookie slips blocks better than just about any linebacker I've tried to take on. I can't get a target on him, and that's Barton's the opposite of that. He opens up his target sign. His body seems to get bigger for the blocks, and he just can't get around him, and he doesn't have the strength to really take on those guards. So I'm kind of what would be bearish on Cody Barton as we go forward. Charles Raleigh says, I want DK to be a New York Jet. Thank you for the $10 donation. My goodness. Thanks, Charles. Says, I want DK to be a New York Jet. That'll surely make sense of his draft status. Anyone wonder why a freak like Metcalf was drafted so late? I'm thinking he's not a good citizen. Let New York get him. Let New York eat him up. Well, you're not alone, Charles. There's definitely been plenty of people that wanted to see heads up. Just typed a 3-part comment, got broken up. Paul, I'll read your comments on this in the chat. So if I miss you on the super chat, I'm going to read the comments going through here in just a second, and I'll definitely make sure I make heads or tails of it on that. So no, you don't have to redonate. I'll just put it in the regular chat, and we'll figure it out. Charles, you're not alone in wanting DK potentially traded. People say, well, look, you're in fire sale mode. You're not in a position to win. By the time you're in a position to win, you'll be paying DK a lot of money, and maybe he's not the player he's now / more of an injury prone. Now's the time to harvest this. Use that word again, is to harvest this. Harvest his potential. You can get a first and second round, maybe even 2 first rounds. Who knows? Which I don't think you could get that amount for DK, maybe. But I remain one of those people that is ardently sitting in the position of saying you don't trade DK Metcalf. I love him as a player. He's been the most productive receiver in Seattle Seahawks history through his first 3 seasons. He's plays every game. He had a foot that required surgery at the end of the year. You pretty much didn't hear about it throughout the course of the season at all. He didn't make a peep about it. He just went out there, and when he was called upon, he balled out. He got double-teamed at the second highest rate in the entire NFL. Devontae Adams is the most double-teamed receiver in the NFL, right? Because he's got nobody else in Green Bay. Well, who else you got to worry about in Green Bay? Why not? 28.5% of the time. DK Metcalf is double-teamed 27.5% 95% of the time. I don't know if you want to offload guys like that aren't part of the problem. But I understand where you're coming from, and again, you're not alone on it, Charles. Thank you, Paul, for the $2 donation on the heads up. And again, I will get you on the comment with that. Tom Cox with the $5 donation says, what's your opinion of Sherman saying Seattle might go after Watson? Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Tom. I think Sherman's not on the inside of necessarily anything on this when he's saying that. Maybe he is, but I've gotten the opinion at times that Sherman's just talking more from him espousing from making an educated guess than it is like, well, I've heard this from this guy in the organization. I've heard that from that guy in the organization. So I don't think he's speaking from necessarily some kind of insider knowledge. I do think that there is a little bit, we're hearing more than just passing rumors out here of Seattle's interest in Deshaun Watson. And that particular domino falls this upcoming Friday, whether we're going to learn whether or not there's actual physical charges brought against him by the state. And if there's charges brought on by him, then you'll not see him traded no way, no how. Even if there aren't charges brought by him, you still have the hurdle of trying to understand what his suspension status is going to be moving into next year. Is it going to be a whole year? Is it going to be half year? What's that going to entail with the civil suits? So there's still a little bit to be done after that, but I'm sure we will hear more about this Watson stuff post-Friday, whether it's true or not. And if they are interested, then they'll go. Last I heard, the Texans are trying to get 3 first-round picks. I don't think that they're going to get that at this point. You still have a significant base salary to pay Deshaun Watson when you bring him in, so there's no real cheap contract side of things on that. So that does mean you'll get 2 first-round picks, even though he's a younger player and potentially better player at this point where he is theoretically, though he's had a year off from football. I think it probably necessitates about two first-round picks, maybe plus 2 first-round picks and a second probably is what it'll end up costing for him. And Seattle might be the only team willing to pay that price when you pare down the teams that aren't willing to take on the off-the-field stuff of what Watson brings. But I'm okay with Watson, and we are hearing rumors here within this, not just Watson, but then conjunctive rumors of Seattle not being in a rebuild mode, that they are going for it. And there's been no talk that we've heard at any point throughout any of Carroll's press conferences leading at the end of the offseason to now that have indicated that they are going to a rebuild state. We're all thinking they are, because of the fact we're watching him get rid of Wilson and Wagner, and we're going, okay, so it's rebuild. But maybe they don't think about it through that particular lens. Robert Pennington, my brother, my blood. How you doing, brother? He says, love you, bro. I love you, bro. We are paying the price for Bryce. Was it worth it? Might just be. And Rob, I'm putting shirts together. Pay the price for Bryce. That's going to be our shirts going forward. That's going to be my merch. Was it worth it? I don't know yet with Bryce. I'm worried about him from a size standpoint. We've got a lot of these like 6'1" looking quarterbacks who weigh about 165 pounds in college coming out now, like Matt Corral, and they're freaking me out because how are these guys going to hold up against these monsters in the NFL that are going to throw them around like the Hulk does in Marvel movies? So I wonder on that aspect. But look, he makes some great throws. Watching a lot of this tape on some of these other prospects in this draft. I've watched Alabama on offense within that, and he definitely has great decision-making. He's just got a great feel for the position as much as anything, any wow traits to his game. Just has a great feel for it. Alexander Matthews says, Lock Mania, laughing out loud. Love it. Love it. We got Lock. I got Lock Mania. I got a favor. Need more Lock. Give me some more Lock. Go Oxo 5. Watson is the golden goose. Doubt it will happen, but a man can dream. It is the golden goose, and sadly, let's not also put this away. Let's think about this from a little bit of a forward-reaching standpoint here. Seattle's interested in Watson. Plan A. Do you guys really want to know what Plan B is at this point? What my firm belief Plan B is? What keeps me up at night? Plan B in the one night since I've been having to try to go to sleep. You guys want to know what it is? You guys want to know what that Plan B Seahawks scenario, if they can't get Watson, probably is? Because I know you guys are thinking Malik Willis, but we're already hearing rumors he might go number 2 overall. It ain't that. And I am scared to death of taking a Cody Pickett or a Sam Howell, but it ain't that either. No. Coach Carroll's got himself a big, fat infatuation for a very long time with Kirk Cousins. So as much as you might hate the off-field stuff with Mr. Deshaun Watson, as much as that might make you revolt in your mouth at the thought of bringing a man in there who forces handies on women, consider as well that the alternative very well may be that the Seattle Seahawks not only trade for Kirk Cousins, but then consequently, at the very same time, marry themselves to Kirk Cousins in the form of a multi-year contract that will be, say it again, a mere few $1 million less than the Russell Wilson deal. Please, God, no. 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 BB Loretta, Pete wants all the control, and let's be honest, he's going to retire soon anyway. What if he goes to another team as well, and this was all a big scheme? Well, it would be pretty crazy if that was the case. I guess it's possible that that's the case. I don't know if I'm believing that they're doing something like that. I think that Pete's just at that point in time in his career where he knows this is near his last ride, and he wants to do it his way. He is changing. I'll give him some credit. Bringing in Waldron last year, even though you're only hiring from within with Hurt, you still brought in Desai, and you're still going to change up your scheme. He called himself arrogant, and their approach arrogant here recently in a press conference. So there is some sign of change within this I'm going to do it my way approach. But it is going to, excuse me, but it is going to be his way. It's going to be, I'm not going to be, let me see your input. Let me hear what you got. Shut up. That's what I feel like I know what I need to do here. I've been in the sport 65 years. I got this. We'll see if that works, but that does seem to be where this is. It's not that he's not taking input in. It's just that he's being very particular on who he's allowing the input to come in through. Fake says Peter, what happened to Megan's messages? Emmett says Emmett 21 Gaming says Watson's basically down to us in Carolina. Maybe. You never know when there's a team that might look at this. Miami might jump back into the fray on this. They're one of those teams I've thought lurking very long that I know they said that they're out on it, but there's a little bit of a battle going between Texans and the Dolphins organization over this whole Watson thing. It's kind of a little bit more to that with them going back and forth on leaking stuff when they were kind of in negotiations last year. They could come back into this. You could see some different teams kind of come into this, but I agree. Carolina's a team that they definitely could be one of those ones at the forefront that make the offer that, here's 3 first-round picks for us saying here's 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick. Ethan says, hey, I'm actually warming up to the trade Bobby released had to happen. Of course, it matters that we what we do with the picks we received. Very much will matter, and I'm trying to warm up to it. I don't hate the trade. Like I said, it's not the awful. I know it had to kind of happen. It just sucks that we got here. I more hate the circumstances that made us arrive here. That makes sense that this is why the decision had to be made. It's more of why did we, 9 miles upriver when we could have not have released the poison into the river? Why didn't we just not release the poison, put it back on the truck and drive away? But instead we tainted the waters. Edwin Munoz, we need Christian McCaffrey. Well, I'll tell you, not at a first-round cost, Edwin, and that is that's the reported asking price for the Carolina Panthers is a first-round pick for Christian McCaffrey. I'm not paying $11 million a year and giving up a first-round pick for a running back. BB Loretta, don't forget Brady is an option too. He's in retirement and could come back. We have the cap space, but hey, I doubt it. It makes sense on the face of it, BB Loretto, as to why you might think to do that, but I don't think Brady's going to come back to play for another defensive-minded coach first and foremost. Second, we don't have nowhere near the offensive line he had in New England or Tampa Bay. 2 things which I think would preclude that from even being a possibility at that point. But I understand why you would think theoretically it would be an option. Hold on one second. Sorry about that, folks. Jeffrey, Pete, and John don't have one hell of a plan for this mess. Seahawks fans and NFL fans will crucify them for this. All I have to say. Well, it's all you need to say, Jeffrey, and I don't disagree with you. They've taken a big swing here. They have decided to go all in on this approach of we're going to do it our way, and to hell what everybody thinks, and we'll see how it works for them. It's definitely going big. I'll give them that. They definitely are. They're not taking the safe route here. This is the off-road approach. The downside on it is that if this blows up in their face, I mean, it's like I said, the heels of the Jamal Adams trade to then trade Russell Wilson, have these two trades sort of back-to-back years is really where is going to ride the legacy of John Schneider and Carroll, and what is determined by that a little bit. GoX05, Randall says, you guys watch Yellowstone, those weird brothers who they fight with in the series? That's who Mark Rogers looks like. I haven't watched that show yet, but I should. I know. GoX05, Blazers have yet to score 40 midway through the third tank. Not looking forward to that with the Seahawks. Yeah, tank's not going to be fun. It isn't going to be fun, but the one downside, the one hopeful upside of a tank is that you're going to arrive at getting a quarterback of the future, and those are hard to find. And if you can get your quarterback, you're starting to roll, especially in a year where it should be pretty deep as far as the quarterback class goes. You might even have little bit of your pick of the litter. Green Kid Pete has to go. That was what I was advocating for at the start of the offseason, but this is where we are. We're not going anywhere anytime soon. Frank Buckner, I don't think Russell will make playoffs next year. I think he will struggle and go back to old habits. Broncos line is just as bad as Seattle. Also, he will not have the bond he does now with the Seattle receivers. I think it's definitely your perspective on this, Frank, is definitely a valid one. And there are certainly, to me, I sit here and I go, how this is really going to hit the ground running necessarily. The Broncos, I think, have a little bit better of an offensive line. He has guys that are going to create separation for him, like Judy, who can really early and quickly, which will help. Sutton's a great fit with Russell Wilson, and he's even got the speedster. So he does have a lot of guys to kind of throw to. They even have one tight end there. As well as, let's not admit, though I don't think necessarily the Broncos are a shoo-in to be great next year, let's not also forget that they are sitting on still after the Russell Wilson trade, post, $26 million of cap space. So that means that they still are in a position to go out there and be active now in this free agent market and maybe get Russell some more weapons, or maybe get him another offensive lineman, which that could also help their scenario out a little bit more going forward as we're just about to get into free agency. Miz says Russ is not to get the ball. Russ is not the get all like the media is trying to make him out to be. Is the get goat all? I think he meant goat. Ethan, imagine what we saw from last year and quite honestly, poor play continues when he's with the Broncos. I certainly do not want to pay the man $50 million per year. No, it's where you can understand why the coaching, like I was saying too, it's where I understand now why the coaching staff and front office made the trade to trade Russell Wilson. I didn't want to ever trade Russell Wilson. I had thought you should have built an offensive line around him, but that's that 9 miles upstream thing I'm talking about. If 9 miles upstream you had built him an offensive line, then you would have arrived today at this time and you would have been able to say, hey, we provided Russ with a modernized offense and an upgraded offensive line, and we got the results we get. Results of Super Bowl titles now, Super Bowl contention, or, he's limited as a quarterback, he's topped out, he's never as good as he once were. We're not able to make that sure determination. It's now just a guess rather than a determination. It's now I think he's not worth the $50 million where things stand. And that might end up being proven true by everything where it all stands. But we just don't know for sure, unfortunately. That's the part that bothers me a little bit. Edwin Munoz, we need J.C. Jackson. Not $20 million a year. He's going to cost everything. Big Daddy K, I'm saying it now. It will be a mistake if we do not draft Malik Willis. Well, the team reportedly likes him, Big Daddy. I don't know, though, that he will be sitting there at number 9. He may very well go off the board 2 or 3 in a draft where he has kind of separated himself from the other quarterbacks. Randall, isn't there a rookie coach in Denver? Yeah, first-year coach there now. Which, again, first-year coaches, I don't usually have that kind of success early on. It takes them a little bit of time. Say nothing of first-year offenses, all that type of stuff. Herberside's down for Watson. Love it. Emmett 21's down for Watson. Love it as well. TJ says, did you see that infographic NFL on quarterbacks posted? Seattle sports in shambles. No, we're not in shambles. We simply have a few rooms on fire, okay? A couple of rooms are on fire, and yeah, it's a problem, okay? And yeah, we're still waiting on Bob to get the extinguisher out of the basement. And I know it's taken so long, but look, it's a couple fires in a few rooms. That's all. We can rebuild it. We can rebuild it. We can make it better. But there's worse. There's worse sports cities, I'm sure. I can't name them off the top of my head having a tougher time right now, but there's some somewhere out there. Probably need baseball. Jeffrey says Watson to jail. Could be. Could be. Christian Alexander, it's going to take a long ass time to build a strong team again. It could. I'm not as certain on that type of thinking necessarily. I think you can turn it around pretty quick, but it just takes the right type of intent and will, and then also the willingness to spend the money and go for it when you know you're in a position to potentially do so. Alexander Matthews says John Kitna is coming out of retirement. Yes. Jeffrey says 49ers have been shopping for Watson. They can shop all they want, but the problem there is that the Niners are down multiple first-round picks into the future. So, they're going to have to offer picks into the future and a lot of second, third-round picks to Houston, whereas we can offer 2 first-round picks. And especially if we're offering them first-round picks, our first-round picks, where we don't look like a team that's going to be good going forward. So you're offering them, but in Denver, in our cases, you're basically giving them 2 first-round picks to 2 teams that were bottom of their division last season. That's going to be a lot more of a, to me, that's going to look a lot more attractive than San Francisco if that's truly what San Francisco is trying to do, which I don't think they would. Maybe, but I don't think they would. Loretto, don't forget Mariota could be possibly an option too. Absolutely. I think that'd be a good option for a stopgap. Let's go with the dirtbag. Everyone should care about their own legacy. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I should. Did Russ even, Christian said, did Russ even say anything or did he let this happen? Yeah, Russ let this happen. Russ wanted this to happen. This doesn't go down unless Russ has some discontent in Seattle. He absolutely did. This doesn't just happen because Seattle's done with him. It happens because, and we don't know the answer, by the way, of if Russell's perfectly happy here and he knows they're trying to right the ship, if then they're willing to pay the $50 million. I think they're not willing to pay the $50 million knowing Russ isn't exactly super happy and copacetic with where things have been going, and there is a little bit of friction and a butting of heads potentially there. Charles Riley says, with a $5 donation, says, I think Pete is desperate enough to go after Watson. Peter went after Jamal Adams, and going after Watson would be stupid squared. I think the fact that we're hearing the rumors of this is already them potentially, whether they're going to make a real run at him or not, I think they're going to make some kind of run at him. And that's why we're hearing the rumors of it. I don't think it's just people putting 2 and 2 together. I think it's potentially the organization trying to soothe, release a little bit of that angry pressure that is building up in the pipes of the Seattle Seahawks fan base right now as they react to not only the trade of Russell Wilson, but the release of Bobby Wagner. And that in doing this now and releasing, but we'll get Watson here, that can maybe bring people around by the way that they're measuring it. I don't know if that's right or wrong on it, but I understand why they might be trying to counter some of this PR nightmare and mess that is a little bit on their hands. Barry Zotoro with a $10 donation says Watson or Minshew would make me coom. I'll say this: Watson might make me do that even on that, but it's because he made me give him a massage. I said no. I don't want to give you a massage, Deshaun. No, it's weird. No. He said, it'll make me come to Seattle. And I don't care. No. Give me your hand. No. Charles Riley, the $5 donation, says, don't get me wrong. I think Kurt is good and he could flourish in wait, wasn't Zimmerman a defensive-minded coach? I see what you did there, Charles. Yeah, I think as well. And Zimmerman hated Cousins by all accounts. It seems like those guys had a lot of anger towards each other. Yeah, Cousins would be a nightmare scenario for me because not only are you bringing a guy in now who's basically Matt Hasselbeck reborn. No offense, Matt. You were fine. I'm aspiring for a little bit better. Don't hate me for it. But then you're also now going to be paying him like near top of the mark money in the NFL, and you're going to have to give up trade assets for him. That one would hurt. That one would hurt. Hoopy Jew with a $5 donation. What's up, Brando? What time fits for you Monday? Also, besides quarterback, what are your next few biggest needs, do you think? Also, do you think Adams is going to want out? No, I know, and that's a good question, by the way, Hoopy, because people are already making a little bit of that, espousing that, oh, well, Adams was mad in New York, and now he's going to want out in Seattle. And I should have put that as another narrative that I should have kind of taken apart here at the top of the show. And thank you for the donation, Udi. Let's go, if we want to do like 8 o'clock your time, that's 5 o'clock, I think, my time, something like that. That'd be good for me on Monday if you want to do that. And folks, go over to Hoopy Jude's been very kind to the channel, very supportive of the channel. Go over there and subscribe to the channel. He's been kind enough to donate quite a bit here recently. Biggest needs right now at the gate, left tackle, center are your biggest needs as we stand right now. To me, by far a little bit. Beyond that, cornerback, free safety, and running back. Those are ones where it's not a matter of, well, we kind of need, we really need. We don't have, those are really holes that we have on the team that are not filled right now as we currently stand. So they would be the most. And as far as Jamal Adams wanting to press his way out of town, that's not going to happen. Jamal Adams was fed up with two facets in New York. Not getting paid and the Jets being unwilling to pay him, and the Jets not being a winning franchise. Now, while we might not be a winning franchise here going forward, he's been paid his money. And part of what was going on with that situation to begin with was his dad was an NFL player who wasn't able to get to a position where he was able to get paid. He was a first-round pick at a time where you didn't get paid a lot of money as a first-round pick and got injured, career-ending injury, before his dad got paid. And Jamal was on a rookie deal, having not yet been paid, and so he was very mindful of what had happened to his dad, and understandably, he didn't want the same thing to occur to him. Can't blame him for that, but that doesn't also mean that now he's going to turn into some malcontent because Seattle's now in a little bit of a rebuilding phase. He's still getting paid very well, and Seattle's about to utilize him better. Let's also not forget about that. We're changing our defense maybe practically all the way around at this point, specifically for him alone. Don't think that he's not also going to notice that aspect and that's not going to make him happy, not angry. But it's a good question. It is being talked about. And thank you for the dono. Paul Third with a $5 donation. Thank you, Paul. Says Saints re-sign Winston. Steelers sign Trubisky. Ben prototype. Minus a couple 3 inches. 3 inches and 20, 30 pounds. But I guess he doesn't have a strong arm either as Ben did in his prime. Ben could put that thing, throw that a country mile when he was in his prime. But it makes sense, them signing him. Trubisky's getting a lot of love right now. And as long as they do, then we don't, and that's good. Buccaneers trying for Watson. I can see it. Watson makes a lot of sense with Tampa Bay. Colts trade for Garoppolo. Yeah. I can see the Colts doing that. They're caught in a bind right now. I thought they got great returns for Wentz. They got maximum returns for that Wentz trade that they did with Washington. Good on them. But they also don't have a clear pathway to their next quarterback, and Garoppolo would make some sense to them. He would. Strong running game. They can duplicate what the Niners have done with Garoppolo recently, and that makes some sense. What is it going to cost? What are the Niners going to require? What are the Colts going to pay? That's another question. Seattle trades for Cousins. Oh, Paul, please don't break my heart with that. I can't do Cousins here, man. Oh, my God, that's going to be brutal talking about Kirk Cousins. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Pete, no. I'll take one of these second-round quarterbacks and, ride with them at this point over Cousins because that's where I think their upside kind of is anyway. Voodoo Magic with a $5 donation. Thank you, Voodoo Magic. He says, Brando, you look like you have a fever, and you look like you have a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell. Look on the bright side. All the off-season action is helping the nest grow. I can't make no mistake about that. Look, it's the pain yesterday was at least that we grew a ton. We had a ton of new subscribers. Hell, tonight we're having a ton of new subscribers coming in, and welcome on in, folks. And normally I'm a lot more sunnier of a disposition. I'm in more my morning stage. I would have come out in all black. I would have had the veil down. It would have been more kind of overt where my mental space is right now. But I'm struggling through this one a little bit, where we arrive here and to know again that I was looking through it today. I'm going to post the video here of just 2 years ago calling this very thing happening, both in regards on the same day to Russell Wilson and Bobby Wagner, this eventuality, and to know it was coming and now it's come, and it's like, oh, I saw this happening. Fake says Bobby didn't care about his legacy. I don't know. I think they told him he was released. I don't knock Bobby on this. Besides, Watson's our only hope. He is our only hope. Watson, you are our only hope. Trent Sybouts says Dolphins head coach says they are sticking with Tua on Pat's show. End of narrative. That's good to hear, Trent. One less guy off the board. One more team off the board that's going to maybe be in contention for Watson's services, which is less of a bidding war you potentially get in. On top of the fact you should already get him at a bit of a depressed rate if it's in the ballpark to get him. Minnie V says Russ doesn't care about himself. They didn't need him anymore, so they let him go. He played and helped us have a Super Bowl. Well said, Mindy. Well said. And I agree. I do think I think a little bit of Russ cares a little bit about himself. I think a little bit, maybe just a little bit. But I agree. Nothing but respect for him. Tom Cox, I hear they are interested in Watson. I see this as trading Russ for Watson. Who knows if Watson waives his no-trade clause and also pays another expensive quarterback for another isn't a smart team build. Very good point on that final point of that, Tom, being that you're just flipping salaries at that point. I guess, and maybe there's no way to do this, but if we pull apart the off-the-field stuff with Watson and look what you're getting on the field versus what you had in Russell Wilson, and I love Russell Wilson to death. I love him to death. Deshaun Watson, at this age, at this point in his career, who he is as a player right now, is a better player, a better quarterback than Russell Wilson. Watson in the final year there with the Texans, where he was second in the league in yardage thrown, and he was Superman, and he didn't have a whole lot to work with. Say nothing of just an offensive line. I'm talking offensive line, skill positions, running back, nada, nothing, zip, zero, zilch. He is a better quarterback. He is. And he is, by the way, 6-7 years younger than Russ. That also factors into this too. So while you are flipping salaries along on that point, they're trying to go for it. This is the best quarterback out there to go get a quarterback if you're still in the go for it point. There was a disconnect between Russell and the coaching staff. That same disconnect does not necessarily exist the moment Watson walks in here. You have a little bit of at least a honeymoon period where he's relatively happy and things are kumbaya. It may fall apart later on, as we've seen, but at least initially it should be all right. Ice, this is the last draft for Carolyn Schneider era. Maybe. We'll see. I believe it's 2025 that the team can finally be potentially sold, and a new owner would definitely put them under, I think, a little bit more of a microscope. Herbicide says Beast came here under crazy circumstances. Marshawn, yeah. Now, Loretto, Russ made the agreement to be traded. It was in the works, but he was classy about it. He was. No disrespect to Russell on that. That's why I say he's not the bad guy. No disrespect to him. Understand where he's coming from completely. John Robinson says Russ's last 6 years is like the first half of the 2021 Mahomes, who struggled because they went up against too deep all day and still tried to go deep. But I think Russ has to be paired with a running game. I think that's a very good point, John, and I think that's very well where this could end up falling with Russ. That he goes in, Denver tries to run him in the West Coast offense. Denver then learns and understands, like I think Seattle may have learned and understood about Russ, that the short and intermediate passing game is not something that he's going to be able to do proficiently. And the second that you come to that understanding of things, then you need to find somehow, some way to bring that safety, one of the safeties, up in the box so that then you can clear out those cover two shells. Unfortunately for Russ, the new defensive innovation that is sweeping the nation is the cover two shell defense right now, right? That shows a different look pre-snap to post-snap, and that doesn't marry well with Russell in that respect, especially if teams play a predominant amount of cover two, to your point. Russ is going to have to adjust that component within his game going forward. Whether he's here or over in Denver, he's going to do that if he hopes to be an MVP type candidate. Emmett says it seems like we traded Wilson to try and get Watson. Let's go for it. Let's do it. Edwin Paul, he was expensive. He doesn't make plays on the ball. No more at 16.5. Yeah, you can't afford to pay him, and it's not just 16.5. Edwin, of course, you're saving 16.6 million, but Bobby's costing you on the cap at that point $20+ million. And you just can't pay for a middle linebacker $20 million at this point in time, in my opinion, especially when you drafted his heir apparent 2 years ago and you're playing the heir apparent out of position for those 2 years, and the heir apparent is getting his ass beat in coverage because it's putting his deficiencies on brightest display, having him play the will linebacker as opposed to the middle linebacker, where Jordan Brooks very well may turn into an all-pro. And Jordan Brooks is very likely right now a better middle linebacker than Bobby Wagner is right now. That's probably not a huge leap. What's up, Andrew A? John, if the Broncos knew they were the only one who wanted Russ, why didn't they hold us over a barrel? I don't think that they're the only one that wanted Russ. I think there were a couple of other teams here who were in play, but I don't think that there was some half dozen teams that were really possible. I think there was a barren few, and when there's a barren few, that's going to draw down the cost. I think Seattle still maintains some leverage in this point, John, as we saw last year, because they ran into the spot last year where there wasn't a lot of teams willing to trade for Russ because of the depth of the quarterback class in that draft. It took away the teams who would be looking at trying to trade for Russ and be a team he'd want to go to. So that being removed, Seattle still has 2 years of club control under Russ. They could have said, hey, you're going to offer us 1 first-round pick, Broncos? You're going to offer us 1 second-round pick? No, we'll just hold on to Russ another year. Kick rocks. So there was still that element of it where it had to be somewhat within realism, but it wasn't going to be everything. Mindy V says Watson's gross. He is gross. I'm not going to doubt you there, Mindy. And I'm not advocating for anything with him off the field. I get a fan who'd say I can't take him on my team because of some of his shenanigans. Mindy says I'm a girl and I hate who he is as a person. I get it. I get it. But this is definitely a possibility, Mindy, that he is coming here. There are rumors that he is coming here, and we got to talk about the potentiality of it and all that. But I do understand those who would look at it off the field and say, I can't hang with that. I can't roll with that. And I agree with Patrick as well. We do have to do a little bit of an innocent until proven guilty on this a little bit. I think that's also a very smart statement on Patrick's part, and that we do live in a country where we want to let the judicial system play out, however flawed or however great it is. And I think it's as good as you can ask for. Who'd be Jude coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you, Jude. I appreciate you, man. You're awesome. He says, thanks for the shout out, man. Of course, brother. We're all up and we're all trying to get on the rise together with this. So I feel you, and I hope you continue to keep on it with it. Says, I love your channel and can't wait for the collab. Also, just to let you know, your crowd know, I do NFL tickets and money giveaways, donations to children's hospitals and food banks. I'm all about my community. Well, that's awesome, and I really do appreciate you donating to the channel. And yeah, please go over there and sub to Hoobie's channel. He's a Saints, rocking the Saints channel. They're in the same kind of boat as us. Let's commiserate together on this one. In this rebuilding state of mind. I'm in a rebuild state of mind. It's one of those things, you know. Sector 7 with a $5 donation says, as you said, and thank you, Sector 7, says, as you said, teams can change very quick. It's just part of the cycle. The Patriots ruined it for everyone with the insane streak. They did. We probably ruined a little bit with us, too, as far as 10 years of just always being consistently good throughout that 10 years, but it's hard to do that. And I think people shouldn't shy away from a rebuild necessarily or from the proposition of it. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going into the dark ages of things. In fact, it's a good thing. I know that some of you are only football fans, but the Mariners are the shining example of this, even though they're a different sport. They had not embraced the process of let's do the full rebuild. Let's kick all the bad contracts out. Let's work on our farm system, the equivalent of which would be in the NFL of getting good young players, developing and upcoming all together at once. So the Mariners took about 15 years to learn this lesson. They kept trying to take the shortcut path through the old neighbor's yard who's got the pit bull that used to do cage fighting, okay? And he keeps trying to take that shortcut through the yard and get his ass bit. You know, sometimes you just got to take the long way around through the neighbor's yard, though. You know, just don't skip through, and then you don't get bit. So if Seattle doesn't take the shortcut and actually tries to go around the full path there, then you can get yourself back actually pretty quickly. Might you take a year of pain? Might even be a little bit of 2 years of pain, maybe. But even that's no guarantees. This is the NFL. And all it takes is a little bit of scratch, a little bit of will, and a little bit of smarts. Andrew says a $20 million cap hit for a 30-year-old player. Thanks for everything, Bobby Wagner, but business wins. Very well said. Very well said. Big Wave Dave with a $2 donation. Thank you, Big Wave Dave. You are awesome, brother. Appreciate all the donations today. Very kind of you guys. Can't believe that Pete would start over at quarterback. Dave, it's one of the things that has me, I think, at my most awe of this deal. I'm in awe that Russell leaves. I'm in awe that we've arrived here. I'm in awe that the team hasn't built around him like I've been advocating for them to build around him, specifically the offensive line. But I am in most awe of the fact that Coach Carroll, 71, 72 years old, is going to now try to start this back up from scratch somehow, some way. That's where I get to where I think they are going to make a strong play for Watson, because I kind of don't buy it. It's going to take 2 or 3 years now. And what it's going to be about 77 when we get back up on this horse and you're ready to roll? I'm with you, Dave. I just go, okay. But I can only take away from that because it's not necessarily the easy decision you'd think to make, that they must really feel that they were done with the Russell Wilson experience. They were off team 3. Appreciate the dono. Washington FistQuest with a $5 donation. Thank you, Washington FistQuest. I salute you, sir. He says, Pete doesn't know we're in a rebuild. He's going to go for it now. I bet if we offered 3 firsts, we preferred the 2 firsts and earlier seconds. It's potentially that, especially, what could factor into that too, Washington, is that we know pretty certain right now that they certainly think there's probably some limitations to Russell Wilson's game that doesn't allow for him to be eligible in their mind to make him this quarterback who should, at 35 years old, be made the highest paid quarterback in the entire NFL. We certainly can take away from that. Maybe we can take that even a step further to say they think there's some limitations to his game. Maybe we could take that even a step further to say that, hey, we've built to a lot of his strengths and minimized his deficiencies here, not only in how we've coached and trained guys, but also in how we have the type of players we brought in around him. You bring him to a whole new roster that hasn't made those same accommodations, means it's going to take you some time to do so. And so we want your next first round picks next year, because we think you're going to have a little bit of struggles in that first year. Maybe you'll get it back out the year after that, but get us into that first year, and that's we like that. We like the look of that. I could see where they would maybe do that, though I will say Washington FistQuest, they supposedly did get maybe some better offers from Washington and the Giants, to your point, being those 3 first-round picks, but then Russell Wilson nixed the trade, which he had control of doing throughout this. And I think that's also, if they were to that point, that meant they weren't scared to trade him within the NFC, which meant that they were a little more likely to go to the highest bidder as far as whoever was offering the most. Perk Chapa with a $5 donation. Thank you, Perk. I do salute you. Says, you think we should draft Malik Willis or stick to draft someone like Ahmad Sauce Gardner or someone like that? I lean towards Perk. I always usually lean to this, but if you're in what I would consider, until we get Deshaun Watson, and I know that we think Carroll's going to go for it, but until I really see us doing differently, if you're in rebuild mode, in my opinion, you're trying to get the best players. You're trying to get frontline talent. And the problems that have been spoken to as of recent by guys like Russell Wilson saying we need more superstars, or Quandre Diggs saying the talent needs to be better on the football team. We need better frontline talent. Yes, you need to get your quarterback of the future as well, but the quarterback of the future is not going to fix this whole thing all at once. There's too much that needs to be done. So if you're a team in a real rebuild state, Perk, then in my mind, you should be a team that should be picking the best player available on the board with every single selection, without exception, until maybe you get to the 5th round, and then you can start to maybe pick for need. And I don't think a lot of teams do that, but that's absolutely the pathway that you should take, because that's going to be the quicker pathway to getting you around in this rebuild, because now you're just adding the best players. And then you'll figure out refining it down the line if you happen to end up with 3 great pass rushers or 3 awesome tackles, or, because that's what people will say. Well, that's how you end up with guys sitting who are really, well, that's an asset. That's an asset that you can then offload into the future for capital in another way. That's not the worst part, especially if you're talking about building to depth by having a position stacked up because you've gone for best player available as opposed to reaching. Mindy says, I don't think Seahawks should hold on to Russell, but I think they need to get rid of Pete Carroll. Mindy, that was what I was advocating for at the start of the year, or at the end of the start of this offseason, I'm sorry. Andrew A., I'm a Hawks fan since 88. Nice, man. Nice. I'm about 83 myself. John Robinson, check out this haul I just got in PFF mock draft. Number 9, Trevon Walker. Number 41, Desmond Ridder, Breece Hall, Perrion Winfrey, Troy Anderson, Alex Pierce. I still had 4 picks left. And that's a good haul, John. I'd be happy with that haul. I'd be perfectly satisfied with that haul. Emmett21 Gaming says, PFF called Quandre Diggs overrated, by the way. Yeah, this is where we again get into that place where you don't ever go to PFF and call him the Bible, right? You don't go to PFF, though, also and call him complete trash, as you would hear people on the other side of it state. This is where you got to find that common place that makes sense when it comes to PFF as an analytical tool. And make no mistake about it, analytics are going to take hold. They're going to take more hold than the NFL. They're already showing their successes with those teams that are taking on those analytics versus those teams that have still operating from a bit of the Stone Age in their approach. Is it a little harder in football with analytics than it is with baseball and basketball, where things are a little bit easier to measure? Yes. But does it mean it's completely trash because it's imperfect? No. The reason why I believe that the Quandre Diggs PFF situation happens, and quite frankly, almost probably for just about any safety outside of a guy like Earl Thomas, who just so thoroughly popped off the tape that it was undeniable when you watched him playing center field. But because you're playing so much of your coverage in the deep half and you're dropping back into that deep half and it looks like you're not doing anything, and then catches are being allowed up in front of you, the analytic guys look at that with Quandre and they mark him down for it. But it's not Quandre's fault. He's doing assignment correct to what a free safety is supposed to have been doing in this scheme under the cover 3 principles. This may now change as we move into the future, and maybe a little bit of the reason why they're not bringing in Quandre is that they're going to be asking a different skill set of their free safety. But what they've asked their free safety to do in the past is basically drop into that deep coverage. And the analytic guy looks at that and he goes, well, there's a 15-yard post route that was given up that safety should have been coming up to make a play on. Well, the safety was actually in deep coverage. And Carroll harps on this as any coach in the entire NFL, that you will stay on top, that you will not give up that deep ball. It's his kryptonite as far as he's concerned. So I think that's what makes it harder with Quandre in order to try to assess versus other safeties who sometimes do multiple things, and they're not as much in that single high playing super deep center field kind of look like Quandre is. Miz, have 2 potential top 10 drafts in next year's draft. Have 2 potential top 10 drafts in next year's draft, but I'd rather get Watson and the cornerback from Miami and a couple of good offensive linemen just dominate the NFC next year. I'm good about you. I'm good with that. You're talking about Xavier Howard. Talking about Xavier. UE2K says, had they been serious about the Bears deal, they could have squeezed them for more because they were desperate and Russ wasn't coming off an injury. Seahawks have no foresight, more last-minute decision-making. I mean, they may have been able to get more for the Bears, but we don't know that for sure, Yui. We don't. We really don't. And it's possible. It is possible, but at the same point in time, if there weren't a lot of teams that you were negotiating with against the Bears, that's what's going to drive up the value. The Bears aren't just going to compete against them themselves if they know they're basically the only team that's potentially one that is in the market for Russ like it was last year. On top of the fact, Huey, it was not $26 million of dead money hit like it is this year. It was $38 million of dead money hit on $182 million of cap at a time when you had no time to prepare for that. So with the Russell Wilson deal this year, they had a year out to prepare for this eventuality, where last year what we're hearing is that everything was like them being sideswiped by it. No one saw this coming. So I don't disagree with you that there's a lot of, there's not a lot of foresight thinking in this front office and coaching staff. I agree with you there. But I do think with the Wilson situation is not taking the Bears deal. I don't know that they could have got, I think that there's more assets here, and I don't know that you're getting more from the Bears last year. John, speaking of Alex Pierce, just got hip to him, and I want him. He's bad. I want him bad. Jordy effing Nelson 2.0, no joke. 6'3", 200 pounds, 4.4 40. Best contested catcher I've seen in a while. great release in hands. John, I've been a hot to trot on him for a while. Some people had him at third and fourth round. I've got him nudged up at the very high second round. I might even push him up into the first round on my big board before we get to the draft. So Pierce is one of the more exciting receivers in this draft, one of the more complete receivers in this draft. Wouldn't be the least bit surprised to see somebody fall in love with him and take him actually in the first round. But Jordy Nelson is a great comparison. Absolutely a fantastic comparison. Coax Alive, we have $51 million to spend. Let's prepare this team to explode with our next quarterback and build an elite offensive line. We'll see what they do with that O-line, Go Hawks. We got a week away here from free agency, which is going to indicate a lot more about what's going to happen with this team, whether or not they're really in true go-for-it mode. For those of you who are really wondering there, it isn't really the Watson domino that needs to fall with that, though that needs to fall. That'll indicate to us which direction this team takes. It's what they're going to do in free agency. 1-year deals, 2-year deals like they've done in the past on aging free agents, or do they go for the 3 or 4 year deals on the tier 1 guys? That will tell us, that will inform us about what this team is intending to do. Mindy V, if we have Pete as a coach, then Seahawks will be stuck for a while until we find a better coach. I think, Mindy, he's on a lot more shorter leash than he's ever been. I think that leash is growing ever shorter, and with the Russell Wilson trade, it's been yanked about 1.5 feet closer. So I think he had carte blanche over the last few years to do whatever he saw fit and not be really having any feet held to the fire with Paul Allen's death. I think those days are over with now. And we're, I think, going to be arriving very soon at new ownership here. And say nothing of that, I think if the fan base gets loud enough after another bad year on the heels of moving Wilson, I mean, say it like this, Mindy, like what Wilson went to a Super Bowl this year and we're in the cellar this season. Even if they're in a year of like, well, we're just trying to rebuild, blah, blah, blah. But the way that would land with the fan base would be with such a thud, a resounding thud, that I think that could be enough blowback to get them canned next year. So I think that they're in a very precarious position with these trades, this release, some of their recent decision-making, the past season. Tom Cox, Watson is a great player, and if they get him, great. But what about the depth of this team? There's a reason why Russ wanted to leave. It doesn't solve everything, Tom, going and getting Watson if you're able to do it. There is more work to be done at that point. I would reckon to guess, though, that the team will be more in a position of going for it, squeezing in more of the contracts, being a little more aggressive in their approach as far as I know they've been aggressive previously with their future draft capital, but doing that once again as we go forward. I would expect that. And as I say, that's why I say it just takes a will. You're going to then pay the price down the road maybe a little bit by going by that stretch of things, but you can fix it. It just does take that will to do so. Charles Riley with a $5 donation says, Brando, I got to say that if Pete goes for Watson, he's a total wigga. Eminem might be there to greet Watson from the plane. Maybe so. They like their, Ron Charles, they like their reclamation projects, however they come in. And though Schneider has said he would never take on a player who has ever laid his hands on a woman, I don't know if he's ever said he would never take on a player who's taken a woman's hand and put it on him. I don't know if that one fits in the same. I don't know if it goes. I don't know. I'm not sure on that one. And I am going to make a lot of Deshaun Watson jerk jokes here as this goes on because it's all I have to make me laugh right now. So give me this, okay? Give me my dirty Deshaun Watson humor because it's all I have right now. I got nowhere else to go. Puff, what's up, Brando? Well, you called it. Russell and Bobby out. Pete and Schneider obviously have a plan. What comes next? Who's our quarterback for the 2022-2023 season? What do we do with the ninth pick in the draft? My belief right now is that we're going to go one of two ways with the quarterback position as we go into this next year. It's going to be either Watson or it's going to be probably Kirk Cousins. I don't think that the team is in a state of looking to rebuild. I think they're in a state of, we still think we can get this right and go with a couple of turns and Russell out and different quarter, right? We can get into more whether that's right or wrong and our beliefs on that, but that's what I think they are going to do with it. When it then comes to the ninth pick at that point, I do think they lean to taking the best player available on the board. If Hamilton were to fall because his combine wasn't as amazing, he would be tantalizing. If left tackle like Cross, the third best left tackle on the board, drops in this draft at that point to them at 9, I think he's interesting. Either Stingley or Sauce Gardner make a lot of sense. What's nice here is that you're in that tier 1 stage of things, Puff. So you really have your pick of about 6 guys who truly are guys that should be earmarked to be picked in the top 14 at that point. Especially when you build into it that somebody's going to reach on a guy or two inside probably that top 9. Probably. Andrew, Pete built what we expect. He gets another chance to build for me. Fair enough, Andrew. I mean, fair enough. And look, they're going to go to the prototype model now, which is maybe. We'll see. If they don't do Cousins or Deshaun Watson, then that's what they're doing. But we'll see. I mean, it's there does come a point with me on him, Andrew, where, you stop. Well, I love that you brought us a Super Bowl, and I appreciate all that. There is a place where my goodwill starts to end when you're sort of now starting to cause a lot more harm than you are good in your approach of things. I don't know if we're there quite yet with Carroll, but I do have some wonder if it's not there. Cliffick says, should we get Deshaun Watson or get Malik Willis in the draft? Cliffick, I would go probably towards Deshaun Watson. There's more certainty involved there with it, and I'm not completely sold on Willis. I think he's going to get a little overdrafted in this draft because there's such a paltry number of quarterbacks available at the high end of this draft. A lot of second, third round, fourth round quarterbacks, but not a lot of true blue first round guys. Watson, for me, would be the guy that I would lean towards. I know that people have the off the field stuff. I get where they're coming from with that, but desperate times call for desperate measures. And Watson would be my desperate measure approach. Boy Leto says we need 2 good left linebackers, cornerback, safety, and then we can chill on our offensive trades. Yeah, that sounds about right. ADL Williams says the biggest slap in the face is the 5-word goodbye tweet from Russ. He owes us a paragraph at least, but a page would be more fitting. I suppose so. I mean, for me, LDL, ADL, it's, he's not. I don't think he's been happy here for a while. And I think he's put a big smiley face on it for quite a bit of time. And, that is what it is with it. But I think he's finally got the relief of not having to put that smile on his face anymore. And he's probably done doing it. Can't blame him for that if that's the case. And as I said with Thing, it's hard for me to really throw a lot of shade at Russell Wilson in this situation. I might give him a hard time for needing to be the highest paid quarterback again now on his third big market-breaking deal. But beyond that, I can't blame him as far as he had a good attitude and was a good soldier and a great player for us and deserved the right if he wanted to go somewhere else and didn't feel that we were getting the most out of his talents. There is a understandable argument from his standpoint to make in that respect of things. Russ forced his hand and handcuffed our organization by saying his small team list. It didn't help. But then you didn't have to give him the no trade clause in the last contract negotiations either. And Seattle gave him that. So they gave up that bit of leverage at that time period. That's where you more can trace it back to. There's only 7 players in the National Football League that have a no trade clause. You didn't have to give it to them, but they did nonetheless. Yeah, Mindy, I don't think Russ is a bad guy. Did what he had to do. Dwayne G. Cortez is the greatest to wear the Hawks jersey. Ooh, I like it, Dwayne G. That's an outside-the-box one on that one. I like it. Huey says they played hardball with Russ last year. Russ complains publicly, and they leaked their asking price for Russ and didn't dedicate to rebuild offensive line. You reap what you sow. Well said. Adam Barney, Seattleites, or what are you going to do? Boom or bow? Boom, baby. We're coming back. We're going to come back in a big way. M21, so what's most likely here? And again, we will find out this Friday, but I actually have a feeling this time. I don't know if it's I like that you think he's going to be here. I hope that'd be awesome. Justin Ortiz says, Hawk, correct, but I just don't think Pete is ready to give up DK as he begins to start our offense around him. Yeah, I don't think he is either. I hope he doesn't. John says, I'm really starting to get on the Pickett train, and we completely embrace the Ram-style offense and go away from Pete ball, running and throwing deep on sidelines, and I think he is the most ready. Fair enough. I'm not a picket guy myself, but he's got his share. He's got his fair of advocates, Sean. You know, he does have a share of advocates. Remember, though, too, those small hands are most affected in wet weather, which he will be playing in maybe not a predominant amount of time, but a very good amount of the time. Christian, I'm not really upset anymore that Russ left. I'm just worried about our team now. I'm still a little upset that Russ left, but I'm also very worried about our team. Hawk, if Pete was forced to retire, Russ would have stayed. Yeah, Hawk, I agree. It's not a matter of he didn't want to be in Seattle, didn't like the Seahawks anymore, didn't like the organization anymore, didn't like the people in the building anymore. It was that this is a philosophy battle. This is a direction battle. And Pete wanted to go one way, Russell wanted to go another way, and they could not coexist there within. Chef, Russ too clutch. Hey, Brandon, hold your head up high knowing he sparked hope and embedded an incredible mentality and a standard the fans and the players will follow. Every end is a new beginning. Fly, Russ, fly. Hey, fly, Russ, fly. I agree. I'm going to get through this morning phase of it, Chef Russ. I'll get to the point where I can raise the head high again and be happy and get through this. I'm still in the 24 hours later, though, going, I find myself still in that state of mind, unfortunately. But I'm gonna fight through it here. Kevin Higginbottom, what if we had used the 2 first-rounders that we traded for Adams on O-line? Kevin Higginbottom, I made the initial foray into the waters of saying that Russell Wilson will be gone very soon and be dissatisfied if the organization continues to put so many assets onto the defensive side of the ball as opposed to putting it on the offensive side of the ball. And I did this when we picked Jordan Brooks. I said, this is like kind of a beginning of the end kind of moment here, where you know that this is something that's going to piss Russ off when he looks at it. Is it the Packers taking Jordan Love while Aaron Rodgers is still there? No, it ain't that bad. But is it still, hey, our offensive line is crap and we're going to take a linebacker, or we're going to take a middle linebacker of the future who's going to play out of position for 2 years, as opposed to just finding the safest offensive lineman in the draft at that point? Yeah. Kevin, you could have used not only that pick, you could have taken the last 2 picks of Jamal Adams and applied it there as well. Make no mistake about it as well that you would put so much draft capital into the safety position over the course of the last 4 or 5 years. 2017, you had the 3rd round pick for Delano Hill, and the 4th rounder for Tedrick Thompson, and the 2nd rounder for Marquise Blair. The 5th rounder you gave up for Quandre Diggs. And then now you give up the 2 firsts and a 3rd. So much, not even just for the defensive side of the ball, but so much for just the safety position. Again, as opposed to what if you just taken all those assets and put it to the offensive line? Would the returns have been better? Could you have found cheaper alternatives into that secondary who would have held it down like a Bradley McDougall? A couple million a year, but the line's so much better. That's what football's about how you allot the resources. They are finite. You can only put them in so many different places. So if you're going to choose to put a lot of them into that safety position, boy, you should get the returns on that if you do that. You better get the returns on that. Jason says, haha, I was wondering if you were going to put up Olsen. He was everywhere on this today. Yeah. And I know people are anti-Olsen in a lot of ways because of his play here and the amount of money we paid and all that. Again, that's valid, completely valid to be, but what he has to say is also valid. And it may sound like sour grapes to you, but to me, it just confirms more of what we've heard in the background of this situation and what has pressed this forward. Andy Anderson says 5th round, Sherman Bridges, wide receiver, Fort Valley State. Andy, he's on my list, so I'm going to be taking a look at him. He's on one of my receivers on the list now. I will take a look. Viraj says, I think Pete might address the defense and O-line and go for a quarterback in the next draft class. Viraj, I think that'd be the ideal way to go if you're not going for the veteran here. You know, that'd be the ideal way, is wait a year on the quarterback, wait till the quarterback class of 2023, which should be better than this recent quarterback class. Eric Johnson says the Hawks should redo the jerseys this year or next. End of an era and a time for a new clean look. Well said, Eric, and I agree with you. It's time to put it to bed. As I say, if you're not one of those franchises that have that one jersey look that's the only one you can rock, then why not change it up all the time? Why not keep updating it? And I could go for maybe a little less of the neon green, just a tiny bit, a little more on the accents maybe there. Aaron says, sorry for asking this again. Didn't stay for your response. Thoughts on if we get Watson for the draft haul if we got from Denver, swapped Wilson with Watson plus 3 players from Denver, which is a crazy GMing job. Yeah, I mean, as long as Watson's able to get on the football field and play, and you're not dealing with suspension aspects to him, or like, we got to wait a year to get Watson back. Yeah, to make that kind of flip and to go in that different direction, all the off-the-field stuff for a moment put in the back door, that would be a phenomenal GM job, especially understanding you had a quarterback who wanted out of town. That's also where that sort of begins with that, Aaron, on that side of it. That would be a great job, though. I agree. But they got to pull it off. They got to stick the landing, Aaron, right? Oh, somebody going weird in the chat. Well, sorry, folks. I'm going to definitely have people put in super chats. So I'm going to read their super chats. They're paying money, so I'll read. I also try to read every single comment I can in the chat. I just take a little while to do it because I'm trying to read every comment. So it does take me some time. And I'm sorry for that, but it's kind of the way this channel rolls a little bit. Zach the Potato, you guys should get Sam Howell. There's some people that like Sam Howell, Zach. I'm not as much on board with him. 6'1". I don't, his arm's okay. 1326, don't underestimate the acquisition of Fant. A good tight end can help a mediocre quarterback a lot. Agreed. Fant gets a lot of hate, it seems like, from certain people out there, but he seems like a pretty solid tight end to me. He certainly moves differently than any tight end we had on the roster last year. He is fleet of foot in a way that we haven't had at the position. I don't know the last tight end we had that was even this fast. I mean, Everett's relatively fast, but this guy's got even another gear. Eric, I wonder if Pete Carroll and John Schneider were high on Locke coming out of college. Dude needs a fresh start. I've heard that they are very high on him. Some people think that he might even be in contention to really truly start. I don't know if hopefully I'm not on board with that at this point, but he's got a big arm. He's got the traits that Carroll would certainly gravitate towards. Hey, weren't you just on player choice? Says Tony. No? I don't know what that is. Jamie, we better think about re-signing or drafting a tackle before we put these young quarterbacks out there. Agreed, Jamie. I always say before you go get your quarterback of the future, you've got to get at least some of you don't have to get all of your line figured out, but at least get some of it. Get the left tackle, get the center. Seattle's got to get the line dealt with, in my opinion, before you start looking for your next quarterback. And this is part of the reason, again, and part of why you wait the year. Not only because there's going to be better quarterbacks in next year's draft, but then you're also taking that smart approach, an approach which has found a lot of success, sometimes wild success, in recent NFL history when you don't get that particular cart before the horse. Big Pot Dragon says organization is a joke. Fire Carroll. A lot of people are on that spot of it, Big Pot. A lot of people are on that spot of it. We just need to fire Carroll, says Clivic. The man is literally making our team worse and cause Russell to leave. Well, it's not going to happen, folks. We'd like to see it, but it's not going to happen, maybe. And I was advocating for that to stop at the start of the offseason. Yeah, no racism. Roland Connor says we are the 28th best NFL team. Oof, it's tough. Eric Johnson says, who will be the new ownership? Ballmer, Bezos? Either one's got to be an equal chance. We've heard Bezos is interested in getting a football team, and Ballmer could be just waiting in the wings. The interesting part about the Seattle Seahawks sales was a little tidbit that Brock Ewer dropped on 710 a couple of weeks ago, which is that a lot of people have wondered why, if Jody Allen isn't an active owner here, why she hasn't sold the team. And the reason she hasn't sold the team, despite the fact she doesn't seem to really love football or be all that in as an owner, doing what a lot of you are hoping for, which would be to fire Carroll, and as opposed to just keeping things the way they are, is there was an agreement signed at the time of you building this new stadium here in Seattle some 20 odd years ago between Paul Allen and the city, where he could not sell the team upwards until I believe it's either 2024 or 2025. So I think that's the place in the timeline we're looking at as far as potentiality of a new ownership group coming in. But that's why Jody's not sold anything up until this point. Yeah, Flob, no politics, buddy. We don't do politics here. The nice thing about football, as I always like to say, nice thing about coming here with this football channel is that we don't talk politics here. It's the one place you get with sports, and especially this is the way I've always believed it. You get to go to sports because you get to go away from all that stuff. You get your one little enclave away from that where it's, I can just go to this one little spot that's over here where it's not like that. None of that stuff's over here. Makes it a little more enjoyable, I think. Big Pot says Drew Lock's not so bad. We'll see. He sure has that gunslinger confidence without the what is it? The old crocodile. His crocodile mouth is writing checks. His butterfly ass can't cash. Isn't that how the saying goes? I feel like he plays the quarterback position a little bit like that. Umil Pote, do Hawks fans have any faith in their general manager's drafting prowess? Not a ton of it recently, no. It's been slightly better the last couple of years, but in totality over the last 7 years, it's been a nightmare. Eric Johnson, I think it's going to be a lock and a second-round quarterback in the third. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Miz says, bring Watson to Seattle. I like it. Mariah C says it's going to be 2050 by the time the Seahawks are good again. Oh, maybe Mariah. You never know. You never know. All you need sometimes is just a nice twist of fate. Things to break your way in just the right direction at just the right time. Big Pot Dragon says, but how do the Hawks not get Patrick Surtain in the deal? I believe that the Denver Broncos probably had a list of about 5 to 6 guys that they were not willing to relinquish. Part of the deal here for the Denver Broncos is that you're bringing on Russell Wilson to be in a position to win now. Are you going to do that by offloading 2 of your 6 best football players to the Seahawks? No, you probably won't. Especially as I was speaking about at the top of the show, you're operating from a little bit of an advantage over Seattle and knowing that there's not a lot of other teams here that are going to compete for Russell's services. You're not in a bidding war. So at that point in time, there was no reason for Denver to throw on the table Javonte Williams or Patrick Surtain because they knew they had Seattle in a little bit of a bind with this. Still got some good players, some what should be some productive players here, but that's why they didn't get more. Leland, I can't stick around, but I want to say I, for one, am not unhappy about this. It's been time for a rebuild. I hope they don't F it up. I think associate head coach means change is coming. I agree with you, Leland, and I do have a bit of hopefulness in this. I'm right now getting through the mourning period, but I am in a spot of hoping that this does get turned in a little bit of a better direction with this all said and done here. But it's, what do they say? If a forest is most fertile after a forest fire? Well, yesterday felt pretty close to a forest fire, didn't it? Charles Riley, the $5 donation, says ADL Williams, it's a Niner fan. I appreciate trolls, but get lost. Something's going down in the chat. CBK, Savage, I would like Marcus Mariota. He's still somewhat young. He's tall, and he's fast, and he can throw it well. Very true, CBK. None of those things are question marks with Marcus Mariota at all, and I think he wouldn't be all that expensive. Let me throw on one more final point to add on to your good points, which is he also wouldn't cost a very rightly sum. Probably anywhere from $5 to $12, $13 million on a one-year deal if you're throwing something out around. The only question with him, of course, is a little bit of his injury situation. Aaron says, trade 9 for Kirk Cousins. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, that would be awful. That would be horrible. I know I can't do it, Aaron. I can't do it, man. The 9th overall pick for Kirk Cousins. Oof. James Watson says, if you can ask for one more thing in the Wilson trade, what would it be? If it's a player, it probably would have been, as someone said above there, it would have been probably a Patrick Surtain or Javonte Williams. Those guys would have been potentially, you could have brought him in. I don't think you could have brought Justin Simmons in, even though he would have fit him need, because that would have cost too much dead money hit to them on those two guys. But the other two guys could have been in play because they're on rookie deals, and the bonus money wouldn't have accelerated too much on Denver. If we're talking about draft picks, obviously getting another first-round pick would have been great. Mariah C says, how old is Mariota? I think he's old now. It just seems like that, Mariah. He's only about 27, 28 years old. I'm glad, Big Pot, you're with me on this. Don't trade for Cousins. Please don't. No. Michael French, Tyler Huntley. Tyler Huntley doesn't get me all that excited, Mitchell. I know he's got a lot of love out there, though. You're not the first person to bring him up as a potential. I also don't think that with Lamar Jackson's recent injury history and some of the worries about him starting to maybe wear down a little bit, that the Ravens, being a team that's going to go for it next year and try to be a contender next year, is going to want to offload an important backup quarterback. As well as I wouldn't want to give up any assets for him, even in addition to that. Miz says 49ers laughing now, but are going to be sobbing during the year when Seattle sweeps them regardless of our quarterback. I know, can you imagine? It's going to be tasty and sweet. When even though Wilson's gone, the great Niner Slayer has left, and they'll be like, okay, finally he's gone. Now we get to flourish. Now we get to see the light of day once again. And then we come through and we smash him again 2 more times. And they're like, but it was Wilson. But it was Wilson. No, it wasn't. We own you. We own you. Just going to have to deal with it. Sorry. Mike Thon says the only reason Seattle traded Russell was because the deal is already done for Watson. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. Poop Dog says, I hope Russ doesn't wear number 3 in Denver. He will. He wants number 3 to be synonymous with him. You know that's the truth. Rundaz, Watson will only come to Seattle if they let him lay on his back. with a Rundaz with a very, very small hand towel. With a very tiny, small hand towel. None of your biz is Adams was a terrible trade for what we've gotten in return. Agreed. You would have thought too they had learned their lesson about trading for a player and this misapplying him. Taking a player who does something on one team and does that very well in the role that he's being asked to play, and then go and trade for him, basically pay him all the money in the world, and then try to force him into what you want him to do, as opposed to what he did great. That's the difference between what is a good coach and a bad coach. Good coach gets the most, if not more, than a player has in his potential. A bad coach gets less. I'm not saying Coach Carroll's a bad coach, but certain little bad indicators when you look at this kind of Adams trade, or like a Jimmy Graham trade, which was similar. Luke 99 says, from the draft capital we received in the trade, what would we have to give up to acquire Watson? I believe that it's as someone else said above, I think it's probably very close to pretty much the assets that we're sitting on right now going into the next, basically Denver's assets for Wilson is probably the equivalent. Watson's value is going to be a little bit depressed for a couple of different reasons. Frankly, for a lot of the same reasons that Wilson's value was depressed and why people are bitching and moaning about us needing to have gotten more for Wilson, some of the same parameters that cause that are what's going to cause Deshaun Watson's value to be depressed when it comes to the trade suitors who are going to come calling. Number one, Houston's already tried to move him, like Seattle already sort of kind of tried to move Russell Wilson last year. Didn't work. didn't get their asking price. Their asking price was too high. So they've already been humbled a little bit here. Now you've also got Watson with the same thing Russell Wilson had, which was what? A no trade clause. A no trade clause. So he has some control about where he goes, which means some craptastic Detroit Lion team can come flying in at the last minute and offer 3 first-round picks, and Watson will sign off on that. This leads you then back over to Seattle and the offering price, and then the last thing that, of course, depresses his value, which then makes to me the value equivalent to Russell Wilson, because Wilson's about 5, 6, 7 years older than Watson. But Watson's got the off-the-field baggage. He's got the off-the-field massage table. And I think that if we put this into a formula, I think it comes out to pretty equivalent value. Yumi put, if ownership was active, then the front office would get the axe long before the Hall of Fame quarterback. Potentially, Yumel. Potentially. It would be very interesting to see what would happen if Paul Allen was still alive and making that decision. Klevik says, if we get Deshaun Watson, I just hope he could recruit players the next season. Me too. Me too. I don't know about the recruit thing, though, a little bit, but I hope so. I'm less inclined to believe the modern NFL player is really pushed too much by recruitment. There are those occasional guys, but I end up thinking at the end of the day, it's money talks. He who spends the most gets the guy. Brian O'Connor, to get Watson, do you think we could do it and keep our number 9 overall pick? I would be highly suspect if we'll be able to pull that one off. I think it's going to cost that as the bedrock of a deal that would sit at the forefront of it. Chewable, or what part of Russ's 20% of the payroll doesn't compute to not competing for championships? It's a lesson that's not ever been learned by him. Aaron Rodgers, same way, hasn't learned this lesson. I've harped on it quite a bit. I think it's a valid thing to throw shade at Russell in this respect you've been paid 2 times over, 2 major contracts over. Now you're going to want to be paying a third contract where, again, you're breaking the bank and you can't understand and you can't acknowledge and looking at your rosters that somehow this does hamstring the rosters and the way that you're able to build them up. It does. It does. And the data on this is distinct, inarguable, and he's not adjusted off of it. And it makes it understandable why there would be teams out there. I think it's more of a new model that we're moving towards in the NFL now, where teams are going to be less inclined to pay these quarterbacks these crazy salaries. Don't believe me? Go talk to Kyler Murray. Go talk to Baker Mayfield. Go talk to Lamar Jackson, who's got an MVP under his belt and still can't get paid. Teams are starting to kind of wake up to the fact maybe we shouldn't be paying the guys this amount of money. Look how long it took Dak Prescott to get his money. Maybe we shouldn't be paying this money. Maybe this isn't smart to put 20% of our salary cap on a 53-man roster with 16 guys on the practice squad. Maybe it's not smart to put 20% to simply just one player. James says, hopefully ticket sales will go down so the loud fans could come back in and make some noise. Great. That's such an underrated comment by James. Such an underrated comment by James. CenturyLink in recent years has gotten a lot more of the wine and cheese crowd coming in that just sometimes aren't as willing to be as loud as they need to be. We need to get back that spirit. This team's going to need our help. This team's going to be back on a rise now. This team's going to be young and hungry and vicious. And you know what they're going to also operate off of? Pure, raw, synergistic energy. Are we willing to do that again? Are we willing to open back up that Pandora's box of volume? Or are we going to be sitting on our hands and have a lot of people in the stadium just sitting there staring in dead silence? Because I saw that myself personally many times going to the stadium in recent years, and it made me sick. We got to come harder, folks. We are the 12th man. We're not just any old fan base. Washington Fistquest says, I'd rather go 0-17 than sign Watson. And hey, then we get the number 1 overall pick. Fair enough. As I said, even though I'm advocating for going for Watson, Washington Fistquest, this is one of those situations I'm not going to die in the trench or die on a hill of it's Watson or nothing. I can't. Where I'm going to try to. I can understand people going, I've heard the stories. I've heard the off-field stuff. I don't need to hear about whether or not he's actually taking a trial or not. I know enough to know that I don't want him, and I completely understand where you're coming from with that. Flop, have a good night. Man, I'm behind in the chat, folks. Sorry, we got a lot of people in here, so I'm a bit behind. But I try to get to everybody that I can in the comments. If I miss your comment or question, just repost it. We try to ride through these as much as we can. So, CBK Savage, that's why Tom Brady was on a good team a lot. He took a lot less to have a great team around him. It's very true, CBK. We had, not a year ago, we had two quarterbacks in the Super Bowl, and Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady, who were the only two quarterbacks in the entire NFL who took a discount, who took one red cent less than they possibly could take. It's pretty telling that those only two quarterbacks were the ones that had gotten to the Super Bowl because they had the rosters to do so, on top of being great quarterbacks. You need more than just being a great quarterback. You need to have the roster as well. Somebody's a little needy right now, folks. Sorry. James Watson trade 2023 first round, 2024 first round, and Tyler Lockett in a third for Watson. Maybe that'd be enough. Roland Connor, if they handed it to Marshawn, where would we be now? I don't think there's any guarantee that if we handed it to Marshawn that it was going to mean that we're going to win that Super Bowl. I know that this is, again, one of those narratives out there that exists that we should have run with Marshawn. I counter that claim a little bit, Roland, and the reason that I do that is based off the metrics of the season. You had, I believe there was 6 or 7 times that year where you had Marshawn Lynch in 3rd and 1 situations at the goal line and tried to run it, and he was stuffed every single time. And then on the other side of it, you would run about 7 or 8 times that year that very same pick play at the goal line and scored a touchdown on it every single time. KJ Wright talked about this recently. I mean, the players have even spoken about this, saying it's just Malcolm Butler made this amazing play. He made a play that was like christened by God, is what KJ Wright literally referenced it as in a recent interview. So I know that that's a common refrain out there that we should have run, and people love to throw in our face all the time, should have run. No, you probably shouldn't have based on the statistics. And again, understanding and well that the Patriots went to what's called a heavy formation on that play. They didn't run a light box against you there on the goal line. They brought an extra heavy big body down there to make it disadvantageous to run there with Marshawn. They were essentially showing you a formation that should have told you if you were trying to be a smart offensive coach that you should pass it there. Did I like the play? Would I have liked better a rollout in space? Yeah, sure. But there was some intelligent thinking going into it beyond, let's just say, trying to make Russell Wilson the star and not letting Marshawn be the star. There was actually they were looking at the data from the prior year and making that determination. Dean Nugget says, when Pete's 6 feet under, we're safe. Rodriguez Glez, you think Seahawks are willing to trade DK? I don't think so. But after yesterday, I don't know what the hell is going to happen. You know what I mean? Everything's in play at this point. None of your business says, I will miss the Lockett-Wilson connections going forward. They were really things of beauty. They were. You could, I think it's not a overreach to say that even beyond Baldwin, Lockett had more of a connection with Wilson than any other guy here, as far as just the way they were on the same page, had that psychic-like ability to, especially on the secondary routes when Lockett would know right when to break it off, know right to the right space to run to. He just had a feel for it, a great feel for it with Wilson. GoOxo5 says, bombing for Bryce season if no Watson. Is it bombing for Bryce or pay the price for Bryce? I'm trying to get the T-shirts right here. I got to get the T-shirt merch right here, GoHawks05. So we got to nail this. I don't know which one it is. I'm leaning towards both here. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. It says, at Trent Cybots loves Cousins. Kind of fruity, but look at his handle. That's all right. I'm sure there's some Cousins love here. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate it. Jason Tudor with a $5 donation says, here's my contribution to the background cat tower. You've got lots of space back there. I know it's time, Jason. It's time. And they need it. I know they need it. They're long overdue. So I've been looking for them with some of these shortages. I just haven't been finding the ones I want exactly, which is a little bit of the taller ones rather than the short ones that only come up a couple feet. But thank you, Jason. I will put that to the fund, and we will have a cat, if not 2 cat towers, we'll at least have 1 cat tower up here soon in the background. Very sooner than later, for sure. Charles Riley says, with a $2 donation, and then thank you, Jason. It says Jamal Adams will be there being fake tough. You saying he's legitimately a junkyard dog, Charles? He ain't legitimately like that? He ain't about that action? He ain't about that action, boss? Well, he's got the dodgy shoulders, Charles, you know? It's hard to be tough when both your shoulders are aching. Rundaz says Skeet and Pete, the Deshaun Watson and Pete Carroll story. Oh, Rundaz, I'm stealing that for my title. Skeet and Pete, the Deshaun Watson and Pete Carroll story. Macon Brazil says trade for Matt Ryan. Unfortunately, this isn't a possibility, Macon, because of the fact that the Falcons renegotiated or rejiggered Matt Ryan's contract last year at the start of the year, and in doing so, they made it damn near nigh impossible to move on from Matt Ryan in the next 2 years. I think it's like a $45 million dead money hit to move on from him this year, and they already have almost no cap space as it is. So they couldn't sustain the dead money hit and still operate outside of that. They're going to go for it, I think Atlanta is. Roland Connor says, so Russ's finger passed the physical tool? I guess so. You gotta believe the thing was probably bent a little sideways, but he got it through. He was telling the doc the whole time, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Cliffick, if we ever have to face Bryce Young, would you choose Deshaun Watson or Bryce Young? Asking this to the streaming guy. Thank you, Cliffick. If I had to choose, I would take Deshaun Watson because I know what I'm getting in him, and Bryce Young is a question mark. And I don't know where the team is at that point. I know you can build in around Watson at that point. So I'd go that direction myself. I still have some questions on Young. Herbicide says, I went to a game once in the 90s, Mariah. It was awful. You were talking Mariah. Cash App Tango says, sorry about the losses, bro. Thank you, man. The one beautiful thing about this, I'll say, the nice thing about this has been, over the last 2 days in streaming, has been how kind other teams' fans have been of coming in this channel. You guys know the kind of pain, or maybe not know, but probably have a feeling the kind of pain Seahawks fans are going through with these kind of deals and trades and the end of this era and the way it is. And also knowing on top of this, like, this ain't the first part of our bumpy road, is it? We had to watch Sherman leave town without much fanfare, the middle finger of Earl Thomas, the neck injuries of Cliff Averill and Cam Chancellor, the sudden dropping of Michael Bennett. It's been a bit of a rough road for us, you know. Just give us Hawk fans about a year to get through this kind of thing. It's a lot of trauma-based pain. Jason McEward says, I'd take Deshaun Watson anyway. Besides Hopkins, he has never had a weapon on offense. He's legitimate. And as I say, if you can just take away the off-the-field stuff and look at him as a player, he is magnificent as a quarterback. Everything you could want in the modern game. And to your point on that, hasn't had exactly a whole lot to work with and has still been awesome despite not having that whole lot to work with. Andre Dardman says, how much time do you think the rebuild will need to be able to get back to a top-tier team? I think that you can get this done in 2 years to where you could be a Super Bowl contending team. I think you can be a playoff team in a year from now. But I think if we look at the same kind of model we came in with Russell Wilson, for instance, in his first year, by the time he arrives, the team's in place. So right now is the time to put the team in place. You get your quarterback next year. He's on that rookie year, figuring things out, gets to his year 2, ready to really hit the road. You've got the cheap rookie quarterback under the rookie contract. You're not under any dead money. You've got all the money to go out there and spend. You've already started building up the team. By that year 3 point, you would really be cooking. On top of the fact the rest of this division should be feeling a lot more pain by that point. The Rams should be totally feeling the pain of now at that point Donald retiring, Ramsey being old, Stafford being ready to retire nearly at that point himself. Where are they at cap-wise? Or how many draft picks do they have? Kind of similar with the 49ers, I would think. So I'll go there. Guac says, yesterday was the end of an era, greatest in Seahawks history. Today marks the new era. It will be Watson, Willis, or Young. We will not go back. MF Hawk. I love it, man. You didn't put Cousins in there, but I'm telling you, he's a possibility, like it or not. Miz says, Watson had Will Fuller, who is a beast of a receiver. Imagine him with DK and Lockett. Ooh-wee. That would be sweet to watch. Boy, would it ever. Boy, would it ever. Agreed. Brian O'Connor says, Soldiers, Bobby and Russ. That's right, Brian. None of your business if Carroll leaves, who to replace him? Sean Payton's the guy at this point. None of your biz. I mean, that guy will just be sitting there going into next year after. That'd be the awesome guy to replace him. If not him, maybe Sean Desai from within. Brian Griffin, when I think about Locke and the possibility that he would start, I wonder what would have happened with Russell if the team were not as stacked as it were when he got here. I think Russell would have struggled. I think it took Russell a little bit of time to get to being an elite quarterback in this league. I never really bought into him ever being a game manager. The team treated him like a game manager in those early years, but he provided more to the team than just that over that time period. He did get to really superstar status there in 2016, 17, 18, 19-ish. But it probably would have stunted his growth a little bit. Maybe would have made him develop some bad habits. Would have been running for his life far too often, probably. Praying for Peyton, says Herbicide. There we go. Yeah. Roland says, do we keep Homer in Dallas? I do believe we keep Dallas, Roland. It's going to be harder with keeping Homer because he's going to be due to get a little bump in salary. And I don't think Seattle looks at Homer and says, let's pay him $2.2 million next year. Maybe they like him that much, and he's been the best third down back for us a couple of years running now. But I do have some question marks about whether or not they really see that as a feasible, as opposed to saving that money, drafting a younger guy in the draft, and just going that route. Roland says Brady to San Francisco. It's a possibility. And if Brady ends up in San Francisco this offseason, that will make maybe the trade of Russ look a little bit better because you're like, man, this division's too insane. We've got to punt on this one. We've got to proverbially punt on this one at this point. Hoxo says, do you worry that we might go into the quarterback purgatory, and how long do we give Pete and John to rebuild? How long you give to Pete and John to rebuild is really based upon the results we see going forward. I think that their rope is growing ever thinner, and I think that if you have another bad season, even that could push out change. I think new ownership could push out change. If they are getting middling results, or they can say, we got our young quarterback and we're building our team and it's a rebuild now, certainly trading Russell now has bought you probably a couple of years because you can go to ownership and you can say, okay, look, we just had to make this huge change and now to react from it's going to take us a little bit of time. But I don't think you give them more than 2 years, especially if they're not doing well. D-Nugget says if Bezos would suck, team would be in OKC in a year. I hope not. I think even though that they have an agreement that the team can't be sold till 2025, it's my understanding that the team can't be moved, period. That part of the agreement that also was in play with the new stadium, with the public providing the funds, was that the Seattle Seahawks organization cannot be moved minimum until 2040 if you're going to try to take them out of the city. GoXO5, I don't know which I'd rather see, a safety duo of Adams and Hamilton or an edge duo of Taylor and Thibodeau. I love Thibodeau, GoXO5, but Hamilton, to me, next to Hutchinson, is the cleanest prospect in this draft. And on top of being a clean prospect, a blue chip player, I'd go with Hamilton myself. But I understand if you'd be leaning towards Thibodeau. Dean Elliott says, Powell Allen, please rise from the grave. Roland Connor says, did Clowney make it through without an injury this past season? He was nicked up a little bit, but as I understand it, he played just about every game, if not nearly every game, and he had pretty much his most productive year professionally, 11 sacks. Still was really good, I think, in the run game on defense. Cleveland's problem last year was offense. James Watson says the first 2 picks go to defense. You certainly open the door to do that now, don't you? By not having Russell here, you can go, hey, we can do what we want with it. We want to go, and I've long thought that Carroll's going to go heavier on defense this offseason than some people were thinking he was going to go because they are making those schematic changes, specifically more of the 3-4 looks. Your boy Michael says, man, I wish Paul Allen would bring the patches back. I like them. I miss Paul Allen too. Clayfix says, before the Russell Wilson trade rumors blew up, there was one rumor or an idea of trading Russell Wilson to the Cowboys for Dak Prescott. This was way before Dak signed the deal. It could have been a possibility. I don't think it was really looked into very much, though. Coaxo5 says, Watson trade package, pick 40, 2023 Broncos pick, 2023 Seahawks pick, and Alton Robinson. I like it. Cliffick says, is Dak near the level of Wilson? Probably. Probably pretty close at the end of the day. I think Wilson's a little bit better. Washington Quest, I'm of the mind now Carroll is all we have. Protect the old man for at least a year. He does his best work with young players. Very well said, man. Well said. Roy Chapa says, is Tyler Lockett going to get traded? I don't tend to think so. I was as I was blindsided by a lot of items yesterday, that was one that had me just about as blindsided about as much as anything else. I don't know where the rumor came out from. Maybe Seattle's doing a little bit of trolling the waters to see if they can pick up an extra first-round pick here or an extra really high pick. The one part of this is that there's just such a tremendous amount of dead money that you have to eat by moving on from Tyler Lockett. On top of already you just ate $26 million from Russell Wilson. On top of you're eating about $4 or $5 million of dead money from Bobby Wagner. It seems like quite a bit of money, dead money to swallow down when you're in a theoretical go-for-it position. So I'm going to go ahead and lean to the side of saying Tyler Lockett ends up remaining here. Ricky Beaver says first-round pick should be quarterback or offensive line. Ricky, I don't think you stretch for a quarterback because that's a need. I think you got to go for the best player available with that first pick. We need a lot of positions. We need more blue-chip players than we need reaching for players that are needs on the team. And I don't like the quarterbacks in this draft, man. You could end up picking a guy this year in the draft, getting married to him for 2 or 3 years and realize very soon, very quickly that he is not good enough. He is not talented enough. Go Hawks 05, give me Thibodeau, Christian Harris, and Abe Lucas with our top 340 picks. Ooh, I like it. I like all those picks, man. I like all that, Go Hawk. I like all that. CBK Savage going to end up doing stupid like drafting a kicker at number 9. Gucci Young, should we draft a quarterback in this year's draft? I don't think we should, Gucci. No. If you took all 5 of the quarterbacks in last year's draft, all 5 that went in the top 15 picks, Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, Fields, Jones, all 5 of those quarterbacks would all be picked higher than all of the quarterbacks in this draft. I'm of the belief that there's probably going to be at least 3 quarterbacks in next year's draft who would all be picked higher than the quarterbacks in this current draft. So do you want to pick the lesser quarterbacks in a year because you have the need of it? Or do you wait until you're truly getting that guy? Understanding how important it is to get the right guy. Not just to get a guy, but to get the right guy. I lean to waiting a year on that. Larry Bird, Matt Ryan is a bridge quarterback to the future. Folks, I'm sorry, Larry Bird, Matt Ryan's not a possibility. Falcons have married themselves to Matt Ryan for the next 2 years. They're not going to eat $45 million to trade or release Matt Ryan right now. And on top of the fact, Atlanta can look at themselves right now and say, hey, we're potentially one of the favorites in this division because the division sucks so badly that we're in. Cameron Cullen, I became a Seahawks fan because of Russ, so I don't know what to do now. Cameron, you're not alone. You're not alone. And I've wondered where a lot of folks like you mindset might be out at today. I'm a fan of the 80s. I came into a time of Largent. I've been through a lot of different regime changes, a lot of different eras in Seahawks football. Changes is nothing kind of new for me. But I can only wonder where I would have been if we had traded Steve Largent to the San Francisco 49ers and what that would have made me feel. So I have sympathies for you, and just hope you ride it out. Remain a Seahawks fan. Understand this is the ups and downs of fandom sometimes, is watching your heroes leave. And here in Seattle, we've had to watch a lot of heroes leave. A lot of guys that we revered leave. Just in the 80s alone as I was growing up. In the 80s alone as I was growing up. The 80s to mid-90s, let's say. 15-year period. I saw Tom Chambers leave our Sonics for Phoenix. I saw Mark Langston get traded to the Expos. We got Griffey get moved. Sean Kemp and Gary Payton. The list just goes on and on and on, and it sucks. Sure would like to keep and hold on to these guys more, but it's just maybe not to be for us here in Seattle. Supercell Chaser, Seahawks will pick a quarterback with the 9th pick in the draft. We'll see. Sean B, damn, I got to be sick and deal with Seahawks stuff too, bro. Got kind of excited for rebuild, though. I'm sorry you got sick, man. Sorry you got sick. I'm a little excited for the future. It's uncertain, right? And all the potentials now exist as opposed to more of the fixed path we were on a couple of days ago. Cameron Cullen says, that's what I'm thinking. I don't know. Go to be a Broncos fan. Yumil Poot says Shelby Harris knocks down the most passes in the NFL. He's got gargantuan long arms. Even and beyond knocking down the balls, I was watching some of his tape here today. And even beyond that, when he gets his sacks, he'll sometimes go past the quarterback, and you'll see the quarterback do the move where they try to duck and kind of slide past the pass rusher using the momentum of the pass rusher against them. And that long arm will just envelop the quarterback as it's going past, and he'll pull him down for a sack. He's got a nice little technique with that, which is just unique to him, but his arms are legitimately very, very long. Cliffix says, I agree, a rebuild will probably be exciting to watch since maybe Seahawks will probably bring in Deshaun Watson. Maybe. James Watson says, no quarterback in this draft. We didn't do that in 2011 draft. Next year, we will have 2 first rounds in a heavy QB class. Exactly, James. You have a lot of ammunition next year. Not only will you have 2 first-round picks in next year's draft, you'll have 2 second-round picks in next year's draft. So you'll have the ammunition at that point to trade up in next year's draft, a deeper quarterback draft class, and probably get your pick of the litter just about. Absent it being a team at the number 1 slot that has their guy like Burrow with the Bengals a couple years ago. Eric Johnson, Carroll has a strong argument for a top 5 coach NFL all time. Let's give him a chance since we need a rebuild anyway. This could happen quickly, and I'm sure Pete is motivated to win ASAP. Top 5 coach all time, Eric. Maybe if you're bringing in the stuff that he did in USC, I guess, to a degree. Though even that's got a little bit of a tinge of taint to it when you consider the stepping outside the bounds of the rules there to accomplish a little bit of what they accomplished, supposedly. Top 5 might be a little bit high for him. I might have your Walshes and your, everything from your Walsh to your Chuck Knowles to your Tom Landry's, Lombardi. I don't think he gets into top 5, but again, too, let me just say this on this, Eric. Part of saying let's give him a chance is, many of us have trepidation for giving him that chance because we're less fixated on 2012, 13, and 14 and those seasons and those teams they built. We're less fixated on the 2011 and 2012 draft, which were smashing successes, and we're more fixed on the last 7 years, which have found us misutilizing funds, making horrific trades for players that we force fit into wrong roles, and drafting, I'm not going to say worst in the NFL, but drafting as badly as anybody else in the NFL drafts. And that's going to knock people's confidence in the coach, whether he's a top 5 coach or all-time or not at that point. And Washington Fisquest says, no politics there, Brandon. Then why do you have a former U.S. congressman's jersey behind you? Just kidding. It's a good point, Washington Fisquest. It's my subversion. It's my subversion of the conservative into your guys' hearts. Zach the Potato says, hello, darkness, my old friend. And Zach, it is good to see you again. I mean, Cameron, I don't think you're bandwagon by having a little bit of your loyalties drawn. I know where you're coming from on that right now. Always compete. I think we're going to rebuild with a rookie quarterback, build our Legion of Boom 2.0, beef up the running game, special teams, draft well, and coach them up. This is Pete and John's wheelhouse. Go Hawks. Well, this was the model they built before, right? When you had your most, by far, the best success you've had here in the last 12 years. 2012, 13, 14. How did you do it? You did it by building up basically a super team and then going and getting a quarterback on a rookie contract for that time period so you could use that money to other places to round that team out at its most, to maximize that team out in all the ways that they did. Wouldn't surprise me if that's the approach that they're now taking, and it's an approach that has worked for them, and you can't deny that. Can't deny that. Charles Riley, the $5 donation, says, who said to trade for Matt Ryan? That's worse than the Kobe Bryant fans who think he was better than Jordan and Magic. Oh, Charles is going to trigger some folks in the chat. Yeah, Charles, I ain't on the Matt Ryan train. Even if he was available, I'd be like, no. Matt Ryan needs to be in a dome stadium. You put him out in the weather elements of CenturyLink, and I don't think that he's going to flourish. Keith Flores with a $5 donation. Thank you, Keith. I appreciate you. You are awesome. Bounce down there. Keith says, for your pain, but Russ will be appreciated so much in Denver, I promise. Well, you better appreciate him, Keith. Don't break him. We gave him to you relatively unbroken. I mean, all he had was like a finger. We gave him to you pretty clean. You take care of him. You love him. You love him and you feed him. He likes to eat. He likes his mac and cheese. Take care of him. But thank you for the donation and for my pain. For it is great, Keith. It is great. Not great like awesome, of course, but great like I'm in so much pain. Chase Stern with the $5 donation says, I'm really hoping we trade for Watson, and I hope this makes you feel better. Chase, it does make me feel a little bit better, your $5 donation. I got to admit, it puts a little bit of a close to a smile on my face. I can't fully smile right now. This is as close as I can get to smiling. Hold on, I can do it. I can't do it. I'm trying to smile, man. I'm trying. Give me another 24 hours and the smile will be back. But I do appreciate your donation nonetheless, so thank you for that. Charles Riley with a $10 donation says, I'm kind of worried about Washington Fisquest's comment. He does best with young players. Reminds me of Paterno and the guy who used to shower with young boys. Maybe Russ left because Pete wanted to shower. Yeah, you never know. The story will be told someday, Charles, and we may yet learn. Russell talking. It was just after a tough game. We won. I was showering, and I had to do a lot of media sessions, so I was showering late. The rest of the guys had cleared out. They were trying to get on the road. We were going to be getting on the plane soon for the road. Coach Carroll came in. I didn't understand. He was wearing a G-string. What are you doing in the showers? And why are you wearing a G-string, Coach Carroll? He just told me to be quiet and put a finger to my lips. Oh, you never know. You never know. And hey, look, they have done their best work with the young players. I do agree with Fishquest on that one. That's been undoubtedly the best work that Carroll's done, be it in college or in the pros, is when he's had a younger roster. Youngest team to ever win a Super Bowl. Mac Pacific Northwest is at least Carson Wentz is out of discussion for our quarterback. That's true. Carson would have been bad. Carson, Trubisky, Kirk Cousins. Cousins is better than those guys, I guess, a bit, but those would have been nightmare scenarios. Supercell Chaser says we should have gotten rid of Pete Carroll. I don't disagree with you, man. If I had my say at the start of this year, off-season, I would have moved on from Carroll, and I would have gotten an offensive-minded coach, and I would have truly built up around Wilson. But that is no longer a possibility. Clivic says 9th overall for Kurt is probably a bad trade. It's an awful trade. It would be horrible. Horrible. Harris Sahabs says, can the Hawks even afford Cousins? They would have to restructure his contract. Just one more reason, not restructure. They would have to extend his contract, which is just one more reason why I don't want to bring him in. Not only are you bringing the guy in, who I don't like really that much at the quarterback position, but now you're going to have to chain yourself to him for at least the next probably 3 seasons. And Super Gel Chaser, not Trubisky, man. Not Trubisky, please no. Please, God, no. No. No, God, no. Please. Roland, I honestly don't think Russ could compete with what I saw in the last 7 postseason games. Those were off the chart great. Fair enough. White Speed says, let's go. Let's go. DK is going to the Bears. No, he's not. Nope. We're keeping him. You don't guys get him. Figure out your situation with Allen Robinson. Okay? Figure out your situation with your number 1 recruit. He sees how you're treating Allen. He sees how you're not paying Allen. Why would he want to go there? Jason McEwen says Wilson gone equals Deshaun Watson. Be interesting. None of your biz says, remember the organization signed Matt Flynn for a $19 million deal as their savior before Wilson dropped in their laps. I think it was even more than 19. It was 24. So it's even worse than that. None of your biz. And I'll say it's even worse than that. This is a team that targeted Charlie Whitehurst, targeted Tavares Jackson, very high on Andy Dalton prior to that one particular draft. So they've had some share of times where you go, do you guys know what you're looking at in the quarterback position? Do you? They have hit on Wilson on the other side of it. They were at Josh Allen's pro day. That's looking at pretty good in retrospect. They were very interested in Patrick Mahomes. At least they were at the pro day watching him, which is indicative at least that they had a decent eye in that respect. But it is a little hit or miss in this standpoint of things. Always competes as no Cousins. That would be devastating to any future. Very well said. Zach the Potato says, why didn't you take Teddy Bridgewater? We don't want Teddy Two Gloves. We're going to do better than that. Maybe not wildly better than that, but we will go at least better than that. Eric Johnson says they're not going to pay Cousins at his salary. Don't worry. I hope not, Eric, but I could see Carroll loves himself Cousins going back 10 years. And, once Carroll gets something stuck in his craw that he likes, it's hard to get it out. D Nugget says DK just tweeted Ting Da Fung. Ting Da Fung? What does that mean? Eric Quinn says, longtime Bronco fan here since 77. It's always tough to see a franchise favorite go. My condolences to the 12s. We'll take care of him. Well, that's good to hear, Eric. And I hope you do, man. And this has been a rough one for us. It's been a rough one. I will say, you guys have had some pretty good luck with your guys playing out through the course of their careers. I don't know if you have as much of even going back to 77 here, man. I don't know if you have as much a rich history of like your guys is moving on. And remember, I go back 83, so I know your guys' history pretty good. John Elway, retired as a Bronco. Rod Smith, retired as a Bronco. Steve Atwater, retired as a Bronco. Seems to me like your guys' great players stay there. You guys get to keep yours. You guys get to keep yours and you're taking ours. It's not very nice, old NFC West nemesises. Not too cool. Not too cool. I don't trust people eating emojis. Why do I? I hope Russ and Denver have the worst record in the NFL. Love Russ, but I'm a Hawks fan first. I'm with you on that, Ryan. Do I? Same. He can be good after this year, but next year just needs to be a good, nice 1-16. 1-16 would work out perfect for me. Zach the Potato says Robert Kraft did the same thing as Deshaun Watson, and he's doing fine. I do ask Zach, what is different, right? But there obviously seems to be one rule for the Lords, one rule for the plebs here as it concerns the NFL, right? Because you have a Dolphins owner who's literally paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to a coach to throw a game, and then you have another player, an Atlanta Falcons receiver who bets $1,500 on games, on parlays, and loses a year, and I don't think anything's going to happen to the Dolphins owner. Maybe they can't prove the Flores' allegations. We'll see. Herbicide, all Watson wants is a finger in the butt. He's not a criminal. Supercell Chaser, I remember that time you all thought Metcalf was better than Debo. I think Metcalf is better than Debo as a receiver. I do. No, you know what? I think Metcalf's better than Debo overall. Just because Debo runs a lot of gadget stuff and the Niners overuse him doesn't mean DK isn't better. And part of the reason there's been frustration here at times is that Russell just doesn't look at DK because he gets double teamed a lot. I couldn't help Supercell when I had this list of the top 6 receivers who are the most double teamed wide receivers in the sport. And I saw that DK was on the list, and I saw that Tyler was in that top 6. You know who I didn't see in that top 6? Deebo Samuel. Odd the rest of the league isn't doubling him if he's so much of a better threat than DK Metcalf, isn't it? S5, y'all calling Watson rapist, but he's not proven guilty. That's right. We got to let the courts play it out. Let the courts play it out. Let the courts decide this. Who are we to draw judgments without looking at the evidence? Umel Poo, trade for Jared Goff and let him reap his vengeance. Nothing is more evil or almost mean than Jared Goff vengeance. Eric Quinn says, after West days, even though we had the best offense of all time, I knew Seattle was going to beat us in Super Bowl 48. It was just karma. The way of the football gods, laughing out loud. Yeah, we got you that year. We got you at the right time, man. And I will, and it did work in our favor in that particular Super Bowl, as we caught the other end of it the very year after this, didn't we, Eric? And we got the benefit in that year of coming into that game very healthy. You came into that game not very healthy, specifically missing Von Miller, one of your most important defensive players. And I think that definitely impacted that game to a large degree. But Seattle got that karma back the next year when our whole Legion of Boom was completely decimated when we were playing the Patriots. Aaron Chavez says, what do I think about Drew Lock? I think Drew Lock is just a guy. I think Flag Sabbath was asking me on the comment section of the video earlier today a very interesting question on this, because one thing I was saying about Noah Fant is that if you took a look at Noah Fant, who we got in this trade, and his combine scores, if you put those combine scores up against these guys who just took their combine scores, the tight ends in this that are coming up in this draft, he'd have the best broad jump, he'd have the best 3-cone, the best vertical leap, the best 40 time. He was like he's like third best on the bench. So what I was trying to kind of say with that is that if Fant was in this draft, he would be the number 1 tight end. Well, you could make this argument a little bit with Drew Lock as to, if you look at Drew Lock, you look at the years of production he had there coming out of college. You look at his size as opposed to, you measure up against Sam Howell, who doesn't have the same background of production. You look at, he's 3 inches bigger than Sam Howell. You look at the combine numbers for Drew Lock, they are very good. I think he would be the 3rd quarterback in this draft. Drew Lock would be, if he was coming out. I think he would. I think he'd go up ahead of Howell and Pickett. I don't know if he'd get ahead of Willis or Ritter, but I do think he'd be on the other end. I think he'd be the 3rd guy. So I'm not really high on him, but so I know that might sound like I'm actually high on him when I'm not, because I'm not high on those quarterbacks in the back end of this draft that are in that 2nd round. I think they've got a little bit of a low ceiling to them, and I don't like to draft quarterbacks with low ceilings. But nonetheless, that's where he would be. Patriot Sports Cards says Pickett has baby hands. Patriot Sports Cards, he's got real small baby hands. And look, baby hands can be overcome. If you're in a dome, you can overcome baby hands. If, you got specialized gloves, I guess you can overcome. But if you're in wet weather, you probably can't. Why do I? At least we're not Washington and think Carson Wentz is a solid option. Yeah, how about Washington taking on Indianapolis's broken trash? I mean, they took on... They gave up way more than I would have, and Washington shows you how desperate Washington is in their situation. Drunk Squiddard, should we pick Allen Robinson and Amari Cooper and hopefully keep DK? I assume Tyler is gone. That leaves cap space to pick up a good wide receiver. Unfortunately, I don't think it does, and I don't think we do. I think the Tyler Lockett trade talk isn't really going to happen outside of us getting some crazy weird haul of a 1st round or high 2nd round pick for him, because there's so much dead money that you have to sustain by moving Tyler Lockett, because he's only gotten 1 year of the deal off the books of a 4-year deal, which means 3 years of bonus money accelerates instantaneously. I don't think Seattle's going to be able to swallow that amount of dead money on top of Bobby, on top of Russell Wilson, and on top of whatever else may come with a couple other players getting the axe here. None of your business says, what's the details of Watson's contract? It carries a pretty large base. So I think it's $35 million or so as a base contract that you'd be taking on. You have multiple years left. There's no more bonus money going forward. So it is only that. With the new contract dollars as it's going up here, with $50 million being the new going rate, technically speaking, over the next couple of years, you would have him on a lesser deal, I suppose you could say. Put that in quotations, lesser deal. It's not insane, but good. Eric Johnson says Randy Mueller was on Mitch and said the Watson price tag could actually still be higher than Wilson's. Sounds expensive. I'm not as certain on that, Eric. Like I said, I am applying a bit of my own loose logic to this situation when I say that I think that it's going to be an equal cost to what Wilson costed. Maybe it's a little bit more. But I would tend to think that it's not going to be that much more if it is. Maybe just a smidge. Yumo Poot says quarterback salaries are certainly not sustainable at the current rate. Very well said, and I agree. I think that you gotta stop doing what everybody else is doing just because everybody else is doing it. And I mean, NFL front offices, they're thinking they got to pay these guys this amount of money because they're just the next man up. Well, you're the next man up, and you're due a contract, and so you should make exactly what we paid the best quarterback in the league making. That shouldn't work that way. It should be a little bit more tiered base. But in football, it's like if you're the next man up, if you're Kirk Cousins and you're up for a contract, but you're barely a top 13, top 14 quarterback, you're going to make 5% more than Aaron did on his last contract that was signed a year ago. And that's something's definitely broken in that. And some organizations got to realize that and push back against it in the other direction of things. Zach the Potato says we could get Josh Rosen or Nathan Peterman for cheap. Well, there is that. There is that. Jason Tudor says, do you think Watson fits Waldron's offense? I do. There was a stat on the last year, and I wish I still had it readily at hand, Jason, but there was, and thank you for the $3 donation. I appreciate all your donos on the channel today. There was a stat that came out about him and his accuracy inside of, I think, 15 yards, and it was some of the best in the sport, if I'm not mistaken, in that final year that he was playing with Houston. So that fits very well into the Waldron offense then. That would be a glove-to-hand type fit at that point. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. He says, let DK go. I can't, Charles. I can't quit him. I can't quit him. He says, I hope Carroll does the shower routine with him so DK leaves to the Jets and we get the 10th pick back. Then Jamal steps into the shower. Joke's on you, Charles. Jamal's into Pete. Rook takes pawn. Thank you for the $5 donation. Barry Soy Toro with his third dono today on the stream. Thank you, Barry. So, super chatting $10. Says, what's the likelihood of trading down from 9? My gut says we will because we don't have a third. We don't have a third. I thought we do have a third. Am I off on that? We gave up the third last year, Barry. We got a third. We got a third. Yeah, the third round pick was 2021 that we gave up. That was last year. So we still have our third round pick in this draft. We still got our third round pick. And I don't tend to think, Barry, I don't think that we tend to fall that back in this draft. I think we pick at number 9. And the reason being is that if you drop back in this draft 5 or 6 spots from number 9, you will move yourself out of that clear tier 1 group. There's 13 or 14 guys that are clear top first round picks in this draft, should be pretty much reliable on them hitting, on them being at least relatively productive football players. Once you move outside of that 13, 14 realm, which you're going to do at that point if you trade back, you'll probably land even in 18, 19. The type of player, the type of upside on the player you're getting at 18 or 19 versus the player that you're getting at number 9, there is a bit of a difference there. There are more question marks on that guy that you're getting at 18 or 19, which from my standpoint leads me to believe that they're just going to sit at 9 and pick. As well as you got to remember, Barry, they've had 3 opportunities to pick in the top 15 in the last 10 years. 3 times. Schneider has talked about the frustration of always having to pick sometimes in the back of the draft. Carroll's talked about that. I think them now having the chance to pick this high in the draft like they are, outside of them moving the pick as far as via a trade, I think they do pick if they end up standing there and holding on to the pick itself. And Dead Friends Records, I just don't think we can bring Matt Ryan in. It's not going to happen. The Matt Ryan process won't happen. The Falcons married themselves to Matt Ryan last year and this year with a contract renegotiation. Go Hawks Survive says Shelby Harris has landed in Seattle. Pro Bowl season upcoming. Love it. MAGA Donald Trump says Wentz is better than Locke. I agree with you probably there, but I also don't think that Locke is going to be the guy we're really running with when it's all said and done. Megan Gock-Roger says, can you please explain why baby hands are such a problem, B? Absolutely. When you have a football and you've got hands that are a certain small size, that means that it's going to be a little bit hard to get a grip on that football. This can be impacted in cold weather and windy weather. And if you can't get a good grip on the football, it's going to affect your release coming out of your hand. And so this is not necessarily a death knell in itself, Megan. You can have smaller hand guys that can still flourish in other areas, but I would probably offer to you that those areas should be warm weather areas. Those areas should be indoor stadium areas where there's less of them dealing outdoors. You certainly wouldn't want to take that type of guy and put him in a situation where rather than playing a small amount of his games out in that type of inclement weather that has the rain coming down that will be affected most by those small hands, you would probably want to have that mitigated a little bit. So that's what crosses him off the list for me, Megan. But there's not a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL with under 9-inch hands starting in the NFL. There's a couple, but there's not a lot of them. And it's something that's been a little overstated to a tiny degree through this process in regards to Pickett, but it's also completely valid, especially when you happen to operate as an organization like we do in the city of Seattle, where we have a lot of football games where it's going to be windy and wet. You got to have a guy that's got there can grip it and rip it. Jason Tudor, this place is going to need mods pronto if some of you can't behave. People going crazy. I got to get some more mods. John Samuel Ohanas, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Herbicide says, hey, I'm tired. You started late. Catch you later. Yeah, sorry I started a little late tonight, Megan. I appreciate you hanging in there. To get a little late going today. Luke 99 says, wasn't a G-string, it was a jock strap backwards. Oh, God. Quest 49, Rams are going to be the front runners for a bit, then us Hawks will get there. I think Hawks going for Watson. Love it, Quest. I agree on that. None of your biz. This is what becomes of YouTube Seahawks sites. The new lose out two of the best players ever. Enough with the sexual assault jokes. Not okay. Okay. Let me have at least my jokes on something, man. Can I laugh about something a little bit? Okay, Megan says, can you explain what the deal is with Trubisky and why everyone seems to love him for the Hawks? Hard for me to say on that, Megan. He's getting a lot of love throughout the various spectrums of the NFL channels and talking him up, and Buffalo talked him up in his presence there. A lot of people really like his game, and they feel like he somehow has sort of mind melded with Josh Allen and his game to sort of grow and expand his stuff. I don't know if I believe that as much, but there's not a lot of quarterbacks remaining on the board, so some of this is just through a lack of there being options there. They're putting him there to us. Quest 99 says, I'm telling you, Watson's coming to town. I love it, Quest 49. I hope you're right, man. I'm stoked to hear that. I'd love to see it. Megan says, large in jerseys for free agency in the draft B. What say you, good sir? I say yes, Megan. We need everything that we need to put all the oars into the water. All the oars need to get through the boat into the water here on this one. Michael says, thought bringing in Marcus Mariota on a cheap one-year deal. Then next year we could reevaluate the quarterback position and decide a plan. I love it, Michael. It operates then more from a tactical standpoint when it comes to the quarterback position because you're thinking about what you're going to do rather than just saying, well, we need a guy, so let's go get a guy. Well, we desperately need a guy. No, let's wait for the right guy, grab the right guy. Yomel Poot says, Teddy was statistically the best quarterback Denver has had since Manning. That's true, but it's not exactly a long, distinguished list, is it? Charles Riley, they got to be young for Pete to really get them to understand his teachings. I guess so. None of your biz. Hawks can always sign Russell Wilson's backup in college, Mike Glennon. Well, there was always that. There's always that. Quest 49, I think lock is just to start until Watson is allowed to play. Makes sense. Makes sense. That make a lot of sense, man. Works for me. Michael says, problem with Watson is the Seahawks don't have a good enough team to win anything. Well, don't forget, Michael, you could bring him in. You still have a lot of cap space to work with here. You could still bring on some other players at that point. Hell, you could at that point even renegotiate with Watson on a contract if they really wanted to, if they really sold on him, to lower down that first-year cap hit of his if they wanted. Ricky Beaver says, or trade with the Broncos gave for Kyler Murray. Yeah, you're not going to see an interdivision trading. That's kind of a book of a no-no. Doesn't happen. It just won't happen. Atheist 4 because is at least you guys will have one of the funnest drafts of any fan base. That's true, but the cost, Atheist. It's like that scene with Thanos. What was the cost? Everything. Everything. James Black says, sucks that Champ Bailey retired before he got a ring. One of my favorite players ever. Yeah, he was legit awesome. His highlights are still fun to go back and watch. John says, so we don't know if DK is really good at jump balls because Russ doesn't throw a good fade or jump ball. It's always a bullet where he overthrows and DK tries to one hand and defenders too far. Agreed, John. That does still remain a question to DK's game. It is. And sometimes he just missed times jumps too. It's weird. Barry Sotoros with a $10 donation says, oops, draft tech trade value chart has Denver at 72. With the second round pick? Not with their second round pick, but yeah, I know, Barry, they definitely have the extra third round pick, but remember that's for the Von Miller trade. So that's maybe what's throwing you off a little bit. But we do have our third round in this draft, for sure. But thank you for the donation, man. Herman the Garrett with a $5 donation. Thank you, Herman. I appreciate you, brother. I salute you. So does that mean Pete and John are on the hot seat? There's no one else to blame now that Russ is gone, right? Well, you do start to run out of patsies, don't you, Herman? You said last year with Schottenheimer. We can't get on the same page here, so he went. And then you let go of Norton. So no, it's Norton. We got to get a new defense. And while at the same time you're going, well, no, we got to get Wilson out too. And there's rumors with maybe they think Wilson's part of the problem. Maybe Wilson's part of the problem. I don't agree with that, but I think that's what's been a little the scuttlebutt in the background. Well, who's left now, right, Herman? Who's left at this point if it goes to crap? If it ain't looking good, if it's looking similar to looked at times last year where it was completely broken and Coach Carroll didn't have any answers, which he himself told you last year in one of the press conferences, I'm doing everything I know what to do. I don't have any other answers. I don't know what else to do. Boy, is that something you want to hear a coach say, isn't it? I don't know what else to do. I don't have any answers. So, yeah, I'd hope they are on the hot seat now, Herman. I hope it's more than just gently warm. I hope it's red hot. I hope it's very close to we seeing live flames coming up off of it. I don't think we're to that point yet, but we will arrive at that point sooner than later if we're going to get more of the same, more of what we've seen recently, especially on the heels of trading away a guy like Russell Wilson, who is so revered in the fan base and who so many are hating hearing him being moved. Hootie Jew with the $5 donation. Another one, Hootie. Thank you, buddy. You're awesome. Says, hey, I'm back. Make a deal with you. How about y'all get rid of Pete and we can trade y'all Sean for DK, Lockett, Adams, and 1 first and a second. It's kind of tantalizing, folks. That's kind of tantalizing, an option there. I can't do it just because I can't take the dead money hit of Lockett. You're gonna have to throw in an extra first round pick if I got to take the dead money hit of Lockett and Adams in on that. So I want 2 1s. But then I probably would do it because Hootie, you don't have a quarterback at that point. So you guys aren't going to be very good for the next couple of years, and those are going to be some high selections. I love it, Hootie. I love it. Good trade proposition there. Nice outside the box. James McEward, all these Bronco fans who want to be foolish tonight. You haven't even won a first game yet. Shh. Chiefs are the team to beat. Plus, you got a tough schedule coming up. Good luck. Yeah, I think Broncos should feel good about this Russell Wilson addition, but do not think he's the savior and do not think he's the perfect quarterback. I know for many Bronco fans, their understanding of who Russell Wilson is as a quarterback has just been watching the highlights and the moon balls and all the pretty, all the eye-popping plays that are like, wow, this guy's like one of the best ever. But it's all the plays in between you got to pay attention with him as well. It's the consistency in between those big plays that you might want to also be watching and paying attention to. But nonetheless, you got a right to be excited. Rundaw says Charlie Whitehurst equals clipboard Jesus. That was his nickname. Ricky Beavers, Broncos will be playoff bound. I'm predicting Broncos to lose in the second round or conference championship. We'll see. We'll see. As someone has said above, you got a tough road ahead of you to get there. There's no golden pathway, no yellow brick road. Eric Johnson, I remember when JS was hired, I did an interview where he talked about bringing the Green Bay philosophy of drafting a quarterback late every year or two, so you're never stuck with a success. You're never stuck without a successor. What happened to that? I don't know, because they didn't implement it really at any time, did they, Eric? I mean, drafting a quarterback has been something that's like once every 3 years they kind of do, and it's always a sixth or seventh one kind of that, they're not really, who'll barely make the roster. So he's been not consistent in that approach for a very long period of time. It can be a decently smart approach, but the other thing with that, I think, Eric, is that I think it was easier to find those diamonds in the rough and coach them up back in the old days of Green Bay doing that, back when it was Mark Brunell and Ty Detmer and Matt Hasselbeck and that sort of folks coming through there. Whereas now I think that they've gotten better about the evaluation process of quarterbacks, and there's just less of those guys you see drafted in the fifth round onwards who really give you anything, or even the fourth round on. Who's the last, fourth round quarterback who's been anything of note in the NFL? And maybe there's been one, but has there been two, three? Teams are just getting better, I think, in their evaluation process. Emmett21 says DK is better than Debo overall. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Niner by nature says Debo runs better routes. DK can't do what Debo can. Enough said. I don't know that I need to see some proof backing up Debo runs better routes. Show me the proof of that. And again, too, on this Niner by nature, here's the thing with this. Here's the little thing with this. DK Metcalf has Tyler Lockett on the other side of him. And he's still drawing nearly the highest double team rate in the entire NFL. And he's got a guy who should be pulling coverage away from him, but not. If Debo's so awesome and amazing, why isn't he being double teamed at the same rate? It's not like past George Kittle, you have a threat opposite that's anywhere near like Tyler Lockett. So is it the other teams are overvaluing DK too? Brian Gallegos, do you think we're going to get Deshaun Watson? What's going to happen? I don't know if we're going to get him. I don't have a feeling on this one way or another. I think we're in on it. I think we're interested. Does that make us the favorite to land him? I don't think it does necessarily. I don't think there'll be a lot of competition for his services. I think it'll be a select few teams. But we've got the ammunition to go get him, and it seems like we've got potentially the will to go get him, and that's all it takes. Ricky Beavers, DK is athletic, but he's run a lot better routes to me in the last year. That's been the part of his game that I think has gotten better since he walked in the door. I'd give you that they might have been a little rough to begin with out the gate with him to start his career here, but he's been better and better every year that he's come back in his route running. And last year, I thought he was pretty close to being upper level with that. So I don't know that I would go along with that he looks stiff necessarily in his route running. And maybe it's not as smooth as others, but he's also a bigger guy. Bigger guys aren't going to look as smooth as the smaller guys are in that respect. Brian Anthony says, I'm sure you answered this already, but who do you think we go at 9 or just trade down per usual? Brian, I don't think we trade down. I don't believe that. I think we do go for probably the best player available on the board, which probably means the third best tackle in this draft, like a Charles Cross type. Or if Kyle Hamilton falls due to his combine scores, or a Kyle Thibodeau, who is likely to fall. Those would be the top guys on my list that they look at. Obviously, either Derek Stingley or Sauce Gardner would also be two guys that would draw some very high interest from the team, I would think. So those would be around the range, but I think they would just go for the best guy available on the board. I think they would lean in that direction of things. Yeah. Robinson was franchised. Interesting. Chris Evan, we got Russell Wilson, go Broncos. About time we got a major upgrade. Congratulations, man. John, good news on Locke is that there are a few mechanical tweaks that if they can make his game better, but I don't think he has a great feel for the game. Succinct way to put it, and I tend to agree with that. A lot of happy Bronco fans here. It's good to hear. You guys should be happy. John says, I would think with the PR nightmare and possible suspension looming after the draft, Watson's price should be down and maybe less than Russ, especially if he only wants to come here. I mean, that's where I was sort of leaning or thinking this is where this is at, John. I don't know how it could be more than Russ considering some of those circumstances involved. Quest says, I'm telling you, number 1 and 2 to Texans for Watson. I like it, man. I like it. Mods, feel free to kick out spammers. If we got any mods in here, feel free to knock them out. If not, I'll get a couple of new mods in here right now. We'll take these guys down. No more mod. Please don't spam, guys. I try to go through all the comments, and when you spam, you make it harder for me to get into all the comments, and it doesn't make any sense to do so. Runs says, I'm confident Pete Company would massage the greatness out of Watson. Potential. Eric Johnson says, sure seems like a good year to move up from number 9 and get a franchise left tackle. I don't know if you have to move up because I think that there'll be 2 guys taken at the top. I think all 3 guys are kind of rated along similarly where they all have a lot of upside to their games. A few questions on all of them, I think, to a small degree. But you could land with the 3rd one and him being very close to the first one, which wouldn't necessitate you having to trade up at that point. Yeah, your boy Michael, feel free to hit anybody out with who goes politics stuff here. If they're going too hard with the politics, especially spamming it, feel free to send them on their way. Send them on their way. We're not doing politics here. It's a football channel, folks. Football. We're here to have some football. Talk some football. Gary Simmons says, what are the odds you'd give the Seahawks picking a quarterback with the 9th pick? I think it's actually kind of low. I'm going 30%, Gary. I don't think they will. Elena McCollum, Russ is already plugging a 5-part documentary about adapting to the altitude in Denver. Vegas is awesome. We'll get that organized, B. I really need a couple of larger jerseys so I can rotate them. Nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We'll make it happen. Flag Sabbath, will Lewis or the kid out of UCLA? What's up, Jeff? Good to see you on in here, bud. Scarecrow Scene. Denver fan here. Don't just write Locke off. He's got some talent, and he's had flashes of excellence here and there. He failed because we didn't coach him right. I think Seattle will be good. I'm hopeful on that, Scarecrow. I'm glad. Thank you for the input. Coming from where you guys are, you have a perspective I don't on it. And I definitely haven't watched a ton of Drew Lock tape. You know, one does not sit down to watch a lot of Drew Lock tape. One is forced to watch Drew Lock. And so I will be checking more of him out. He does have a big live arm. You can't teach arm strength. You can't teach the ability to make all the pro throws that you need to be made. He's got relatively decent mobility, good size. There is some stuff to work with there. I think it's just tough for a Scarecrow coming off of Russell Wilson going to Drew Lock, as every much as it excites you going from Drew Lock to Russell Wilson. Orlando Colm says, but Russ had big hands and he played bad in cold weather. Yeah, it's not a guarantee that just because you have big hands, you're going to play better in the colder weather, but it is going to help you, especially when you're talking about taking contact and getting jostled about, tomahawk chops ripping down your arms. Having the bigger hands is going to allow you to hold that ball a little better from that standpoint on top of throwing it. But it's no guarantee that just because you have 10-inch hands and you're playing in wet, that some guys are just thrown off playing in wet weather. And Russell was a little bit like that, I think. Charles with a super chat of $5 says Watson might be a future Seattle quarterback. He's used to showering with men of all ages. Pete will welcome the experience. He will grow within it. Will he, Charles? Grow within the experience. Barry Sotoro with a $10 donation. Man, thank you, Barry. Very kind of all of you on the chat today. Man, so many donations. B, how many years in a row have we done Washington football, WTF, when the Hawks make their first pick of the draft? Can we really expect this year to be any different at number 9? Well, let me give you a little bit of hope here, Barry. Let me give you a hope, because you're completely right on the front end of your statement. You look at the last first picks of the draft, the last few ones going back quite a bit of time. Jordan Brooks, LJ Collier, Malik McDowell, Jermaine Ifedi. It's not a long and distinguished list recently of these first picks off the board. It's been bad. It's been bad. It's been bad. But I will counter with this, Barry. If you look at where Seattle's picked when they've picked in the top 15, and they've done it 3 times in 10 years, and number 9, of course, is in the top 15. The 3 times you've picked in that area of things, Russell Okung, home run. Earl Thomas, second deck home run. Bruce Irvin, at the very least, a moderate double to triple. So when they've picked high, when it's been one of those guys in that true tier 1 group, they've been able to locate, target that guy that fits into that first tier 1, get him and have him come in and be productive. I think they will do the same this year with that 9th pick. Now, Barry, the 2 second-round picks, the rest of the draft, yeah, I'm a little worried by those. I certainly don't share the same kind of confidence on those ones. But because they're 9, because they're high enough in this tier 1 group where they're picking, that gives me a little bit more confidence that they can pull this one off and still do it okay. GoOxo5, just watched the Bobby tribute video for what probably is the 40th time. I'm about to cry. You're not crying, I'm crying. I'm crying, I'm not crying, you're crying. I know, man. I was getting a little bit more, as I was thinking about all this stuff today, it was starting to hit me a little bit harder in general. Just starting to, like, the whole thing kind of come into the reality of it. John Samuel Ohanes, who do you think our starting running back will be? Our starting running back will be John. Well, shoot, they seem to be pretty much riding still with Chris Carson. They seem to feel like Chris Carson's going to be able to come back. So I guess I'll go Chris Carson at this point. HB says, speaking of Thanos, what do you think of Jordan Davis? One of the bigger boom-bust situations in the first round that exists. There's a lot of safe players in that first round that even if you don't look at them and project them as being stars, like let's say maybe a Devin Lloyd, you still know they're going to be good players. You have a downside with Jordan Davis where he is a rotational, run-stuffing only defensive tackle. And if you end up being the team to take that guy where he'll probably be taken, which is 2021, that's not going to be looked back fondly by the fan base or anybody else grabbing a guy like that. He has a lot of potential. He obviously is freakish beyond all realms as far as for a guy that size to move and be as athletic as he is. You just don't find these type of guys. But he doesn't have really any kind of refinement to his game. He is a little bit like Falele on the other side of the ball, where they're just these big, huge molds of clay that you can mold them however you want, but you better count on having to do a lot of work with them. I'd love his upside. I do. I sure wouldn't like taking that kind of risk at number 21. Sure would like to be taking a guy like that, and in that spectrum of what you're getting, more in the second round, in my opinion. Buddy Hill III says the Broncos still have multiple picks in the top 150 even after the trade. They do indeed. Kali Tangerine says, what's more likely to happen first? Pete willingly retires or he is fired? I think he will retire to save face, even if he was in a position of being, you're going to be fired. Then he'd say, I'll just retire and let's call it that. So I think, we might be getting to semantics on that, Callie, a little bit, but probably would be pushed to the point of being where they would want him fired. I don't think he would do it to where he would recognize himself that he's become a step slow in his coaching game. He's not what he once was. It's the best days have passed, whatever you want to use as far as your metaphor for the situation. I don't think he would come to that realization because I've seen no indication or evidence that he has so far. And there's been, I shouldn't say that. He's recognized it, but he's just recognized that I just need to make some changes within myself. It's not the fact that maybe my coaching prime has passed me. Eric Johnson says Schottenheimer was my favorite offensive coordinator of the Carroll era by far. I don't know if I share the same spot of it with you on that one, Eric. I tend to lean into the fact that I think Schottenheimer still had a lot of what he was doing was running out of a philosophy from his father in the way that he approached the offensive side of the ball. We also heard reports of the fact that he inherited 70% of his playbook coming into Seattle. So he basically came here as a yes man and agreed to do that. I don't think any offensive coordinator should agree to do that. You've got your playbook. It's your playbook. You've molded it. It's yours. Why would you let anybody else ever change it? I didn't see a lot of difference-making capacities to Schottenheimer's game as an offensive coordinator, nor did I see him really take much of Wilson's game to another level. Maybe a moderate amount, maybe a smidge, but certainly not the leap that Wilson needed. Certainly not the postgraduate doctorate work we needed Schottenheimer to bear out. Elena says, so Broncos O-line better be badass or Russell will still run around and get sacked. He will do that, that's for sure. Your boy Michael, did Pete shower with a player? No, we're just joking around. We're playing. Eric Johnson says, if we could turn DK and lock it into first, 2 seconds, and a third, you got to do it. Rebuild the offensive line and defensive line. It's hard for me on the DK. You can talk me into Lockett, Eric. If you're getting back the value for what you're going to have to eat as far as dead money hit, then sure, I can sign up for that. He's not a fit for this new scheme and Waldron scheme specifically. DK, on the other hand, I think you've got so few assets going forward that you could say this is part of our base, this is part of our foundation. DK is one of those guys. That doesn't put me in a position to want to move off of him. Bobby the Hill III says Russell Wilson is the most consistent quarterback behind Aaron Rodgers in pass completion. I know this, and I'm a Denver fan. In pass completion? That's kind of an odd stat, but okay. Be free. You think Denver will be picking in the top 10 next year? Dream on, bro. Easy playoff team. Y'all Hawk fans are salty they got Russ, and you're all about to rebuild. Well, I don't disagree with the second part of your phrase on that, be free. And look, I'm not saying that there isn't a chance you guys aren't competing, / there isn't even a chance you guys couldn't turn your team into a Super Bowl contending team next year. That is a possibility. But to say it goes without saying that just because you add Russell Wilson, when you haven't been to the playoffs in 6 years, when you went 1-5 in your own division last season, when your schedule is going to be harder this year than it was last year, You can't stand up on the top of the table and tell me that it goes without saying that the Denver Broncos are going to be great next year. What was your signature wins last year? In a year you went 7-10 and were in the bottom of the division. Was it the Giants win? Was it the Jaguars win? Was it the Jets win? Oh, no, I know it was the Washington win. No, wait. It wasn't the Washington win. It was the Lions win, right? That was your guys' keynote win last year, right? Like, you're in the now probably Bobby the Hill the third, and some of the other Bronco fans in here. I hope you guys are the best, but let's not change the reality of the situation here, which is that you guys are now playing in the toughest division in football. You were a last place team last year. You've not been to the playoffs in 6 years. You are in also the toughest conference in football by far right now in the AFC. The pathway and the road to your success next year is not a fixed. Not at all. Tackman Clan Killer says, would you buy Wilson's Denver jersey? No. Hell no. Ken Fashion Journey says, DK Metcalf is different from Debo. He is. They're just two completely different players. As Niner Sickness says, different. I like Debo, by the way, Niner Sickness. I'm not anti-Debo by any measure. I think he's awesome. He is awesome. I gotta stand up for my guy DK, you know. Joaquim Aguilar says, what do we do with our 60 million now? I don't have the first knowledge of what we're going to do at this point. Joaquim, I mean, you could go any different direction you want here. You could spend some of it and roll some of it into next year if you're looking to go for it a year from now when you're looking to actually target that rookie quarterback. You could spend it all on 1 and 2 year deals like they have previously, or they could go all in on winning and give out 3 and 4 year contracts where they're just squeezing as many contracts and spreading the bonus money out as far as they can. I really don't have a real read on the situation right now. Only a week out from free agency on the heels of this Russell Wilson trade and this Bobby Wagner release. Megan says, why go for the best player available when we have needs that need to be fixed? Because when you end up reaching for a player of need rather than the best player available, you end up sort of talking yourself, Megan, a lot of times in that case, into grabbing a guy who's really not as good as you're needing the player to be. So just getting a guy who's a body who's going to come in and play league average at a position versus finding a guy that you're bringing in who's a difference maker at another position, to me, it's smarter to go find the difference maker as opposed to finding the guy who might not have that in his bag because he's a guy that's a need for the team. It's hard to find the guy that's the need for the team, but also the best player available, right, Megan? You know, it's kind of my thing with it. So you are taking a little bit of a lesser cost at that point to go for that reach. And if you fill a whole draft of going for reaches, not only are you sort of operating from an angle of low expectations and what you expect to get out of your draft, but you've also probably passed on a good box of players that really could have in totality significantly upgraded the team. Tackman says if Eskridge doesn't pan out, the curse of Creed Humphrey continues. Yes, it does. Brand new says Niner fans coming out of hibernation, laughing out loud. Oh, man. JD says if Jermaine Johnson or Kayvon Thibodeau are available at number 9, who do you take? I've got Thibodeau higher. I've got some people are saying Jermaine Johnson plays really well against the run. He flashes against the run, but I've got some questions about how much he really wants to play against the run. Now, Thibodeau's not that much better, but I think Thibodeau's a little bit twitchier, a little more of the freakish elements of his game that I don't think I get with Jermaine, who I think should be picked more in the teens. Ricky Beaver says if Browns don't make a good offer to Jarvis Landry, we should go after him. I think it's a number. I think his numbers suffered because of Baker Mayfield. OBJ's numbers got way better after leaving Cleveland. I'd be open to Jarvis Landry. I like him a lot as a player. He's a fun receiver to watch. Really great after the catch. Awesome hands. It's going to cost a goodly sum. He's going to want a new contract if you're bringing him in. And then how does that affect DK Metcalf? I don't know if you can afford to pay 3 receivers top of the market money at the same time. But if they can figure out and find a way, I'm open to it. Second one's Kenny Pickett. Give me Penny. Quest says Debo had Jimmy, DK had Russ, who was more successful. But see, it goes into more stuff than that to me. It's more than just, okay, Debo's got Jimmy, but Russ has got DK's got Russ. And so, well, then Russ has got some limitations to his stuff too, though. So it's like, Russ has been a pretty good match for him, but Russ has at times also forgotten that he's had DK on the roster. Some of Debo's success is a little bit of the manufactured touches he gets, whereas DK sometimes gets ignored because he's getting double teamed right and left. There's times he even gets open off the double teams. I don't know, though. It's always hard when we make these kind of debates because at the end of the day, we're really parsing between 2 of the better wide receivers in the entire sport. And it's just going to be tough when you're talking about really trying to separate those guys. Oh, goodness. On-field music went crazy in the chat, huh? Jamal Gully, I think the Seahawks' best bet is to draft a quarterback next year and start Drew Lock. As much as I don't want to, I think it must be done. Just take the pain now, Jamal. Take that pain now and deal with it and then get through it. I like it. I'm okay with it. I'm good with waiting a year. I think that's a smart way to go is wait a year, get one of those top dogs in next year's draft. I think they're going to be more of the difference makers at the position. Sean Hines says, would you grab anyone from Georgia's defensive line? I like Devontae Wyatt. I wouldn't take Devontae Wyatt unless I traded back in the draft into the teens. I don't want to take the 3 tech at number 9 overall, but Wyatt is awesome. Jordan Davis, I'd have a hard time swallowing that one in the first round. I just do with the questions I have about his ability to be consistently out there on the field and his ability to give you some kind of pass rush, which if I'm taking a defensive tackle in the first round, I kind of need him to give me some pass rush in addition to being a run stopper. Charles Riley says, is showering with the team politics? No, it's not. It's just fun to it's just hilarious. Rachel Williams says, as a Jets fan, thank you for those draft picks. Rachel, you're welcome. Enjoy them. Don't mess them up. Don't mess them up. Don't you dare. Chad, am I the only Hawks fan that likes the Wilson is leaving? We needed a rebuild. No, there's been some of those fans, Chad. There's a few people, not just a few people. There's been a lot of people in the chat that were ready for this to happen. That they had been exhausted by the Wilson watch of the last year, and they were ready for something new. I think I would be a lot more with you on the excitement of the rebuild if I had a little more faith in the parties at hand who are going to be running this rebuild. And I have big-time question marks about Schneider and Carroll's ability to spend money right and draft right and find our next quarterback of the future. But outside of that, I'm super stoked. Flag Sabbath says the Bryce Young talk is dumb. You don't like the pay the price for Flag Sabbath. You don't like my pay the price for Bryce t-shirts that I'm gonna have made. I shouldn't have those made. Have a good night, Megan. It's good to see you on here. Romanowski says Seahawks came up getting draft picks. Yeah. Brand new says Debo got bodied by Nick Scott. Laughing out loud. Quest 49 says Seahawks won that trade. Brent Denver fans. Ooh. I love it. Niner giving us some love on the trade. I love it. Joaquin Aguilar, if we don't get Watson or Winston or stay with Locke. Yeah, I'd rather do that than go for Kirk Cousins. I'll tell you that. Tagman Clan Killer, which free agent should Seattle overspend on? Teron Armstead. That would be probably the one that makes the most sense. He'd be a big upgrade over what you'd have by bringing back Dwayne Brown as it sits right now. That'd be the guy that I'd probably go after. But I don't know if you're in a position at this point to really spend big like that where you're at as far as this potential rebuild stands. But if you bring in Watson, then Teron makes a lot of sense. Yemo Put says, watch Broncos Texans 2009 and Broncos Panthers 2020 tape for good lock tape. Yeah, Mel, great suggestion. I will go back and take a look at that. I got the NFL replay, so I can take a peek at those old games, and I'll check it out. Emmett Gaming says we need to go with Watson, Willis, or Winston. That's the way. Just not Winston. I'm okay with Watson and Willis. I'm okay with 2 of those W's. I'm not okay with the third W. Jameis Winston is weird. Brand news is Niner sickness. You dedicate your hold on. Megan says, B, before I go to bed, do you think this trade was the reason why the front office sat on the cap space they did? 100%, Megan. 100%. You were going to eat $16 million of Russell Wilson's dead money. You were going to have Bobby Wagner's dead money come off the books. I think there's going to be some additional releases here that they were aware they were going to make at this time. That meant that you needed to create some more space off of last year's cap. And I certainly think the intention was by sitting on $11 million of cap space that Seattle was looking forward to this offseason. Alpine Blue says, Russell came back. Russell, come back. Any kind of fool could see. Russell, come back. Any kind of fool could see. There was something in everything about you. Russell, come back. Yeah. You can blame it all on Pete. 'Cause we were wrong. And we just can't live without you. It's as good as I got, Alpine. As good as I got 3.5 hours in the stream, so the pipes aren't clean right now. The pipes aren't clean. Elena McCollum, Russ overthrew a lot here without the altitude. He is going to suck in Denver. Ooh. Yeah, he might sail a few in that thin air, Elena. He might sail a few. Luke 99, all you need to do is watch Dave Craig to realize how important large hands are. Yeah, another baby hand guy. What do you have, Luke 99? Probably like 7-inch hands. But he retired. You know, Dave Craig set the record in Seattle here for fumbles when he retired. He just could not hold on to the ball whenever he got jostled. And it makes a difference. And that guy was playing in a dome. Emmett 21 says Deshaun Watson would obviously be the best quarterback in the NFC West. Obviously. He would. JD, if I had to pick between Jermaine Johnson and Thibodeau, I'm taking Thibs. I'm a Thib man. I'm a Thib man. Jeff Ryan's flag. I'd mod if added. Jeff Ryan's. I'll add you on mod as a mod man. I'll add you on. I think I got to do it weirdly. It's like sometimes odd, but I'll add you in there. I need to get some more mods. We're getting bigger. Channel's expanding. We gotta get more mods in here. If I can. No users found. I got to do it on the live thing. It's hard. They don't make it easy. But thank you for mods, staying on top of it. Keeping you busy tonight, I know. Keeping you busy tonight. Attackman says, would Russell have a career year under Hackett's system? I don't know. It's the same West Coast offense system we're running right now, and he didn't have a career year in it here, albeit though he was beaten, battered, and bruised and broken. So potentially, I mean, with the offensive line he has, it's a very good potential because he's never, as I've said before, been given that type of offensive line here in his 10-year run. Attackman says Durant, running back from Duke, or Jalen Warren from OK State would be hidden gem. I liked Warren okay. I watched a little of his take, Tackman. I haven't checked out Durant yet. Warren's okay, but you have to be in that 5th, 6th round range. Joaquin Aguilar, cut Carson and re-sign Penny. I'm with it, Joaquin. I don't know why you keep Carson at this point. I don't understand what the benefit is in doing so, especially on the heels of our recent news that we've found out about. Sean Patrick, no matter what quarterback the Hawks get, the foundation is rotten. And it's a problem. The foundation being Pete not adjusting to the modern NFL. agreed with you there, Sean. This is a little bit of my lack of, I'd normally be, hey, a rebuild is exciting. Beginning anew is exciting. The potentiality of anything being in play is exciting now. But the excitement gets tempered when you're thinking about the recent decision-making that has been undertaken by this front office and coaching staff. Not just by the player personnel side of it, but by the X's and O's side of it, by the player development side of it. It's hard to drive a lot of confidence with that recent history. Sean Hines says Trayvon Walker or Devontae Wyatt would be great pickups. Agreed. Both those guys are very good. Flag says I'd take Devontae Wyatt over Jared Davis all day. Me too. 7 days a week, twice on Sundays. I'm taking Devontae Wyatt over Jordan Davis. Wyatt's going to be a very good 3-tech in this league. Just the thing we need too. Kind of, though I will say Shelby Harris can play some 3-tech. You can kick him in the inside. I was watching highlights. They had him operating off of a 4-man front inside quite a bit. Drew B says, thank you for the marathon streams, bro. Appreciate all you do. Well, thank you, Drew. Man, I got to be here for you guys. You're holding it down for me tonight. I got to hold down for you. We're all commiserating together, and especially with this type of momentum news that came down yesterday, that you can't just do one stream for that, right? You got to get a lot of the thoughts in and really turn this one over a bit. Yalric V says, tank for 2 years and draft O-line and sign Russ in 2 years. I have a feeling you'll be seeing a contract extension coming down the track between Russell Wilson and the Denver Broncos sooner than later. Sean Hines likes Trayvon Walker at 9 and Matt Corral at 41. Boy, Sean, I can't get behind Matt Corral. I just can't on that one. I can't get on Team Corral. But I'm with you on Walker. I'll ride with you on Walker. You gotta go a different direction with Corral though, man. We gotta not do the Corral direction. Ricky Beaver says Jordan Davis is a human monster. 341 pounds, running a 4.78 40. Whew. No, he's cooking. He's cooking. He's freakish. You know, he hit like 20 plus miles an hour, I think, on the football field. So it's not just track speed there. It's funny you say track speed, though, for a guy at 340. So it's legit there. But again, rotational guy, wasn't consistently on the field, didn't always show up, doesn't give you a lot of pass rush. You're really drafting for projection with that type of guy. Charles Riley says he also said he wouldn't be the active Seahawks coach without Rusty. Kind of interesting, isn't it, Charles, with that quote of Carroll, which I thought was telling at the time the coach was going to reinvest back in Russell and understand where that things had gone wrong. Because he mentioned in a press conference, you know, I've won a lot of games here in Seattle. I wouldn't have won as many and I wouldn't have been here as long if not for Russell Wilson. Odd, that comment now in retrospect, thinking about it with what was undertaken yesterday. Jamal Goley, I think the Seattle should draft a defensive end with our first-round pick. 2 seconds, take offensive line and linebacker with next year's, and then take Bryce Young, and we still have our second in 2023 and maybe O-line or cornerback. I like it, Jamal. I like it. I can sign up for that. I'd like to see an investment in the offensive line before you get to quarterback. So whether that's the first pick or you're doing that later in the draft here, I don't care. Just let's get the investment into it. And we do need pass rush. We need more pass rush. Can never have enough pass rush. Pass rushers are like receivers. You can never have enough of them. Chosen One says, can we toast to honor the constant success we had with Russell Wilson? I toast to him. Chosen, I salute him. The best quarterback in Seahawks history. An absolute magician at the position. I don't think we'll ever see a quarterback in Seattle who will be as magical as Russell Wilson was, who will seemingly have been dusted with fairy dust before he walked on the football field time and time again. There will never be a guy quite like that. And it was a marvel to watch. I say nothing of seeing another quarterback like that. I don't think you'll ever see another quarterback who comes along and plays the quarterback position quite like Russell played it. For good, for bad, for amazing. And I can definitely appreciate it in retrospect. Quest 49 with a $5 donation. Thank you, Quest 49. Very kind of you, especially as a Niner fan. I do appreciate that. It says, here's a little dig at y'all Hawk fans. When Rombos hosts a show, the Hawks come in and disrespect us. I'm respectful. Learn from me. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Go Niners. Well, thank you for the $5 donation on that Quest 49. And you will find, as I know, if you come in on this channel with me and you listen to me on talk, that we'll do some trash talking here a little bit between different fans. But I, as always, like to have really the deep discussions if we can. I love this debate between Debo and DK. I think you can't really compare them as much because they are such different players, even though they're both great players. But I love having other fans come into this channel because of the fact that it does round out our perspective. And it only, to me, as long as everybody's being respectful and not trying to troll, it only does widen out the discussion and get you just that much deeper into the layers of it, which being a nerdy football guy, that's just kind of what I like about it. So I'm sorry if they've come in and been disrespectful to you. You know, you guys are still kind of, even though the Rams have had our number and we've been dogfighting with them lately, you guys are still kind of the nemesis that lurks there from the 2013-ish period. That specter still looms. So, you know, but it's all in fun. It's all in fun. Puff says Deshaun Watson plus DK Metcalf plus Tyler Lockett plus Rashad Penny would fit well in the Waldron offense. Could happen. Any chance we be all in on this year, Super Bowl contender? Well, look, we saw with Bill Belichick that when he had Brady go on to have the success he did, that it drove him to then spend $300 million last year on free agents. Does Coach Carroll want to undo the narrative of people who are saying that if not for Russell Wilson, you wouldn't have made it through a couple of years as a Seahawks coach? You had a losing record before Russell Wilson. Does he take this as a competitive streak to try to prove them wrong by being aggressive and really, truly going for it? We'll see. We'll see. I don't have a feel on this one way or the other. Sean Hines says Derek Bevel was the best of the Carroll era, but Tom Cable overrid him all the time. Very true. Cable had a lot of a weird hand in the offense, didn't he? And I go with Bevel as the best in the current Carroll era. I still like the potential of Waldron. Still not sold that Waldron's not it. Quest 49 with the $5 super chat says I'll be a mod only if all 49ers fans are allowed. Ha ha ha. I don't know. It's hard to keep them from fighting with each other as much as I try, Quest. As much as I try. We'll see. Jason Tudor with the $5 donation. Thank you, Jason. Says, haha, that musical transition to Blame It All on Pete. That is some classic Hawk Nest late night effing gold. Blame it on Pete. Oh, well, I gotta give the commenter. He put it in there. It's perfectly fit. Russell, come back. You can blame it all on Pete. He was shitty, and he left you out in the cold. Joe Biden, make a wish. Broncos destroyed the Cowboys. They did. Mike Motz, who do I think they'll draft? Let's go 1 of 4 guys. Mike, I'll give you 4 options at the position of the number 9 overall pick. Number one. Kyle Hamilton, if he happens to slip or fall. Kayvon Thibodeau, who I do expect to fall into that spot. Charles Cross, who I think will probably be the 3rd tackle taken off the board. And if not that, how about Derek Stingley or Ahmad Gardner? Not that. Brand New says this guy's pretty cool. Well, thank you, Brand New. I try to be. Bobby the Hill III says you guys have one of the best tight ends in Noah Fant, and Shelby Harris is a beast, even though he's older. And we'll use him as a rotational, which hopefully helps him keep fresher. Get the impression a little bit with Harris. He might have had a little bit of a dip last year despite the 7 sacks, but some of that might have come out of just how many snaps he was having to kind of play for the team. William Porter says, go Hawks, and I say go Hawks too, William Porter. How you doing? Jaden R., Denver fan here. Sorry about Russ, but hey, you got some freaking draft capital. Maybe Locke can do well in your system. Well said, man. Appreciate you coming in, and good luck to you with Russ. Best of luck to you. Why do I? These Bronco fans have no clue. Russ has been climbing in popularity for years. While we have love for Russ, he lied about wanting to be here. Why would I root for him to win on another team? No, there's a lot, and I'm sure Bronco fans understand what this is. They're getting the situation. There's a lot of backstory to this particular tale. And, it's not all sunshine and roses. And you are getting an upgrade at your quarterback position. You're getting a guy who will help you and should move you into a contender state, especially with the other moves I think you're going to make around him. But make no mistake about it there. There is a risk here within you bringing in Russell Wilson. You are not getting 2016, 2017 Russell Wilson. You're getting a guy who has lost a little bit of mobility, He's not as fleet of foot, does not get away from guys in the pocket as he once did, and a big part of his game is holding onto the ball and trying to get away from guys in the pocket. So losing that skill, he's not necessarily slid back into the skills that you need to counterbalance that with. Being very smart pre-snap, being a guy that will kill you when you blitz him, starting to throw with a little more anticipation, and in going in hand with this, being better at the short and intermediate game. He obviously is tremendously accurate pushing the ball up the football field. He's got a wonderful moon ball that he throws, which makes it very hard to defend him deep down the field. But the questions with him are, can he make a check down pass? Can he make a check down pass accurately, consistently? That's the part that you guys are going to have to learn on your end of this, taking Russell on. Steeler Nation 412 says, did you cry when you found out about the Russ trade? No, it definitely brings up the emotions in me, but no. And maybe there's something to be said in that, Steeler Nation. Maybe I should have with the guy that's been here this long with him, but it doesn't with me, because some of this is that I saw this coming so far out ahead of time down the pike. It didn't surprise me. I knew that this was something that was a real possibility. In fact, I predicted last year that this was a make or break year for our Hawks. And if we don't get to new heights this season, that Russell will leave. And then we didn't get to new heights. So it wasn't surprising. I kind of expected it. It's part of the reason why, Steeler Nation, I've been banging the table for the last year and a half to build this offense around Russell Wilson to avoid this eventuality. But, nobody was listening to me, man. Nobody was listening to me here on my little YouTube channel. Charles B., if the Hawks get Watson, it might just shadow the Adams trade. That said, there ain't no way we can get that massage parloring spiral thrower. Maybe not. And it could. Alexander Trena. Callie, I guess after next year would be fine. Laughing out loud, we want them to suck if possible, like we did for the Jets this year if we get the pick. Very true, Alexander. Very true. Romanowski, Seattle better pray offensive tackle there to draft. There'd be a guy they could grab, even if it's not the top three guys, if they were dead set on getting one who would be interesting. Penning, Raymond, Tyler Smith. Those guys as the second tier guys aren't bad. Cyrus 13 wants Malik Willis. We will see. Steeler Nation, Seattle gets Carson Strong. Oh, please, no. No. I'm not a Carson Strong guy. He's got an arm. We already got Carson Strong and Drew Lock. Why would we need two Drew Locks? Isn't one enough? Why? Bronco fans assuming 12s are now Denver fans too. F the Broncos. I'm a Ducks fan and will root for the Chargers in the AFC. I can't root for AFC West teams, period, though. That's just my old feelings toward the AFC West. That's that long rivalry that goes back on that for me. Megan says, sorry, B, I just still don't understand why you wouldn't fix the issues and just take the best available who may not be what you need for the betterment of the team. Well, again, it's a totality thing for me on this argument as much as anything, Megan, right? If you have one particular pick where you're making a selection for a team need, I guess that's not the worst thing in the world. But if you're talking about your draft being driven consistently by picking towards need as opposed to picking towards best player available, there are enough teams in the league that actually lean towards picking for best player available that does, to me, put you behind the eight ball. Part of how you end up landing on need, you could then say, is that you keep picking for need and that not being good enough, which leads you back around to picking need again. So it leads you in a little bit of a loop. Whereas if you pick for the best player available, he might be a bust. Certainly, there are no guarantees there, but at least you're going for that boom factor. And when you land on it, that's one less thing that you have to deal with. That's that much more your team is rounded out. I think if you're a team closer to winning now, if you're a team that's more an elite team as it stands, you can more afford to pick towards need in the draft. When you're a team like we are that's in more closer to a rebuild state, I think you have to lean in the other direction and really go for the best player available on the board. Nasty Bad. I just joined. Hey, chat, this dude ever take a break? Sheesh, he's rolling. Thank you, Nasty Bad. That's how I do it here, man. I just go. I go and go. Welcome on in the chat, though. Lolo, just last week I was talking about bringing in guys like Hassan Reddick, Von Miller, Teron Armstead, Carlton Davis, Jason Kelsey. Now, look at us. It's a comedy, and I'm loving it. It is wild, at least, Lolo. You got to give it that. It's interesting. Jalric V says, fire Carroll. He showers with players. He just does it to endear himself, okay? He's just trying. That's what makes him a player's coach. It's the suds. It's the suds. Sealand Nation says, do you live in Seattle? I live in the eastern state of the Washington. See, I lived in Seattle for years, Steeler Nation, but then I stopped liking a 15-minute trip taking an hour and a half in the car. And I said, I'd like to go to a place where the roadways actually move. But I love Seattle still. Hoobajoob, 233 people in the chat, only 181 likes. Spam that, please. Oh, thank you, Hoobajoob, for the donation and also for reminding me on that. I do tend to forget with that. If you do like what you're listening to here, could you do me a favor, please, and hit that like button? It does help this channel out. It helps me grow considerably, and I really do appreciate it. Even if you're another team's fan that's not a Seahawks fan, I still do appreciate it. I really do. Sam Howell would be a perfect fit in Shane Waldron's system. Maybe. It's kind of more of a fling it guy to me a bit. Steeler Nation says, Russ carried you guys every year with the poor talent he had. With y'all now, your dark days are ahead. Potentially. Sharky, yeah, Tim Boyd threw a pass to Thomas first play overtime against the Steelers. Charles Riley, $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. It says, Brando gets musical late in streams. He sang some Glenn Fry, You Belong to the City one night, and it was Wizard. You belong to the city. You belong to the night. Thank you for the donation, Charles. I do get more musical. When I get a little bit deep in the stream, it gets, I break out the acoustic guitar, okay? We get a little rocking here at that point. Jeff Rhines with the $5 donation. Thank you, Jeff. It says, not going to lie, B. A lot of us wanted change. Now we get to see how the management handles or mishandles this change. Always hoping for the best. Go Hawks. Me as well, Jeff. I mean, we did want to see change. We did want to see them stop doing the same thing, right? It's the old Einstein definition of insanity. Do the same thing over and over again, failing, and then continue to do the same thing, hoping for different results. Certainly, we did not want to see that. Certainly, we did not. But did it have to cost this? Maybe so. Maybe so. And if it drives us eventually in 2 years to get us back to contending state, it will be a price well worth paid. But the pain certainly hurts right now as we're having to dole out these bucks. Jack the Potato says, you guys trade for Mason Rudolph? No. Why do we have to trade for him when the Giants are going to release him? Quest the 49, I hate Pete Carroll and his gum. I'm not a fan of his gum either. That's way too much aspartame for one elder man to be consuming on a weekly basis. Steeler Nation says, I have my own Steeler channels I watch, but for some reason this popped up in my recommendations. Can't help it. Hey, it happens sometimes. We get some folks from other fans' channels coming in here and sometimes like the comment. I'm with it, man. We take all in here. We take all in here, all NFL fans. Kzunga, I'm asking from a good place, bro, but I'm like, holy S, we got Wilson. What's the actual narrative like? Well, I mean, the narrative here is definitely, why do we have to get rid of him? I'm not going to lie, Zaninga. When I started this offseason, for you Bronco fans in here or other fans of other teams that are in here, when I started this offseason, I said, I can see that this is a fork in the road for us as an organization. I can see that this is going to be probably a Carroll or a Wilson situation. And right now, based off of recent history, not of what happened in 2012 or 13 or 14, but on recent history, let's say the last 5 or 6 years, I would rather ride with Wilson, bring in an offensive-minded coach, build an offensive line around him, run with the offense, make do on defense, and let's ride. That's the pathway of the new NFL. You look at all the teams that won division titles last year, all the teams that made the hay in the playoffs, they all tended to be offensive-driven teams. That's where I would have gone. But that's not the choice that we were able to make because the ownership went and rode with Carroll instead. And so they went a different direction. So I'm not going to say that Wilson isn't a great player or doesn't have a lot to offer or isn't a guy that vastly superior upgrades the Broncos quarterback position by leaps and bounds. He will do that. He will be fun for you to watch. But there are also some maddening traits of Russell Wilson, and you are not getting Russell Wilson in his prime. And while as many of you Bronco fans would counter with me on that and saying, well, so what? There's players like from Stafford to Breeze to Manning to Brady to Rodgers and on that have still been very good into their late 30s. While that may be true, none of those guys was as reliant on his mobility as Russell Wilson. And so in Russell Wilson losing that mobility, he has not increased other components of his game to still remain at that same player he was, let's say, in 2017. So it's a good move for you. It's an upgrade for you. But are you getting a player that is an absolute MVP, no doubt about it type guy now? No. And is there still a risk involved there from your side of things? Yeah. Disney Adventure Vlog says, at the Hawks Nest, I just subscribed to your channel. Thank you, Disney Adventure Vlogs. I appreciate that. You're awesome for doing so. Bevel's not necessarily why we lost the Super Bowl. Nope. This is, again, that's, y'all have recalled, this will be one of those narratives that I always kill. It's, again, I'm going to go after it every time I see it. The folks that say that we should have ran the ball, should have run on the one, it's factually incorrect. Or it's not factually incorrect. It's factually incorrect to say that you know 100% that running Marshawn Lynch with the ball at that time was going to get you a touchdown. Because you had done it through the course of the season 6-7 times, and you hadn't gotten it in the course of the season in those same kind of moments where you're on the goal line, the defense runs out a heavy formation, and you try to slam it with Marshawn up the middle. It hadn't worked. The decision to make the throw there was made based off of data. Was it the wrong decision in retrospect? Yeah. Did that lose us the game? No. We lost the game because our Legion of Boom got decimated. That's why we lost the game. We lost the game because we gave up. We let go of a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter. But you let go of a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter because your Legion of Boom was decimated. They could barely move out there on the football field. That's why you lost that Super Bowl. No game comes down to just one play. Not one NFL game ever comes down to just one play. It may stick out in your mind. It may be a very important play, but it's more built on what happened on the course of all those other plays that happened in the game rather than just that one if we've got to make a decision. James Black, who are we looking at for quarterback? I think we're looking at Deshaun Watson right now, baby. Yeah, little Deshaun Watson. Tackman, I bet Denver will go replace Fant with Cole Turner or Charlie Kohler. Yeah, they're going to draft somebody. They've already got Albert Ogoboga. They got him. He's rolling for them. Kid out of Missouri. He's doing really well for them. So they've got a number one, but they'll get a number two in there. And 38 Stumpy, they might trade down. They might. Sealer Nation says DK is definitely going to want out. Not necessarily. There was a little bit of some iciness between Russell Wilson and DK there near the end. $38 Snubby says if we get 2 first-round picks, I'd be okay with moving DK. That might be hard for me to turn down 2 first-round picks. Though it's probably going to be 2 late first-round picks. Quest49 says, okay, I'm out. Been fun, subbed. Have a good night. Thank you, Quest49, and I appreciate the donation on the channel. You're cool for doing so. Appreciate you. Quest49 is a good dude. Alexander Trena, DK expires after this coming year. Everyone on the team expires in the next 2 years except a handful of people. Stone Forsythe, Trey Brown, Dwayne Eskridge, Jordan Brooks, Lockett, Adams Dickinson. Yeah, you've got a lot of mobility on this roster going forward. Not a lot of commitment going forward. King Murray, I don't mind giving y'all a first-round pick for DK Metcalf. You're going to have to give us more than that. It's going to be more than that. Not just one. We want more than that. And I don't want to trade him. We want to hold on to him. He's ours. Keep your hands off. Is it not enough that we gave you the NFL DK Metcalf or Russell Wilson? Is that not enough? Have we not suffered enough? Have we not bled enough this offseason? What more do you need us to do? What more? Do we need to go on the rack? Do we need to spend an hour on the rack for you? Huh? The Humble King, could you imagine Seahawks versus Broncos Super Bowl next season? Personally, I'd love to get the W on Russ in the big game. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Bobby the Hill Third says, I can see Russell getting rid of the ball quick with all the weapons on offense he's going to have. If he can make quick reads, Judy is always open over the middle on the quick. The run game will help. That's the single biggest thing he struggles in doing, Bobby the Hill III. He had targets here to throw to over the middle. We signed Greg Olsen last year. We brought in Gerald Everett this year. Will Disley's been a pretty good player for them over the middle. He's had Tyler Lockett operating out of the slot. He can't see on the short and intermediate stuff. That's why he throws deep. That's part of the reason he throws deep. And he doesn't like to throw with anticipation. So those two things really lead to him sometimes struggling to utilize the short and intermediate game as much as you might like. It's just not in his bag. You can want it to be, but he has yet to show proof of that being who he is. And when it comes to the short passing game, let's remember this. The short passing game is not usually really affected by pass rush because the pass rushers don't tend to have enough time to get to the quarterback if it's out of his hands in a second and a half, if the quarterback is committing to getting the ball out of his hands. But if you go and watch Russell Wilson highlights, go right now, Bobby Hill III, go watch his highlights. Go take a look at a Russell Wilson highlight page. And what you'll notice more often than not, that it's not highlights with him hitting his back foot and letting the ball rip out of his hands. It's him hitting his back foot, looking around, surveying, thinking, wondering, going to do something. Okay, let me go do a pirouette. Okay, let me roll over here. Okay, let me roll over here. Okay, let me duck this guy. Okay, let me throw it. None of that is on-time, quick stuff. And that's, again, just a little bit of the part where he does struggle in. He might overcome it. They might find a way to teach him it. But we've been working on it with him for about 11 odd years and not made a great big leap in that element of his game. DK going to go to the Eagles. We got 3 first-round picks. I don't mind giving you one, y'all. You got to give us more than that. Why would we give him up for that? You got to give us more than that. Yeah, Mel Poots says best player available gets you CeeDee Lamb when you don't need a receiver. I mean, I've thought last couple of years in the Cowboys offense has been some, I know the defense came on last year, but for the last 2 years since CeeDee's come in there, the Cowboys offense was really good when Dak Prescott wasn't hurt. And I thought a lot of that was because they had 3 legitimate targets to throw to. I think the new NFL has taught us what the Rams just did recently. Having multiple receivers is actually a really good thing to have in this modern NFL. You're going to be able to be pretty successful as an offense. I don't think that selection held them back. I don't. Charles Riley with a $5 donation says, Brando, DK will stay if we get Watson, but they won't get any farther than those Texans teams with Watson and Hopkins. NFL ain't the NBA. Well, you do probably have more than those Texans teams had with just Watson and Hopkins. But and Watson at the time was a young player, kind of still coming up and learning his way a little bit as a quarterback. But your point stands. I get where you're coming from. You need more than that. That's for sure. Drew B with a $5 donation, and thank you, Charles, for all your donations to the channel. Drew B with a $5 donation says, I read a stat that stated that no team with a quarterback eating up more than 15% of the cap has won a Super Bowl. If that's an argument, it's an argument for this trade. The data on this is succinct and is inarguable, Drew, and it is absolutely correct. What you have read on this is absolutely 100% correct. And that is that last 30 years, no other quarterback making more than 15% of the salary cap has won a Super Bowl. Not one. And the one quarterback who making 14.5%, not even 15%, by the way, 14.5% of the salary cap was one Tom Brady, the GOAT, the one outlier. You go behind him to find the next example, you get down to about 11%, and that's Steve Young back in 1990. So it is pretty stark with this, and yeah, I think it did help drive this trade in a lot of respects. The money component of this, the fact that Russell Wilson within a year from now is going to want to be paid $50 million a year, that absolutely affected the management and front office's view of this situation to drive this trade. And look, when the data is that succinct, when 30 years of data tell you something, it's hard to go the opposite direction of it and say, yeah, but we'll be the anomaly. We'll be the Neo of this. Hard to count on that. Brand New says, what if the Hawks get Jimmy G? Brand New, I'm going to spend a stream just crying. I won't say any words. It'll be just tears falling off my face. It'll be the cringiest thing you've ever seen, and that is what I will do. YDY, Russ still has the best deep ball in the business. Agreed. I do agree there, Bronco fans. I know I'm throwing a little shade your way with this trade, but I will agree with him there. He does still have the best deep ball in the sport. But is subpar on short or over the middle. 10 years of data to back this up. We're about to find out if that's Pete or just a shortcoming of Russ. Well said. Very well said. Run Dawes says, even the PS5 doesn't make me feel better. Well, it would help Dawes if they'd actually release a game for us on these systems, right? We're playing 5-year-old games. How are you supposed to have that take your mind off the loss of Russ? Alexander Wheeler, maybe they wouldn't get 2 first-rounders for DK, but that just means they wouldn't trade him. I don't want to trade him. Just let's keep Russ. Let's keep DK. Let's keep them all. Zaninga, he has an elite back, a slot receiver, so I think that is equipped to suit him best. Denver had the worst offensive play calling in Shermer in terms of creativity. I literally saw what that felt like. 6 base formations. Well, that's good. I mean, it will help, but it goes more, I think, Zoninga, than there being a guy breaking open. It's more about him seeing the guy open and understanding, again, too, you're getting a smaller quarterback here. You got to be understanding that there's going to be some limitations within that as well. He's not going to grow naturally 5 inches, and there's certain times he just can't see guys on those shorter routes. Alexander Trainer says, Tundras, I bought Triaki, a new video game, the last 2 nights, still emo. Callie Tangerine says, I saw on Twitter a tweet that called Jimmy G sexy garbage. That seems about right. Quest 49, I would love if the Hawks got Jimmy G. I bet you would. Only because a Hawk fan just said they wouldn't take him. I know the pain you'll feel. Yeah, like I said, Quest, have we not suffered enough already this offseason? Even as you guys, as a 49er fans who want to see us suffer, and I can't hate you for that. Have we not suffered enough? Have we not felt the pain enough? Well, you're going to unleash that upon us as well. The man that can't throw outside the hash marks, the man with no deep ball. We go from the best deep ball in the league to the man with the no deep ball. Daniel says, breaking news, Jody wouldn't sign off as a woman owner for Deshaun in 2013. Jody was accused by 5 bodyguards of sexual assault. Game changer. She understands if Watson is cleared Friday, it's done. Ooh, Daniel, some good stuff. So Jody, having dealt with some harassment allegations herself, may be a little bit more sympathetic to one Mr. Watson. Maybe she even starts to bring him in and give him a little bit of a back massage. I know, Deshaun. I know. They just don't understand. You're just trying to get loosened up. That's all. Get loose. Get loose, big guy. Now you're a Seahawk. Daniel, Bobby the Hill Third, I left a like because you keep it real and speak facts. Thank you, Bobby the Hill Third, and I respect you other fans. You guys have been really respectful in this chat. Thank you for doing so, and I do wish you guys the best. I do. Zaniga, you guys can be happy as for Russ, man, like a transcendental aspect we got floating here. You guys can be happy as F for Russ, man. It's hard to be happy after you just lost him. I think eventually we'll around there and be okay with that. But everyone's a little raw nerve right now. Sean T says, Russ has a glass jaw. He's done, and every pass rusher will have his number. Ooh. Aaron Zhang, Dan Brandon still on? When are you going to go to bed? We'll cut the cord here fairly soon. Alexander JJ Gosnell says, from a Packers fan, this was my biggest fear. Really? Why? That we get the draft capital back? I think you guys would just be like, ha, ha, ha. You guys got your guy back and we don't have our guy coming back. Brand new says, I came to troll because I thought he was like Brian Nemhauser and I was pleasantly surprised. Now I'm a subscriber. Brand new, you're awesome for doing so, brother. And hey, look, I'm always going to try to keep it real here. It's part of what I think sometimes probably limits me and my ability to grow as big as you could. Is if you don't wave the pom-poms, then there is a little bit of a price to pay for that. But I don't wave pom-poms here. I do try to keep it real. For you guys that are Niner fans, I've long said I think the Niners are the scariest team in this organization over the next couple of years, over what we're looking at to come down the pike over the next couple of years. And I do agree that the Broncos are going to be better next year. And you guys absolutely, if you get to the conference championship or Super Bowl, wouldn't surprise me in the least. Wouldn't surprise me in the least. Yeah, Quest, I don't like Jimmy G either. He really bothered me. I would have, if I was the Niners, I would have gone to Lance in one of those playoff games, if not both of them. There was times where I'm just sitting there going, is really Jimmy giving you really that much different than what you'd get at least a little bit out of Trey Lance? At least Lance has got his legs. Knoxnest came to the stream marathon. I appreciate the love, guys. Thank you. Cali Tangerine on desktop, you can rely, I think, but on the app you have to type in the @name. No. Attackman Clan Killer says, Brandon, were you in the military? I was not. No. My brother was, not me. Alexander, we need to get a quarterback who overplays on a rookie contract or figure out how to scam the cap like the Rams and the Chiefs. Well, Alexander, I will say, if you're looking at a model in the NFL, we were just talking about a quarterback making over 15% of the cap and how hard that is to then go and win a Super Bowl, nay, impossible. Well, the pathway or the general model that has been in place to going and winning a Super Bowl over this last same 30-year period has actually been to get that rookie quarterback or get that quarterback on that rookie contract and then build a super team around him. That tends to be the recipe if you can replicate it. It was the recipe for us in 2012, 13, 14. So I think there's a smart approach to going in that direction of things. Jason Tudor says losing Averill lost us the Super Bowl. Lane too, of course. Yeah, I'd throw them all in totality of that, Jason, right? It's Richard Sherman, I think, was playing with torn ligaments in his elbow. Earl Thomas had a separated shoulder. Cam Chancellor tore his MCL the day before the Super Bowl. 2 days before the Super Bowl, in the last practice before the Super Bowl, Chancellor tore his MCL. Jeremy Lane picks off Tom Brady on the first drive of the game. Julian Edelman snaps his ACL on the tackle. And then to your point on that, Cliff Averill gets the concussion halfway through the game. He was providing some of the most consistent pass rush in that game. That sunk us. Had nothing to do with one play. It was that. Yumel Poot says, Okuwu Egabuwanam. Yumel, you put it all out there phonetically for me, and I'm still going to butcher it. George Brady says, Richard Sherman hates Russ. Yeah. I think pretty undeniably at this point. Yeah, I don't think Sherman thinks very fondly of Russell Wilson, in my opinion. I do think Russ can have some success in Denver, but I don't think he will reach a Super Bowl in the AFC, but it will be fun to watch for Denver fans, which is why it will crush me to see that if Seattle has no success. Very much so. Very much so. And I do think Russell can work I just think the quicker Denver moves to more of the power run game and deep shots off Russell Wilson and less of the asking him to dink and dunk within a West Coast offense will be the quicker Denver gets to more of a successful state with Russell Wilson. Zunginga, I know how ostracized we can all feel, but I'm coming from a place where we can all feel good. Fair enough. Bobby the Hill III, humble king, how is the Seahawks going to be in the Super Bowl if they are rebuilding? Oh, I think you're speaking to Humble. Yeah, don't have us in the Super Bowl. Mark Craig, love your insight. Subscribed. Off to bed. Work comes early. Go Hawks. You have a great night, Mark. Thank you for donating to the channel, and thanks for subscribing. Appreciate it. Ricky Beaver says we should have kept Frank Clark, head good edge rusher. Actually, Ricky Beavers, that was a really good trade for us. It was one of the moves that Schneider's made as far as trades in recent history that was actually really smart. Really smart. You wouldn't have DK Metcalf right now if you had held on to Frank Clark first off of. So if you're making your piece for wanting to keep Frank Clark here, know that you were also not going to have DK if that was the case, because you got a first and a second round pick for Frank Clark. The other aspect of this to think about is that Frank Clark has not been a good player for the Kansas City Chiefs since they brought him aboard. Look at his rating with the Pro Football Focus over the last 2 years. It's been miserable. He doesn't play the run. He's not an efficient pass rusher. He doesn't have a high pass rush win rate. Now, come the playoffs, at least a couple of the playoffs there, not this year, but in recent years, he's turned it on when they've gotten the playoffs and become kind of one of those, when you need him, he's going to give you something, but during the regular season, good luck, he's just going to ghost you. But that doesn't equate to me paying Frank Clark $23.5 million at the time, which would have been the going cost for that limited of production. I think it was a very smart trade in retrospect. Lolo says, honestly, did Carroll give in? It really feels like when he traded for Adams, he had a plan to win. And now it feels like he's on borrowed time. I just hope he understands when enough is enough. I don't know if he's going to ever understand when enough is enough. He's just too much of, I think, of a optimist as he looks at things. Did Carroll give in? I don't know if he gave in. I just think that the organization in general, not just Carroll, but everybody involved here, felt like this was the right way to go. And I think there's a thought process here. Maybe Schneider got a little more power this offseason, and Carroll got relinquished a little bit of his power at the same time. Don't know. Don't have anything to go off of it. Jiven Chin says, is Matt Ryan possible? No, Matt Ryan's not a possibility. The Falcons have married themselves to Matt Ryan last year on a renegotiation. It would cost them $45 million to get out from under contract of Ryan. They are already, I believe, almost slightly over the cap as it stands right now. Matt Ryan's not going anywhere for another year. Josh Hawks says, go Broncos. Josh Hawks says, go Broncos. Love it. Zuningo, what picks do you guys got now in the first? We just got number 9. And then next year, 2 firsts. But we traded our first round pick away for Jamal Adams. Yeah, Kitty's won some love, Jason. She's like, you've been streaming enough. I think it's my 3rd straight day streaming. She's got her back turned to me right now. She won't even look me in the eye. She's so angry at me for the lack of love. It's like, why am I even your cat? Why am I even a thing? Alexander says, we need an owner. 2005 team will sell. Pete and John will move on. I'll be almost 40 or whatever. We do need a new owner, Alexander. Key point on this is I don't believe Jody Allen can sell the team until about 2025 per the agreement to get the stadium built in the first place. But I would expect that at that time it will be sold. Quest 49, you are cool, man. I like cool people coming in here. I don't care what fan base you're coming from. I don't. I just like good discussion in football. I just like that at the end of the day. Alexander, we have more than DK and potentially Watson in that scenario in terms of top-tier talent. Yeah, I would say, Charles, just in regards to your point about the Watson-Hopkins things, I think we are in a lot better state as a team if we were to bring Watson in where we stand, even though we have a lot of work to do, than where the Texans were, who were completely just – O'Brien was in the process of burning that to the ground. Alexander says, can't forget about Taylor, Adams, Brooks, and potential free agent acquisitions. No, you can't. No, you can't. And Noah Fant does have some potential. Lex Guy 06 says the Jets are winning the Jamal Adams trade. They are. So far, they have won it. There's still some time for us to recoup some value here, but I will give you that. They have won it so far. Lolo says, when do you plan on ending stream? Don't strain your voice too much. We'll always be here later. I will be ending probably fairly soon here. So we'll be getting through. I want to, you know me, I wanted on this stream because I didn't yesterday get through more of the comments in the chat because we had so many people in yesterday and I wasn't able to do it. But I will be going again. We'll be doing for the first time in the channel's history tomorrow. We'll go into 4th straight day because I got my B&B, right? Me and Brett and Nelson do our collab on Thursdays. So we'll be back tomorrow again, going live in the evening time. So I'm hooked on this. I love doing this stuff, you know. I can't help myself. Cali Tangerine, I guess in the grand scheme of things, it makes sense to trade Russ, but it still hurts to see him go. Well said. Well said, and I think I share your thoughts exactly. Private Mick Finger, can we rebuild successfully? We could. Do I have a lot of confidence that we will? Not with the current track record of this front office and coaching staff. Maybe they turn it around. But I would need more proof than just a hope to be able to predict that was going to happen. Tackman says, Watson have to cough it up the happy ending money that he owes them. Yes, he will. A happy ending money. I like that. Jason Tudor, Russell's deep ball really declined last year. Finger or no. Lots of totally missed deep throws. He had a little more of the sailing last year, Jason. I don't know if that's your point you're trying to make, but there a little more of the balls seemed to hold up there a little than it did in the past. Took a little bit longer to kind of arrive. Tackman says Watson needs an ankle bracelet made by Roger Goodell. Jason Mayfield says Russell Wilson will ball out in Denver. I can see it. Bogey, thanks for trading Wilson to us. You're welcome. I personally did it, so that thanks is coming to me. I wish you would. I wish the strength for the upcoming years. We're going to need it. We're going to need it. That and a lot of alcohol. You always think it'll be over soon, but once you're in QB hell, you're in QB hell, and it's very hard to escape. Well said. Very well said. And we know the feeling of it here. Look, we had to wait 40 years before we got Russell Wilson for a true franchise quarterback here in Seattle. So we are very well there. And we had to do it well through a lot of that time period, by the way, Bogey, playing your Denver Broncos with the wonder kid, John Elway. You know, you guys got this awesome John Elway that we got to play all the time and get bashed in by him all the time. And we can't find anybody. We get Dave Craig. You know, it does. It's tough. It's tough. No way to slice it any other way. Cliff Yates says, come on, Russ. Got slow after getting paid and landing Sierra. You lose the hunger for greatness when you become great. There does seem to be something in that, Cliff, that there's a natural tendency within the human nature to maybe take your foot a little bit off the gas when you do get to the height of heights and you've ascended. There maybe is a little bit that, so there is something valid within it, I think. YDY says Russ also misses seeing more open receivers than any other quarterback. Going to find that out because Seattle was not able to coach him up on the correct first read, or if Russ can't read the D post snap. Yeah, this is a little bit in regards to some things you look at with Russ. And Bronco fans, this is the thing to keep an eye on. If he's mastering this stuff, you should be encouraged, and then even your excitement should go even more through the roof. If you see these things coming up more often and still remaining, then that's indicative of the fact that Russ is not cleaning these things up in his game. And what YD White's talking about is a little bit of Russell Wilson's pre-snap lack of mastery. If you look at the guys that get to Russell Wilson's stage that are Hall of Fame quarterbacks, Drew Brees, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Phillip Rivers, these guys, when they get to this age of 33 years old, when they played 10 years in the sport, you're not able to blitz them. You're not able to confuse them as easily. It's a lot harder. You see a lot more of a tendency on defenses to stay more in zone and drop as many guys into zone as they can when they face those kind of QBs. Well, with Russell, it's kind of on the opposite end of the scale where teams are really willing to bring those stack fronts up there and they can get him confused. And he can go and have a pre-snap read of, here's my hot route. I got to go to my hot route right here. And that's where it's got to be. And he's got to get that ball out of his hands. And he hits his back foot and the defense has confused him and dropped the guy out on a zone blitz. And then he's holding the ball and taking a bad sack. There is a little bit too much of that for a guy that has seen as much as he has within his game on that. And it's just something to monitor. Dr. Sagi, you and Brendan are level-headed and awesome. Keep it up and go Hawks. Well, thank you, Dr. Sagi. I love doing my weekly segments with Brendan. We're having a great time. The emergency stream was awesome yesterday, and he's doing great work over there. So I love collaborating up with somebody who's as hardworking and as good as what he's doing on his side of things, and we're going to keep it going, man. Keep it going. Person, is this live? This is live. I'm a wild man here. I keep it rolling. Brand new. Thank you for the $5 donation, brand new. He says, I'm a Rams fan. Sorry about number 3 and wish you and your fellow 12s the best. Well, thank you, brand new. I appreciate you being respectful in here. Every one of the fans come in the chat here the last couple of days as we've gone live through with this tough situation for all of us, as we all have a little bit of an aching in our heart right now. We're all licking our wounds a little bit, right? But you guys have come in and not buried the knife back into our back as we're laying on the ground. Instead, you guys have been there with a little bit of hydrogen peroxide, a little bit of Neosporin, a couple of Band-Aids. I appreciate that. I appreciate that love, and I'll remember that. I'll remember that kindness on your guys' part. I can't say that it won't make me still, when the bullets are live and we're in the season, I'm going to still talk my trash, brand new. You know that's what it is. But it doesn't mean I won't remember you guys were respectful in our time of pain and need. Zinga, I subbed. Thank you, Zinga. Appreciate you subbing. I really do. Charles Riley with a $5 donation says, thank you, Charles. Jody is a predator like Watson. I'm glad Russ got away before he could fall prey like Pete. Maybe that's why Russ left, is he was being predatored by Jody Allen. She was calling him in the middle of the night. She was stabbing the tires of Sierra. Jason Tudor said, Florio said today he was like 99% sure that Brady is a Niner next year, citing his wanting to be here pre-Bucks and the Niners stupidly saying no. Thoughts? I've long been thinking that the Brady to the Niners situation makes so much sense. So much sense. So much sense. And yeah, it makes sense why he would want to go there. It's a childhood team that he rooted for when they had Montana, and that would be a nice bookend close to your career. They are stacked up as a roster. They have a good offensive line. He's got the position players to throw to on the outside, a good defense. Everything is in place for him to be successful there. Makes sense why the Niners would want to do it. They can give Trey Lance some more time to get to, for that egg to kind of continue to form, if you will. And it's not like you're necessarily marrying yourself to Brady long term at that point. It could be a year-to-year experience. And if Brady were to happen to get injured at that point, you also then, by the way, have a nice backup behind him to take over the reins if something were to go down. Then you look at what's the draft capital going to cost? Well, Niners just got free 2 third-round picks in the next 2 drafts because of the Josh McDaniels signing of a head coach in Miami. That's 2 free third-round picks that they could flip in addition to a second-round pick to Tampa Bay, probably enough to make it happen, and it wouldn't cause them to break out a single drop of sweat. Yeah. Dom H., hello from dreary England. Without the games, I've not been around for the live streams, time difference, but the VODs are keeping me going through the day. Well, thank you, Dom. I love that. I love that the Hawks Nest is worldwide, and we've got people listening to us throughout out this world. It's just something that tickles me about that. And any way you watch or listen, be it on replay or live, I appreciate however you're doing it. So thank you so much for that. Rundaz, thanks for having me. Subbing on my way out. Thanks, Rundaz. I appreciate you. We had a lot of new subs here the last couple of days. Man, this channel's grown. It's been a tough time, but it's been encouraging to see how many new subs we've had. Fant and DK are animals for stretch plays. Nice, bro. They are. Why do I? The problem Denver might have is the same issue Pete had. The most efficient offense for Russ's talents might not be the offense he wants to be in. It may be a little bit of a talking Russell into this type of thing from Denver's standpoint to get him to own into the best offense for him, which I think the best offense for Russell Wilson is a power-based offense that has him working a lot of play action off of the under center stuff. It's boring. Quarterbacks don't like to turn their back to the offensive line on play action. It's something that I think he begrudgingly embraced this year, but he is absolutely deadly when he's running the offense like that. But you're right. He's going to need to be probably talked into it. Zuninga says Ahmad Gardner, linebacker, Kyle Hamilton, hope they're there. I like Ahmad Gardner or Hamilton as the number 1 pick at 9 for us. I like both those guys, and Hamilton to me is just awesome. His tape just blows me away watching what he did at Notre Dame. I think he's my number 2 prospect on my board in this draft right now. I don't care if he had a 4.5, 7.40. He's good. Golden says, like the classic Steve Largent jersey, one of my all-time favorite Seahawks. He's my all-time one, Golden. I came up with him when I was growing up. He was my guy. My uncle was a doppelganger for Steve Largent and a guy who was as well a receiver in high school, taught me the sport, taught me, how to catch and all that. So there's a very much an intricately woven thing there with me and my Steve Largent love, so to speak. But hey, for my money, he's the best receiver of all time, for my money. I know a lot of people argue that, but I will die on that hill. Gerald Lewis, do you think the Seattle would be looking to make another splash in this year's offseason? I think Gerald Lewis, the splash that would be made if they're looking to make a splash is Deshaun Watson. If not Deshaun Watson, maybe Kirk Cousins, if you'd consider that a splash. I'd more consider that a bloop than a splash, like the same kind of bloop you take when you're doing your morning bowel movement. I'd consider that more acute to that. Whereas Watson would be like dropping a boulder off the top of a 200-foot bridge and getting that nice, real satisfying kind of splash. Outside of Watson, though, I don't see much of a splash being undertaken. Justin, DK wants to play with a real quarterback. Send him to Buffalo. They'll maximize his potential. He's wasting his career in Seattle. Oh, give us some time. Okay, Justin, we'll get a quarterback in here. Give us some time. And he's just started out, for a guy wasting his potential, he started out having the best 3 years for a receiver in Seattle Seahawks history on a team, by the way, who's had Steve Largent, on a team, by the way, that's had Joey Galloway, who both had tremendous starts to their career. He beat their first 3-year run. He's doing just fine over here. You're doing okay over there, Buffalo. You got enough stuff. Just stay with Gabriel Davis's development and let that ride out, and you got your number 2. You don't need 3, okay? Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy, Buffalo. Don't be greedy. Chris Alvaro, thoughts on Malik Willis? Malik Willis's comp for me is Steve McNair. He's got a little bit of that unnatural throwing motion sometimes you get with like Lamar Jackson, where it's just not free and easy coming out of their hand. From a mobility standpoint, he is not quite Lamar Jackson or Kyler Murray, but then he's also better than Jalen Hurts. He sort of sits in between them on the mobility scale of things. He's got a real live arm. The ball jumps out of his hand. His arm angle's a little weird. Sometimes some of his mechanics get a little bit wonky, but you can't deny that the physical traits are there for him to be able to be a good player in this league. There is a lot of development there, though, that needs to be undertaken, in my opinion. And I'm not really sold at picking him, let's say, in the top 15. I think teams are going to talk themselves into Malik Willis and taking him a little bit higher than he probably should go. Zynga says, get Watson here and talking for 11 quarterbacks, laughing out loud. I don't think Seattle should draft a quarterback with the ninth, nor do I, Jarrell Lewis. That's not where the value is in this draft right now. Just, it's not. Kelly Tangerine, who should buy the Seahawks, though? I'm okay with Ballmer. If not Ballmer, Bezos. If not Bezos, who's another B billionaire out there that's from Seattle? Just somebody that's local, that has the money and purse strings. That's the main thing. I want a guy that's not buying the team trying to get a yearly profit off of him. I want a guy who understands he's going to get his profit from the team when he sells them 20 years from now, where your returns are 15, 20, 30-fold sometimes, depending on how long you wait to sell the team. So it's more about keeping him in Seattle and then finding a guy that truly wants to win and puts his pocketbook on the table and is willing to go that route. Dagger Richard, Charlie Whitehurst is my dad. Nice. Nice. Inutero says drafted quarterback needs to be the last piece of the puzzle. Very true. Very true. I'm with that. Or at least last piece of get the offensive line, and then that can be the piece. But get your offensive line as close to being complete as you can. Farrett Attack says, if we got Watson, I'm concerned he might be a Russell Wilson 2.0 when he's not athletic anymore and isn't good at post-snap and blitz pickups. I'd counter a little bit this for you, Farrett. Number one, when Watson had his final year in the league, he put up the second most amount of yards in the entire NFL, but also within that, he was one of the most consistent, accurate quarterbacks in the short and intermediate passing game, which is the main boogaboo, which is the main kryptonite of Russell Wilson's game as it stands right now. So right out the bait there, the comparison doesn't really fit. Outside of them both being athletic guys that move around a lot in the pocket and maybe hold on to the ball a little bit too long at times, that's where the comparison ends kind of between these two guys. He's way more of a guy that can work the intermediate game, in my opinion. He's also got a little more size, and some of Russell's limitations come out of the fact that especially in the short and intermediate game, to me, they come out of the lack of size. Being 5'9.5", being basically 5'10", there's just times he can't see those guys breaking open in the short and intermediate routes, especially the underneath stuff. So I don't think that Watson falls into the same trappings necessarily. Lolo says one thing we got to remember is Russ is very short for a quarterback. Thank you. There we go. You stole my words. There's a trend with short quarterbacks. They tend to have trouble in the pocket. Drew Brees having that inch more than Russ was extremely important. It was, and the Saints also attacked it from a different standpoint because the Saints took 2 Pro Bowl guards and gave them to Brees right out the gate. They then invested constantly in their offensive line. They also taught concepts when they were within their offensive line of creating passing lanes. And then they married those passing lanes with Drew Brees' first read oftentimes on plays. And that helped as well. Seattle has not done a similar thing with Russell Wilson. I don't know if they've ever even taught once passing lanes. I think passing lanes come around sometimes by happenstance with this team. Hoobie Jew, welcome to the Hawks Nest as a Hawks Nest member, man. Thank you so much for doing so. I hope you're ready next week on Monday, man. I'm going to be bringing that fire. I'm going to be tuned up. Hoobie Jew says, check your Twitter really quick. Great news. All right, let me take a look. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you becoming a Hawks Nest member. You're awesome for doing so, buddy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alexander Matthew, Brandon, I'm absolutely a night owl. This is the time of day, night that I'm on my game. Me too, man. I am as well. And it would be a stroke of luck if we end up with Watson. It would be. It would be the best case scenario in this situation as far as the next quarterback to come in. It's not going to get better than that as far as talent, ability. Seeking Truth, Russ drafted by the Colorado Rockies. The next day his dad dies, 174 days from his baby. He plays 174 games for Seattle. It's all a ritual and rigged BS. Ooh, going deep on it, Seeking Truth. I love it, man. Going deep. I'm into that stuff. I'm into that. I'm feeling it. Lolo, I can't get over the fact we were set up to believe that we were going all in relatively to, let's be honest, then 4 days later, I wake up to my Broncos uncle texting me, Russ is his quarterback. Oh, brutal. Brutal, brother. It's not even Russ that ticks me off. It's the deceiving aspect. Well, if you're moving him, Lolo, if you are moving him, if you're going that direction, you don't want to sell that. You want to keep a little bit of cloak and dagger to it, because the second that it comes common knowledge on the streets, the second that comes common knowledge on the streets, you destroy his trade value. So understandable to me why you would want to maybe keep that under lock and key a little bit more. But it's still annoying nonetheless. Yep, I'm with you. It's annoying to me nonetheless. Why? We knew that Bobby news was coming, but getting it right after Russ was a nut punch. Bobby I will be rooting for wherever he goes. Bobby was all about the money more than any other. Bobby I will be rooting for wherever he goes. Bobby's all about that more than any other Super Bowl. Agreed. I'll root for Bobby. No, nothing bad about Bobby. I feel bad about it too. It sucks that he got released on the same day. That was tough. Alexander Matthews says Matt Ryan and Matt Hasselbeck are the same player. Alexander, I think Matt Ryan's been a better player than Matt. He's got an MVP, and Matt never had an MVP, and he's thrown for some prolific amount of yardage there, though it's got a little bit of that stat Padford thing going on at times there in Atlanta. He's been a little bit better, but look, they're both from Boston College. They're both a little limited in arm strength, limited in mobility. Makes sense. Whitey White, I can tell my frustration with that. It came to Russell being traded. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer, and here I am picking his game apart. No, it's just being truthful about it. It's valid criticism, I think. He can still be a first ballot Hall of Famer, and there's things you pick apart about his game. M21, I hope we're right. We should not trade DK. Let's not do that. Let's not. Jarrell Lewis, do you think Seattle should draft a cornerback like Trent McDuffie or Ahmad Sauce Gardner? Ahmad Sauce Gardner is certainly in Seattle's range. I think he's a guy that's basically Richard Sherman reborn with 4.4 speed. Sherman was like a 4.58 guy. Sauce Gardner's like a 4.4 guy. I love that. Trent McDuffie, I love his game. He was the best rated player by Pro Football Focus in college football last year, an absolute lockdown corner. But he's got T-Rex arms, 29-inch arms. And that's not to be understated. There's only 4 cornerbacks starting in the NFL that have under 30-inch arms. So it's not a great track record, that standpoint of things. But can't deny Trent Duffy as far as his play on the field. I do just wonder size, if he fits to the Seattle metric of what they look for in the position. Bill Abasanasevich says Ballmer should have bought the Sonics. Yes, he should have. Yes, he should have. Hoobie Jube, thank you, Hoobie, for all your donations today on the channel, man. You are so kind for doing so. And also becoming a member. Keep an eye on that community post. I do articles over there every once in a while. It says, if you're excited about Hoobie Jew becoming a Hawks Nest member, give me a hell yeah. I'm going to give you a big ol' hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. You know it. You know it. Bud Inlet, you think Pete can fix Locke's confidence? He's got all the tools to be successful. If there's one coach who can make a player who suffered problems with confidence turn that around and feel confident, it is glass not only half flow, that empty glass is overfilling, I'm telling you. That empty glass is overflowing, is what Coach Carroll will tell you as a player. So his power of positivity, if there is any chance to reclamate Locke's game and his confidence, if there's any coach that could hope to do it, Coach Carroll would be that guy. He would be that guy. So we'll see. There's a chance. Daniel W. Deshaun Watson is also 6 years younger than Russell, so if we got him, we wouldn't have to worry about him slowing down for another 5 to 6 years. But again, he is 6 inches taller and can work the middle. Bingo, Daniel. Very succinctly put, and exactly what I would say about it. Yeah, 100%. Callie Tangerine, can you show the hoodie you're wearing? Oh, yeah. This is Tangerine. This is my Hawks Nest hoodie. So, here we go. Look at that. It's my Hawks Nest swag right there. And I would, if I could, sell this, but as you see, because I was really smart when I did my logo last, I decided to put the Seahawk in the logo, which means that if I try to sell this, I'll have like the FBI on my door telling me I'm trying to take advantage of the NFL. So I unfortunately can't sell it. I can give them out for free every once in a while, but I got to figure out some new swag for a hoodie. But this is I'm rocking my home team gear here. Anitaro, cut the sleeves off the hoodie? No way. No way. Ferret says, time to sit back and watch casual fans panic and not realize we're rebuilding. Barry, I mean, if you're going to try and S in the punch bowl, at least like and subscribe and give a dono to Brandon. I mean, at least, right, Barry? If you're going to do that, if you're going to make us all smell it. Lolo says 2022 first round, 2022 second round, 2023 first, second, and third. Maybe a player. That's all I'd be willing to give a gamble on Watson. That'd be a lot to give up for him. I don't think that they're bringing in that type of pull. I would do 2 first-round picks, a second-round pick, and I'd give up a player for Watson. But it'd be like the Broncos. You're not getting one of our top 6 players. You can find one of the useful players that's not one of those guys. They wouldn't get DK. I wouldn't probably do Jordan Brooks. Darrell Taylor would be out. Damian Lewis would be out. But I'd give maybe a pick on that. Raider Flash, did you know Raider Nation is reporting that we're coming after DK Metcalf? Can't wait to play you guys in the regular season. I can't wait either, Raider Nation. That AFC West rivalry is going to be renewed again this year. Don't you think we've forgotten? Don't you think, Raider Nation, we've forgotten your travails in the 80s? Don't think we've forgotten those stadium experiences in Oakland in the early 90s. Don't you think we've forgotten any of that? The fires of that hate still burn. Those embers are still lit. I know it's been years. We've been over here in the NFC, but we remember. The North remembers. And we are going to bring the fire and flames to those NFC games. So you be ready. Oakland, LA, Las Vegas. Prepare your soul, because the Hawks are coming back into town. Jeff Rhines, seems as though the team did Bobby a solid releasing him right away. That way he could potentially start talks with other teams ASAP. Sucks his reign in Seattle is over, but damn, it was a great ride, 54. It was a great ride, Jeff. As I've said in this stream today, I feel like if you look all the great players in this Legion of Boom era, Russell Wilson, Bobby Wagner, Earl Thomas, Cam Chancellor, Richard Sherman, go down through the list. And the guy that will be ranked highest in his positional group, historically speaking, in retrospect, when it's all said and done, is going to be Bobby Wagner. I think he's about the sixth. I think he's about the 6th best linebacker in football history, and he takes his backseat to no one in my opinion. And I agree, the team did him right by this, Jeff, by getting him out before free agency started, so that he can have the biggest bite at all the potential apples that are out there, as opposed to releasing him 2 months from now when nobody's got any salary cap space to spend anything on an aging middle linebacker. Lolo says Raiders, Jets, Eagles are reportedly interested in trading for DK. To hell with all of them. To hell with them. To hell with them. They can be interested and they can call, but nobody's answering this phone. John Schneider, don't answer that phone. You've already done enough. Right do I. I'm high and tied. Laughing out loud. Good stream, Brando. Nice. Raider Flash, Bobby might be in silver and black. Raider Flash, that makes the most sense. You've got a former Seahawks coach who's very familiar with Bobby there I believe he still is with your new coach. You still got the same defensive coordinator there, right? Or I don't know, who is the defense coordinator? I forgot, actually. I thought you had Bradley last year. I don't know if Bradley's still there. Jarrell, with his legal issues, I think Watson's value drops a little, not a ton. He definitely would cost a lot, but not as much as they were asking for when the rumors first started. Agreed with you there. I think it does hurt his value a little bit with some of the situations that have gone, being out of football, maybe potentially there still being a suspension situation looming over this. Let's not forget that. Zaninga says, old school Seahawks logo. Dope. Oh, yeah, you know it. I go back a ways. I'm an old head. Alexander Matthews, I forget the Dallas Mavericks owner name. Have him by the Hawks. I know what you're talking about. I'm forgetting his name right now, too. But I know what you mean. I know you mean. He'd be a good owner. Jeff says, I'll be wearing number 54 jersey tomorrow, Brandon. Long live B-Wag's dominance at the Hawks. Long live B-Wags. Best middle linebacker in Seahawks history by a mile. Lola says the original 3 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, 3-round picks is not an option for the Texans anymore. Like Brando said, 2 first, 1 second, and a player. That seems like the right mark for me, right, Lolo? That seems about right compensation. And Zuniga says he'd easily do that for him. Yeah, makes sense. I think it makes sense for both parties. Benelli, the Texans said they want 3 firsts and 3 seconds. That's a high price. And nobody's going to be paying that for a guy that's got off-the-field questions like he does, that has a suspension potentially looming, who's not going to come in at a cheap cost. The Texans are high if they think they're getting that price. And they've been asking it for a year and nobody's bit. Nobody's going to bite as the longer you go on. And there is a point here with the Texans where if they decide to take this hard stand of things, where the price is going to diminish much more when you eventually do arrive at the land of understanding that you need to go ahead and call this ball and offload them at this point. At that point, you might be down to a first-round pick plus if you wait, let's say, even into the season. Jason Tudor laughing out loud. The North remembers. Love those nearly subconscious references. Dom H has all this talk of Seattle and Denver, but no flashbacks to that game. None yet, I guess. Although Game of Thrones is so legendary, the first 6 seasons, same for The Walking Dead, so quotable. Oh, very quotable. And I still love those first 6 seasons. It ended horribly, but the first 6 seasons were fire. Raider Flash is Bobby's Hall of Fame material. I think Raider Flash is first ballot Hall of Fame material. I did a story where I did an article for the channel recently where I broke down where he stood in the lineage of middle linebackers historically. And I do think that he has vaulted past even, I know people would have been in the place of Urlacher or Zach Thomas. I think he's jumped over those 2 guys, even though he doesn't necessarily have quite their longevity quite yet. I think he's been more impactful in his time and had more of the all-pro appearances and just more overall production without having the longevity where like Thomas played like 17 years or something. Bobby says, are you going to be watching the Denver games next season to see how Russ will do with the new offense? Sure, Bobby. Of course I will, man. Absolutely. I'm interested to see how it turns. Absolutely I am. Voodoo says it's funny how every team claiming their rights to a DK trade, they trash him when he's a Seahawk, but would love him on their team. Yeah. I think it's funny too on that. I think it's funny on that one too. Thank you, Hoodie, for another $5 donation, man. Says, I have a dude I know who can help you with your design. Check your Twitter again to see what my logo used to look like after I let him fix it up. Oh, yeah, man. He killed it. He killed it on that one. I love it. That's awesome. Yeah, send me your guy. Let me find out what he roll with it. I like my logo. I just got to figure out, I like my logo for my channel. I just got to figure out when I can put on t-shirts and hoodies and a bunch of swag. Zuniga, we didn't have Von Miller. Yep. And Zuniga, this was where you'll find with me, Zuniga, being consistent. Because what I look at with the Broncos and when they faced us in that year, while they had the full allotment really of their offense, though I think you guys were down Clady, if I'm not mistaken, that year. But then you were also down Von Miller, and you had a couple other defensive guys out in that game. Not just Von, but a few others. And we got to kind of feast on that. But then the Patriots got to feast on that, on us, in the same way that next year in the other Super Bowl. Mark Cuban, that's right, Jason. He would be a good owner. Gerald Lewis says, Seattle won't trade Lockett, right? Will they? Who would they trade him to? No, I don't see how a Lockett trade makes any sense unless this is just a complete fire sale. To move Lockett, who just signed a contract extension last year, means 3 years of bonus money would accelerate instantaneously. You'd have to pay about $26 million just to move on from Lockett. Unless you're getting some great haul for him, like a first-round pick plus, I don't see how that makes any sense. And no one's going to give you that kind of haul. Alexander Matthews, the Hawks organization lied to everyone for over a year. I guess they had to get it. I'm not looking back. Hell no. See you, Russell. Have fun with the Broncos line. Laughing out loud. Yeah, it is tough to get kind of lied to a little bit with that, Alexander. No doubt about that, but we got to just look forward with it. Well said. Well said. Hootie says, just send me the logo and I can send it to him and he can remodel yours to where they can't say you were a copy in their logo. Okay, man. Yeah, I'll send you my files. I'll send you my files. I thank you for it. Appreciate you on that. Barry Sotoro, thank you for the $2 donation. Thank you. I appreciate you. Said, could announcing cutting 54 be a ploy for a trade? No, the problem, Barry, comes into the problem comes in that Bobby Wagner carries a $20 million base salary, 20 million plus, like 20 million in change, I believe. And so whoever trades for him is going to have to carry such a large base for Bobby. Right now, he's making like double what the next middle linebacker is making in the sport. No team's going to want to sign up for that. So, no, he's just going to be released outright. He'll just be released outright. Tony Wright, this is my first time on your channel in live chat. Well, welcome on in, Tony. Thank you for coming on in. I'm a Falcons fan, and how are your fan base handling the trade and releasing of Bobby Wagner? Overall, I think people are holding up pretty good. We've got a couple of bridge jumpers, Tony. I'm not going to lie to you there. You know, a few people that are definitely struggling with this. We had a large part of our fan base, certainly a young segment of our fan base, that came into their Seahawks fandom, right? They were 5, 6, 7 years old, and they just sort of came into the realization, I'm alive. I'm a human being. I'm here living on Earth. And then they went, oh, wait, what's that on the TV? Oh, that's this little guy running around all these big guys, and they can't get their hands on him. And, man, he's got this great arm, and he's throwing it deep down the field. And there's a segment of the fans who became fans because of Russ, because of how magical he was. And I think they are especially really suffering this right now, the brunt of this a little bit. And Bobby similarly. I know a guy that I'm going to go on to a collab with tomorrow on this channel. Brendan Nelson feels very similarly about this. He loved Bobby Wagner. But I think people understood why Bobby had to go. People are a little less understanding that Russ had to go. But it definitely does slam the book closed to a beautiful era of football here in Seattle in the most ungraceful of fashions. Terrence Barbie says Denver fans will hate the Russ rumors from his agent. Plus, we should go after Watson. I'm with it, Terrence. I'm with it. Tony, and what are you guys going to do with your upcoming picks? Tony, I think we'll take the best player available on the board at this point. We might package these picks to go make a run at Watson. There is some rumors out there that that's what we're going to do. I do tend to think that if we just stand pat, we'll take the best player available with the number 9 pick. I don't think we're going to reach for a quarterback necessarily. We might wait even a year to go get our quarterback of the future. But I do think it'll be the best player available with that 9th pick. Hamilton, Cross, Stingley, Gardner, kind of take your pick. Joseph Smiley, so no chance Bobby re-signs with the Hawks if he doesn't get a deal elsewhere? No. Joseph, and look for a reference on this. Look at the current conversation that happened between KJ Wright and the Bussin' with the Boys Compton guy that he had with him. It was a very good interview where they really got to certain things that you can kind of understand about this. When you tend to ask a player, we're going to release you because we don't want to pay your contract. We'll pay you lesser than that, but we've got to release you first because we just don't want to pay what you're going to cost. That player 99 times out of 100 will go to another team. And as KJ Wright said, you could have had a situation where both the Raiders and Seahawks were offering him the veteran minimum, and he was still going to go to the Raiders and play for them because there's a little bit of bruised, hurt feelings involved here in asking the player to swallow that kind of bitter pill. Gerald Lowe says, if Seattle decides to draft a quarterback in the later rounds, who would they draft? How about Akil Glass? I'm a big Akil Glass guy. Go check out his tape. He's fun. He's fun. Lolo says Bobby resigning would be a bad look on both sides. Business doesn't happen this suddenly if things are on good terms. He was looking very irritated the past 2 seasons. Press conferences, I mean. Yeah, and I know for certain, I had spoken a little bit with Bobby Wagner with Clowney on this a couple of years ago at this time. And I know especially when they didn't bring back Clowney and some of the frustrations with some of the stagnation of the scheme, I know Wagner wasn't loving that. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. The helicopter spin did it for me. I turn 30 next month. Donald B., first timer here. Love the Largent jersey. Happy Bronco fan. I bet you are, Donald. Enjoy him. Take care of him. Nurture him. Build around him. And you will get a lot from him. Tony Wright, getting Noah Fant was a good move as part of your trade. Now you have 2 good tight ends in Everett and Fant. Right now, Tony Wright, Gerald Everett is actually a free agent. We do have Colby Parkinson that we took in the 4th round recently, who's an interesting prospect at tight end. But certainly we like what we got in Fant, and he's a different kind of tight end than what we've had here in recent times, especially with his speed and some of his athleticism. Danny W., how did you get that interview with Chad Brown? How did that connection come about? Chad was just kind enough to respond to me on Twitter, Daniel. I've reached out to about probably a dozen former Seahawks players now since the interview because I'd like to do another one. But he reached back out to me. He was willing to accommodate me. I'd love to have him again on because I was just starting to scratch the surface of started picking his brain a bit. But I'm going to try to get some more as well. Just got to get a couple of these guys to respond back. Hoodie Jube says, to be honest with you, Brandon, if y'all draft some offensive line to protect whoever your quarterback will be and keep Lockett and DK and update y'all's defensive back room a little bit, y'all could be back in the playoffs. So many weapons. We could go for it still. And don't forget, Hoodie, we're sitting on like the 5th amount of most of cap space right now in the entire NFL. We have the means to go out there and come back and be a competitive team next year. I don't know if they're going to do that, but they do have that. They can, if they have it in them to do it, if they have the will to do it, if they have the want to do it, they can certainly pull that off. Jason Tudor says, go Broncos, go Russ in 2023. Next year, blow chunks. That's right. That's right. Lolo says, honestly, 3 years from now, if the Broncos feel like moving on from Russ, they'll assumingly have all their picks back. It'd be a pretty good trade for them. Not as bad of shape as the Rams. True. They could still recoup if that's how they had to go with it. Gerald Lewis says, do you think Ben Burke-Irvin and Cody Barton will step up into Bobby's place? No, I think that you move Jordan Brooks to the middle linebacker role at this point, and Cody Barton backs him up. Ben Burke-Irvin then backs up Cody Barton. So you're now 3 deep at the middle linebacker position as opposed to being 4 deep as we currently stand. Maybe they keep Jordan Brooks at the will and then move Barton into the middle. Barton was at his best here in Seattle in 3 years when he played at the middle linebacker position last year, but he was horrific at the Sam and horrific at the will. So it's not saying much that he was just okay at the middle. But Jordan Brooks' natural position is the middle linebacker. That's where they need to slide him to. Bobby the Hill III says, you finally caught up with the chat. I finally did. It took me a mere 5 hours, Bobby Hill III, but this is the thing, Bobby the Hill. This is what's kind of unique about my channel. You are nice enough, and you and all of the folks here are nice enough to come in here and donate and hit the like button and watch myself here blather along. I think the least I can do is as much as possible, as much as humanly possible when we got so many people in the chat, is to try to respond to every comment and question that I can. I don't get to everybody, but I sure as hell try my best because it's kind of trying to just honor you guys being in here and being a part of this experience. And also because, Bobby, I love doing this. This is my favorite part of my week when I get to go live and just talk football and not think about anything else but that. So appreciate you, man. Hoobajube, hear me out on this, though. Just draft the best offensive line this year at number 9 or best cornerback, then tank this year and keep all y'all's cap space this year and roll it over to next year, and then y'all will have a top 5 pick and money. Say nothing of maybe we have a good pick from Denver, too. Remember, Hoodie, we also have the first-round pick next year and that second-round pick from Denver as well. I'm with it, man. And as I've said, with young quarterbacks, I think one of the rules that should be chiseled into concrete in the NFL is thou shalt not go get thy franchise quarterback before thy has taken care of thine offensive line. And we have not yet taken care of our offensive line, which needs to be done. Now, Jason Tudor says 171 watching at 1:20 a.m. Holy cow. Let us go to bed, sir. Kind sir. Yes. Voodoo Magic, last I heard Norm Johnson owns a brewing company. He might be a good interview for you. Maybe he'll come back and replace Myers. Hey, I got kicked till he was about 62 before he retired. So I wouldn't put it past him. Zach the Potato, I hope you have a lot of Kleenexes for this season. I'm prepping. I'm going to go to Costco, Zach. I'm going to get that big one that's like as big as a wall of Kleenex boxes, and then we're just going to get out just break them out one by one rip, and just little by little. Tony Wright, it seemed like Rashad Penny has finally started to develop. He was a beast at San Diego State a few years ago, but he's been slow in developing. Yeah, Tony, it's more injuries. And it's also, Tony, this is a little bit of the maddening part of our organization is we don't always use players in the right way. Rashad Penny is an outside guy. He was drafted because Todd Gurley was beating us around like a club over the head over and over again, and mainly beating us on outside zone runs. Carroll said, all right, enough of this. I want to get one of those guys. Drafts a pure outside zone runner, and what does he do with him? Slams him inside up over the A gap constantly over and over and over again. Then he gets him broken, not necessarily being slammed in the A gap, but torn ACL. Takes him a little bit of time to get healthy from that. Now he's healthy, and he's really starting to take off. But there's a little bit to that story more than beyond just his development. Some of it is a little bit in their use and then the injury. Lolo, it's a perfect time to end the stream within the next 5 minutes. Brando, all caught up. Get some rest. Don't forget. No, I will go. Let's go ahead and wrap it up here. I'm going to go ahead and give this a final call out here. I'm going to be back with Brendan Nelson tomorrow, so we'll be going 4 straight days on the stream. I better save my voice here just a little bit. Hooby Jube says, all I ask from y'all is not to offer Armstead too much money where he wants to leave us. I think we're going to have to do it, Hootie. But here's the thing. If we don't do it, some other team's going to. Somebody else is going to throw the Brinks truck at him. So we've got to, it's not us as the bad guy here, okay? It's the system. Don't hate the player, hate the game in this case, We got to do it though, Hoodie. He's too good. He's too good. Lolo says don't intentionally tank. Go in playing hard, but with a limited roster, unless we trade for Watson. If we don't, then wait and come back in 2023. I like that approach, Lolo. It doesn't have to be like a purposeful kind of tanking, but it can be like a sub-purposeful tanking. Wayne's World, yes, sir. Broncos fan here. What's up, man? Adam Barney, Niners about to tax C-squirts. We'll see, Adam. We'll see. Lolo says Penny gained confidence by having a veteran great in the building and camp. Hopefully he plays with that confidence and gets lucky. Hopefully. Zinga says our general manager is special, man. Peyton and John are still in the building. Now Russ. Yeah. Daniel W., we can't compare the Russ trade to the Jamal trade compared to the Stafford trade, 24th, 32nd pick. We got 3 times that value, and Russ isn't much better at this point in his career. Well said, Daniel. Well said. And no, I don't think you can compare it to the Jamal Adams trade. It's a completely different trade. And look, we got more than we gave up in the Jamal trade. We just did. So it still is a better trade than the Jamal trade. Let's see that in the great stream, Ran. All right, well, we are caught up on the stream. A lot of people on the chat, a lot of new subscribers. So many people donated. I can't even keep track how many people put money down on the stream today, including a lot of fans that aren't even Seahawks fans coming in here and doing so. You warm my heart. You make my heart grow 2 sizes bigger on a day where it has shrunken up and shriveled, and I'm in my own pool of tears here. I am going to give you a rant to end this out, Jason. I am. You got what you wanted, Coach Carroll and John Schneider. You got your ability to go back and tap back into your old model, into your old 2012 model. Going to go try to make that old car work. It's a new era here in the NFL. It's a new game, a new place. And while that model has had a lot of success recently with teams getting that rookie quarterback to the Super Bowl and winning that Super Bowl, or like A.J. Burrow last year, just getting to the Super Bowl. And while they may have that model and blueprint so refined that they know exactly what they need to do going forward, I hope to God they do have a plan. I hope to God that this is not what this has been in recent years, what we've been worried this has been in recent years, which is a lot of throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks. Let's see, did that work? No, it fell down. Throw something else. That work? No, throw it down. And while we're doing this, you have organizations operating with surgical-like approach in how they're team building and roster building. There is no perfect way in the NFL. There is no certainties in the NFL. There is no absolutes that we do it this way and it's going to bring us about the greatest of results. There isn't. But you can go the other way. You can do things wrong, which will all but certainly guarantee you results that if not holding you back from the greatest of prizes, will limit you in how good you can truly be. It's been those problems in the past that have brought us here, that have brought us to the place of trading a Hall of Fame quarterback with still a lot of good football ahead of him. Not done very often in the NFL. But it's brought to you here by bad decision-making, bad roster building, bad spending of the money, bad utilization of the draft picks. Can our front office and head coach change their ways? Can they finally learn from their mistakes of the last 6 years, which has brought us here? My God, I'm hoping so, because I don't know what else to believe or hope or think. I got nowhere else to go but to hope and think these guys can figure it out. They certainly have enough data to know that they've gone wrong in this direction that they've gone. But this is a hard-headed folks. This is a stubborn folks. And there just aren't any guarantees when it comes to this. We'll see how the season plays out. It was a sad day yesterday watching two Seahawks legends, not just greats, not just stalwarts of this team, but legends of this team go out the door the same day. It hurts us all. It hurts us all. It gives a layer of sadness to this offseason that we hadn't all anticipated, even those that thought maybe these moves might come down the pike. It's been a tough 24 hours, but I'm going to tell you this, it's been a little bit easier to swallow this. It's been a little bit easier to put a smile on my face and make a joke because I've been able to interact with you guys. I've been able to talk with you, walk through this, try to understand this with you, try to come to some sort of semblance of peace in this storm, this chaos, this hurricane. Thank you for being here for me in that respect. Thank you for raising my spirits. Hopefully I rose a few of your guys' spirits. And I know that there are many of our Seahawks fans right now that are down in the dirts, down in the muck, down real low. They look at this team and they say, now we're headed to the dark ages. Now the plague is about to undertake us. I tell you, it's not. I tell you to keep the faith. I tell you to hold strong. I tell you that there will be brighter days, that we are not done yet because we love this team. We will support this team and we will force them, God damn it, to get back to that mountaintop one way or another. We will put those feet to the fire. We will hold them accountable and we will find our way once again. Like the phoenix that falls to ashes and then once again is reborn, we will be reborn once more. And like all Seahawks, we will fly high again. Don't you forget that. Don't you ever forget that. Even other team fans. That's right, you too. Don't you forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.